Boys, good morning. How the freak are we today? Leon, what up, dude? Another first in chat and you're fucking struggling today. What's the streak at? You can just relay it. You don't have to die for it, dog. It's not worth it. It's not worth it at all. Good morning, gang. We have news on our hands today, if I do say so myself. 275. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's almost like an entire week and a half. Leon, that's crazy. That's crazy. Well, thank you for the 275, dude. I hope the moving is going like as well as it can, dog. Moving fucking sucks. I cannot even imagine getting my back blown out and then moving. Yeah, that would be awful. Where's his tweet? It's on his Twitter. Yeah, we'll be yapping about it a little later. Usually when I do any like, you know, dusty news stuff, like the DNN comes out, I wait for people to actually get in for the day, and then I'll kind of like yap about stuff so that way I don't have to go over it 72 times for motherfuckers. Cause otherwise I'll have to go over that like actually a zillion times. Yo, 1000, what up? I hope you're having a beautiful day. Are you seed munching already? It's early for seeds. It's cold for the seeds. I actually had some jalapeno cheddar. I went outside. It's gonna be a little bit of a unwarranted fun fact about me. Every morning I start my day. Wake and break is crazy. Wait, I'm about to steal that. That's so fucking good. That is so fucking good. So we're not gonna discuss the rest of my morning routine. But anyways, I wake up, make coffee, I go out, and I feed a bunch of fucking birds. I have a big bag of bird seed on my, like, I have an enclosed porch, and I just grab a thing of bird seed, and then I just yas that shit out there. I got like 30 pigeons that come down, and then today I was having a few seeds while I was out there as well, and dudes kept trying to come up on my seeds. I'd spit out my shells, and they'd keep walking over to my shells. A fellow bird watcher? Yes. I have multiple banded pigeons that come through on the daily, and they're a part of the 11 a.m. crew. So I wake up and I just go out, and they hear me coming at this point, and I got like a couple rare spawn pigeons too. I got like this all white one that has like black markings, and he's banded up, so that's like a privately owned pigeon. That's one of the classy ones. And then I had another one that was double banded, but he was fast as fuck. I think he was like a racing pigeon. And the cats will sit for hours and just watch birds. I think your cats might be watching them for a different reason. The cats might just be hungry. There are a couple neighborhood cats that also come through because I don't have a cat of my own. But I've seen the cats looking awfully like hungrily at the burbs before. And I always get a little worried. The Cardinals and Blue Jays? Wait, that's so cute. I have my dumb rat pigeons that come by every morning in the back area, and then out front I have a bird feeder that I have like a family of finches that get on, but the pigeons recently realized that they're heavy enough to weigh down. Is this a VOD in a VOD? Yeah, it's a VOD in a VOD in a VOD, actually. Hold on. There you go. Yeah, it was a VOD in a VOD in a VOD, I'm pretty sure. Because I think at the start of that stream, I pulled up a VOD that was a VOD of a VOD. So I'm pretty sure you were triple VODception, Merc. I'm pretty sure you were multiple layers in. I'm pretty sure. Now, blame their stupid visual NDA, not me. It's not my goddamn fault. I did not do it. I just got here. I'm trying to get squared away for the day. I'm trying to get all situated. Mobile sucks so bad. Oh, dude, mobile's awful. Mobile's awful. And the fact that gifties on mobile are like, is it $7.99 for a T1 on mobile now? I want to say it's like $8 for a T1 on mobile, dude. 8 fucking clams is insane. That is ridiculous. That's like almost the price of a T2 on desktop. Mobile fees are ridiculous. Anytime somebody like gifts from mobile, an angel loses its wings and somebody living in poverty looks up at you angrily. It's me. I look up at you angrily because that could be more gifties. And then hear me out. If you're going to drop a bomb, you tell me because Twitch gave all partners a 35% off discount that we can just like activate. So like if anyone's ever trying to go fucking sicko mode and really anger their financial advisor, I'll save you 35%, dog. I know a guy. I was about to use mine on the 11th for the new servers going up because I applied for front page and I was like, wow, what a cool coincidence. Front page ad rev, front page 35% off gifted discount, new servers, all the stars align. And then they fucking declined me. Thank you, Twitch. Appreciate that. If I was talking about politics and zapping dogs, I probably would have got accepted. But unfortunately, I'm just a small gaming content creator, boyo. It's a goddamn shame. Yo, what up, Cypher? How are you, dude? I am, cold. I almost came on stream with, like, the hoodie with the jacket over the hoodie combo. It's warm inside, but it's just, like, it's so fucking cold in Maine that, like, we have wind coming through, so it's like my house is cold. It's like the house is, like, emanating the cold inward. Guy is shot. It's super effective. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. Been on Twitch 5 years and never had front page. I was front page 26 days straight. Oh my god, wait. God damn, what? What the hell? 26 days straight? What do you mean? Like, was that on Mixer you were front page 26 days straight? Or was that post Ninja moving off you were front page 26 days straight here? I got front page once. Yeah. I had big responsibilities. Huh. You survived the Mixer shenanigans. And now you talk about sunflower seeds and burbs. I had to welcome all the new people because I was good at it. Wait, so were you like community side for Mixer during that whole thing? Oh, fuck, the contract era of streaming. Oh, God, that was crazy. Like back when Facebook signed fucking Corinna Kopf to a contract. Jesus Christ, what a wild world. I had Facebook streamers that were trying to get me over to like Facebook gaming. And I was like, get them to give me one of your big contracts. And at the time, I was like a 10 viewer Andy, and they were like, you're not getting a contract. I was like, okay, cool. Well, I'm gonna stay on Twitch then. I'm not going anywhere. Glad I didn't go anywhere. It took a few years to get set up, but it's gonna suck until April. Oh yeah, no, it's only gonna get colder too. I was a content creator on Mixer. My mods and I were really good at telling new people how Mixer worked. So they asked me to be featured for the month he moved over. What the fuck? The month is crazy. There's so many Fortnite kids. Oh no, dude. I did play Fortnite, and even then, like, the Fortnite kids were fucking taxing. Oh my god, I spent way too long in Fortnite. But, like, I went from Dota 2, which was a bunch of people yelling at each other in different languages in the same game. And then I went to Fortnite. And, like, that was the whole, like, Mixer, Facebook era, like, pre-kick, which, by the way, Mixer probably would have actually gone crazy if it was, like, not so early. Anyways, it's aside the point. So anyways, then I went over to New World, got back into MMOs, and I realized how much Fortnite fucking sucked. Oh my god, dude. The TTV YTs, the squeakers in random fills. Holy shit. Oh, it was the worst kind of content. Oh, it was absolutely fucking awful. Absolutely terrible. You could not pay me enough to go back. They wanted a referral bonus from recruiting you. I don't even know if they got like referral bonuses from Facebook or anything, bro. Like, I don't know. Either way, I would not have gone over there. Like, it looked like a goddamn hellscape. Mixer was great for content creators that loved interacting with community. Twitch was good for pro players and gaming orgs. And then the IRL nation attacked, and everything went to shit. Yeah, no, that's valid. That's valid. And like now with Twitch, you do also have some of that mix, right? Like that's always the weird thing too with like the kind of unicorns of it, where you have the people who are community interactors that are also very good at games. And that's kind of like where I try to combine my content, is like actually having hands and playing stuff on a high level, and then being able to break down and communicate to my community like what I'm doing on a high level, and just chill and shoot the shit and then try to help other people learn. And so that's kind of where I've done, you know, well in my MMO niche, because everybody in MMOs is like 72 years old. Chat, you know you're unk. Don't deny it. Don't deny it. I'll wax that shit. You pick the game. I'm just saying. I'm almost 72. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you're playing MMOs, you are basically 72. In most other titles, I am unk. Like, if I went to play Fortnite right now, I would essentially be the old dog that can no longer make it up the stairs. You're just like, oh, we should really put this dog down. He's just suffering. I would get fucking shit on. Like, I just, like, I'm mechanical. I still got some of it, but, like, you got G-fueled out Zoomers. You got fucking Vyvanse scripts going out easier than people can get a fucking prescription sunglass filled. Like, oh God, it's uncompetable now. Like, when I was making Fortnite content, I unironically had a bottle of caffeine pills on my desk. So when I was doing like 12 to 16 hour streams, 8 hours into the stream, I could have a caffeine pill so I could stay cracked enough to deal with the fucking Zoomers that I was playing against, so I could actually make content. Then I had a seizure. Then I stopped keeping caffeine pills on my desk. Now it's just coffee. Vyvanse will get you dialed. Oh, dude, Vyvanse will get you dialed, but I also have a very upset tummy, and let me tell you what Vyvanse will also do. Absolutely ravage your insides. Yup. Let me tell you what. There's a combo where it's like, if you want to just drop 10 pounds, okay? You get a Vyvanse prescription, pop that shit for a month straight, and then 3 times a week during that month, you start your day with a Bang energy drink. You will instantly drop 20% of your body weight, no matter what. No matter what. You could eat any amount of food. You could eat no food. You will still just be destroyed. No more water weight, body fat percentage down. Do not take this advice. This is bad advice. It's better than Ozempic. I'm just fucking saying. Like, worse than walking, better than Ozempic. Eat less, move more, don't take meth. Okay, hear me out. Eat less, move more, also take meth. What if this is also the hidden solution to weight loss? Because then it's like, you're lacking some motivation to move. That's where the Vyvanse comes in. That's where that hits. Like, naturally, thankfully, I'm very high energy. I don't need the Vyvanse. I don't have a prescription, and I probably should have a prescription for a fucking horse tranquilizer or something to bring me down a little bit. But, like, I'm doing cardio like mad, dog. I have the ADHD double leg pump, so I'm technically doing calf raises and, like, you know, heel toes and shit. I'm basically hitting a 2-step under the desk for 8 hours a day. So I'm getting cardio in, I'm getting agility in, my calves are toned as shit. Like, I feel like I'm doing well for myself here. It's essentially running a marathon. Now, if you asked me to run a marathon, I'd probably get 6 steps before my goddamn knees hurt at this point. But 100% opposites, let's meet in the middle. Oh no. Are you sick? Crisscross applesauce in the chair and then don't move at all and be literal brick? Oh no. The brick gamer. Fold into blanket burrito, become burrito, and then do not move. Yeah, there are the 2 types of gamers. There's like the I fit in my chair and then blanket fits around me, and then plushie also fits in blanket. And then there's the me where it's like, I do not stop moving. I will, like, I'll swivel. I'll hit like the devious hands. Like, sometimes I will flip my mouse, because I have a wireless mouse. I'll flip it upside down, so it's like a turtle on its back, and then I'll just be here like spinning my mouse on its back while I'm not doing anything. because it just like, it's like a Beyblade. So I'll see how fast I can get it spinning while I'm sitting here talking to chat sometimes. Like if I had a fidget spinner, I'd be doing like sick tricks and shit with it. I swear to God. I'm being attacked. It's the two types of gamers. There's no other way to avoid it. I heard this game's 1 year from release. Ha! That's like me saying I'm 1 year from being the largest streamer on Twitch. So I wanted to wait a little bit before we get too into it, but I mean, I'll pull up the tweet anyway, so y'all got some background shit. Hold on. I'll give you guys a little something to look at. Let me pull up Steven's Twitter. I still call it Twitter, by the way. I'm not calling it X. I swear to fucking God, bro. I had to get my socials out, and I'll still say Twitter. All right. Steven Sharif here. All right. I'm getting like, oh, fuck. Ow. I'm getting corner peeked by sun, and I figured out where it's coming from. Oh, Jesus Christ. Hold on. Ow. Oh, my God. I don't know if you guys saw how bright that just got, but Jesus Christ, I just got fucking flashbanged. I was trying to figure out where the sun was coming in from, and I fucking found it. Oh my God, I can't see anything. Holy shit. Okay, hold on. Oh, fuck. Ow.
Cat with abs is absolutely
Thank you,
S-tier.
whoever that was. I'm across the room. Hold on, I'm back. Oh, shit. Wow, I actually got fucking flashbanged. Upside, thank you for the follow. Dude, I went to see which of my curtains it was coming through, because I like to keep my curtains cracked for a little sunlight, but I got like the direct sun to retina angle. Oh, fuck. Wow, that's actually like really cooked. Holy shit. That's why I stream at night, never see the sun. It's night somewhere. It's also morning everywhere else, but like, you know, we're vibing. It's that perfect part of the day because when I get on, it's 2 p.m., right? Like I start at 2 p.m. EST. So like, I got the EU nighttime. So they'll come in with their good evenings. I got the NA East lunch, like post-lunch finishing work checked out for the day, people. Shout out all my NA East lads. And then, Z, good morning. Then we have the Western United States, who are all like pre-lunch, about to go to lunch, also checked out of work, and then want to be here too. So it works. Sun shining for you there. It's gloomy as hell in Michigan. I feel like it's always gloomy as hell in Michigan, in all fairness. I feel like that's just Michigan. Every time I hear about Michigan, it's just sad. All right. This is from Stephen the Sheriff Sharif. This is from yesterday. Michigan's so pretty. We talking about the same Michigan? Is Michigan the Britain of America? No, I wouldn't quite go that far. I wouldn't quite go that far. It's like Illinois, probably. Or like Ohio. Although, I don't know, Illinois isn't really like people get stabbed. Where are you from? Me? I'm from Maine. Yeah, I'm from an actually beautiful place. I'm born and raised in like the most beautiful state that we have. Yeah, this shit's fucking fire. We got like foliage. We got moose. We got mountains. We got moose. We got potatoes. We got moose. Lobsters, blueberries, moose. You name it. What do you got? Syrup? And syrup. Yes. The meese get the syrup for us. Yes, indeedly. Yep, you're figuring that out. Depends where you're talking in Michigan. I'm from Flint. Nothing pretty here. Flint's a real place. I always figured that was a psyop. I always figured they just made that bitch up. I don't know. I've never been there. So how do I know it's real? How do I know you're real? Oh, God. Michigan has all those things and some big-ass lakes. We also have big-ass lakes. We literally have a lake in Maine named Moosehead Lake. Now, I know, like, you have larger lakes. You got us beat there. But it's like, we have Moosehead Lake, which is named Moosehead Lake because it's shaped like a moose head. What do your lakes do, dog? We got the Great Lakes. They're okay at best. Like, they're fine. Like, above average to most. Pretty good to some. We have Torch Lake and Beaver Island because it looks like a beaver. Okay, Beaver Island's kind of fire. I'll fuck with that. So, how can we get Beaver Island on Moosehead Lake? How can we do that? Because I feel like that would be a good combination of things. I feel like that might be it. I'm gonna speak to your manager. I've just fired my manager. There is no recourse now. Their blood is on your hands. Up North Michigan is unbeatable in summers fall. Yeah, but like, what do you have up there that like we wouldn't have here? We have ocean access. We have lakes. We have rivers. We have foliage. We have mountains. Detroit. I don't think Detroit is what people are trying to say is beautiful right now, Gil. I don't think we're trying to market fucking Detroit as the beautiful part of Michigan. Detroit's actually sick as fuck now. Is it? Is Detroit on the come up? It got a bad rep like 25 years ago. What's better, Detroit or Chicago? Like if I had to go to one of those two, what would be my best chance of not being thrown in the back of a vehicle? Because I feel like Detroit on a little comeback is kind of nice here. Chicago stinky. Oh no, wait. So I actually have like a running tier list of the stinkiest cities that I've been to. Boston, least stinky. So far, New York City, definitely stinkiest. It goes New York City at the stinkiest of the stink. I haven't been to Vegas yet. I haven't been to Chicago. Or no, I've been to Vegas. I haven't been to Los Angeles. Sorry. New York stinkiest. Second stinkiest was Vegas. Previous second stinkiest was San Diego from TwitchCon. Not this last TwitchCon, but the TwitchCon before. It smelled like fucking dog shit 2 years ago. This last TwitchCon that just happened, San Diego smelled way better. Very little human feces smell this time around. So impressed me. So that dropped down one in the power rankings to third stinkiest. So yeah, it's essentially New York, Vegas, San Diego, Boston, and other than that, I don't go to cities much. I don't have much of a reason to. I just kind of stream all the time, and cities are expensive. So cities bad. Marquette's nice. Lake is the awesome. Blue teal. Wait, Marquette is... Huh. Today I learned. Listen, I don't claim to be good at like geography and shit or know where literally anything is. I'm not the directional person in my family. It's not my strong point. It's not good for me at all. I'm not actually allowed to lead like journeys anymore because I got us lost a lot. The whole Quincy, Massachusetts versus Quincy Market thing was kind of my last hurrah. Don't just punch Quincy MA into a GPS and pick the first one. You will go to Quincy, Massachusetts, not Quincy Market in Boston, Massachusetts. Just throwing that out there. Just throwing that out there. The Sleeping Bear Dunes Park is amazing as well. That just sounds like you're making things up. That very much sounds like you're making things up. Gotta grab a snack before I build me a chicken. Oh, wait. You're building a new chicken coop. My parents have chickens. I get to visit and hang out there. I helped my dad build the chicken coop for them before winter came around. So it's kind of fire. Yes, good luck with your chicken coop. I hope all of your chickens are nice and warm. Yes, yes. And they need the best house. First. Wait, you got the wrong first. Carly, you're doing that wrong. Also, why are you on like the covert account? My God. My God. She's working hard. Leon, she can't beat you, so she's taking over to YouTube. We're gonna have to start like double fisting the first in chat real quick. People climb down and then have to get airlifted up sometimes. What? Sleeping Bear Dunes Park? Hold on. Hold on. What is this? Sleeping Bear Dunes Park. People... Oh, it's the big ass... Okay. Wait, I've seen that. So, do people just not have, like, the chutzpah to get up? Like, what's stopping them from getting up? Are they just fucking, like, out of breath? Are they just out of shape? Is this the average American? Account my full name. Gross. Why would you want that as your P-word account? Gross. Also, politics, not the other one. Yo, Gravon, RIP the points, and good morning, dog. It's not a super easy climb for people who are out of shape. But I also feel like it'd be a really dope climb for people who are trying to get into shape, no? Especially since it's like a sand dune. Because at that point, you just fucking hoof it up and down. It's so sick. Yeah, I mean, shit, I might pull up just for that. Now, I'm sure we have like a sand pit somewhere that just has a whole shitload of sand that I can run up and down. But like, you can out swim for like a few hours. Oh, fuck that shit. No, I'll pass on that. That shit's for the birds. I don't fuck with swimming too much. Go to Katahdin. Katahdin's fun. Yeah, I've been on Katahdin before. But I don't know. I didn't go on any hikes this year because ticks were so fucking bad and I'm terrified of ticks. Like, I do not want to get a tick on me. I don't want to have a tick bite me. I don't want to get Lyme disease. I don't want to be allergic to red meat. I'm not taking a fucking chance. I've never had a tick bite me. I have had a tick on me once, and I freaked the fuck out. Literally, dude, I freaked out. It consumed me for like a week. So when I heard that ticks were really bad this year, I was like, nope, no thank you, sir. I'm just going to chill inside the entire year. Now, fortunately, there were still areas where I could get out and, you know, do things. But, yeah, it was definitely a fuck that shit, not getting ticks on me type vibe. Because I didn't want to go out and have to, like, duct tape my socks inside my pants and stuff, and then, like, check myself and duct tape my shirt inside my pants and my arms inside my shirt. Like, bro, it would have been bad. It would have been so much work to just go fucking hike for a little bit. And I can just walk on, like, pavement and not get ticks on me. Go back to the top, and the water looks so inviting, you go back down. Oh, God. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'd go down and I'd, like, chill there for a little bit. But I don't know. Open bodies of water aren't my, like, craziest thing. Because it's all just poop water. If you really think about it, like, anytime there's an open body of water that's swum by a bunch of people in mass, it's just pee and poop water. Like, you're literally swimming in a non-zero amount of other people's pee and poop. And then you just, like, if you go underwater, do you realize how gross that is? It's so unhygienic. That water does not look inviting. I would walk down like the big bank and then I'd sit down there and then go back up, but it's also very, very steep, like around 45 degrees. Does it freeze in the winter like that water? Yo, Adar, how are you, dude? Hope you're having a beautiful day. Because that would be peak sledding. Like, you bring some tubes out to that bitch and some sleds, and we're talking. The lakes have frozen before. Oh, is it not common for them to freeze? You would also die. Why? What the hell are you guys, pussies? 45 degrees on a tube. Yeah? Brother, we go down steeper than that here. You just gotta have a landing area. Just don't fall. Yeah, when I was a kid, we'd go straight down shit. We'd go to sand pits, and then we'd like slide down the sand pits. Yeah, if you're not going fast, then you're good. Lake Michigan can get buck. People die there all the time. It's like an ocean. Oh, so it doesn't really like freeze? Because here, like, a lot of our riverways and like our lakes and shit will just completely freeze over. And then people just go out on them with like fucking ice fishing shacks, vehicles, snowmobiles, four-wheelers. Like, you will literally see a motherfucker with a truck out on a river, just driving on the river, towing an ice shack behind them once the rivers freeze a certain amount. It has to be a certain thickness, but it's only been frozen over completely like 5 times. Oh, that's lame then. Yeah, you would actually probably drown and die then. Yep. See, the thing with it is like you can go fast. It's just you can't fall off if you're going fast, and you need enough of an area to actually stop. So, shoreline freezes up sometimes. It looks cool as fuck. Yeah, we get these like little ice discs that rotate a lot, and every winter, one of our ice discs will just go fucking sicko mode on social media, which is kind of funny. But it's just these little random like parts of the water that get caught in the current when they're freezing, and then it just like spins out this perfect little circle. Back from work with my daughter, and I'm sitting here thinking over a suggestion I want to make. Want to see it? Yeah, I mean, I'm always down to check shit out. I'll provide feedback on it for sure. I'm always down to check out suggestions and people's feedback, because like I'm someone who always kind of has an opinion on things. if you haven't figured that out. But yeah, so like here everything just freezes. You'll find an area where you can like, you know, find a riverbank or something, and you'll sled down the riverbank or like tube down the riverbank. And then when you hit the bottom, you go out onto the river, and then it gives you time to stop. And then you finally like, you know, settle into the river area, and then you chill. It's kind of cool. You can just hang out down there. You can ice fish down there. Like you'll be out in the middle of a big ass lake, and there will be a bunch of people just in shacks. Like people have fires out on the ice. It's kind of cool. I don't trust it, especially the whole fire out on the ice above the giant pool of water that you'll be trapped under thing if you fall through. But you know, to each their own. I think most people are pretty safe about it at this point though, because there's an element of like, you don't want to go out there until it's frozen this thick, but yeah, no, fuck that. Like everyone just says it's ice drinking, and you go out there and you like set traps, and then you just like wait for the flags to go up. Carla, every day you come in like that, I die a little bit inside. You can just drink at home. Yeah, literally, you can drink at home. You can buy fish, and then you can cook the fish at home, and it'll still be cheaper than getting an ice fishing shack and a bunch of traps and stuff. Yeah, I've never really understood it. Like, oh, I just died even more. Oh, God. I don't know what the good intro is. Maybe just don't. Maybe just don't show up anymore. Maybe like somewhere in between. Maybe like a firm dap, you know? Just walk in, hit that firm ski. Yo, Dr. Frankenbob, what up, dude? Thank you for the 5 biddies. Yeah, come in like Dr. Frankenbob and throw money at me. Carla, I'd like that a lot more. I think that would be better. Last time I dapped you up, you got scared. Well, because you didn't know how to dap, you brought your arm back here. Like you were miskiff about to approach a woman. Like you had your arm fully back here, and you were like, oh, you got scared. Oh, well, I also got scared. I'm not gonna lie. The old head nod. the down head nod for respect and the up head nod. You looked like you were gonna hit me. Sending you miskiv vibes. No, it's just a firm dap needs force. You need that big pop, you know? Like a somebody said a miskiv handshake one time. And I hate that term so much. I hate that term so much. See live on Dusty, live on stream, Dusty getting slammed with a pillow to the face. Nah, she's at work, I'm safe. And I can always just call the cops and report my car stolen, and then she'll have no proof that like it's actually not stolen. And then I can just say that I don't know her. Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. She has no power here. Until she gets her little smart car. And then we're cooked. But yeah, I can just be like, oh my god, help, my car's gone. Some lady came in and beat the shit out of me and took my keys. She stepped on me with some fucking platform shoes. You get here and I'm just laying on the ground. Yeah, well, wait. Emu, you're never gonna get to the top like that. That's not it. Donation goal, get Corla a smart car and get it wrapped like a clown car. Well, you should ask your boss for a donation goal. Yeah, I have to ask my bosses for my dono goal. And I don't have money to spend my dono goals on your smart car. Wait, what if you start streaming and then you're like a VTuber? And then we just take my streams with a voice changer and then run them instead. And then that's your stream. So we have like both of the streams going at the same time. And then one of them appeals to like the VTuber audience. And then they give a lot of money to that stream. And then also I have the normal stream without the voice changer. Oh my god, wait, Emu. Holy shit, wait, Emu's rich. Emu was rewarded. Emu was rewarded. Yo, Groot, what up, dog? Big fan of your work. Do you think the servers will wipe when it goes from alpha to beta? So well articulated, Groot. My goodness, did you use Google Translate for that? That's fucking crazy, chat. Groot. For anybody that knows, you know, Groot the OG. I appreciate you, dog. So Servers wiping from alpha to beta. Group, thank you for the follow.
Absolutely S tier.
Yes, absolutely. Betas will 1,000% be new servers from what we've heard right now. Now I can't say like 100% chance because anything could change at any point, right? But basically, alpha is, and this is kind of what we're gonna get into here in a second. Alpha is supposed to last, as far as we know, until the game's near feature complete. So we shall see. We shall see. It's a little kind of like up in the air, but wipes are going to happen. I honestly would expect to see more wipes before we go to beta. Just to set proper expectations. I'd rather say that and be wrong than say there won't be wipes and be wrong. You know what I mean? So personally, I would expect more wipes in between now and beta. As like with the current structure, the alpha is supposed to last until the game is near feature complete, and then when it goes to beta, it's supposed to be just a final coat of paint and polish. So far the wipes have been on a 3 to 5 month cadence. I'd personally hope that we go 6+ months on this set of servers, right? If things happen and they have to wipe them before that, then they have to wipe them before that. But I'm personally really rooting for 6 months or more. That's my hope. So if you're coming in, fully be prepared for wipes. I would almost treat it through development as like a seasonal game in a sense, where you come in and you complete the content that you want to complete. And then when you're feeling burnt out, you don't necessarily force it. You just take a little bit of a break, play other things, and then come back when you're feeling more ready to check it out. Because content continues to evolve, content continues to come to the game. It's just only a matter of time, right? So my personal thing that I tell everybody is just be prepared for wipes. Don't be afraid to take time off and then come back and see like where the change is leading over time. And then go from there. Strad, what up, dude? Hope you're having a beautiful day. Wait, did Carla lose? Oh. Wait a minute. Oh, wait. Emu gave the points to an account named Points. Wait, Emu fucked up. So it's exclamation give and then the account name and then the number of points. Yeah, there you go. Emu got it this time. Emu got scammed. Although the Points account is probably rich. Whoever has the OG Points Twitch name is Insano Style. Wonder what Steven means by next year. Yeah, I haven't gone too into this because I usually like to give people a little bit of time to get in. Usually I'll start the actual news information around the time we get a Kiefer yo-yo, how's it going? Because that actually signifies the true start of stream. Everything else is kind of just the pre-show. Once we get the yo-yo, how's it going? We know that we're actually squared away and ready to start the content for the day. It's not a true day without the Keef yo-yo, how's it going? Generic, what up, dude? Hope you're feeling well today. Appreciate you coming through. What you getting up to, dude? I wonder if he's talking like a summer next year or December 31st next year. Well, also, just to preface anything, do consider for a second that a Steven next year could also represent like 2032. I love Steven, but a Steven next year could always mean like literally 5 years. Just for theory. Like, just keep that in your minds. I love Steven very much. But dates are not his strong point. So, take everything date with a grain of salt. Because if the dates were correct, then we'd be in a further state. Steven has proven to have a big golden heart, but time is a myth to the man. He's an incredibly kind person that has done extremely well in life, but I'm so fucking glad he can afford an assistant to keep him on pace for things like all of his meetings and stuff, because I'm convinced that that time doesn't apply. Dusty, can you cut my hair tonight? No joke. No, I do not feel comfortable doing that. I would absolutely destroy your shit. Yep. I would highly recommend we make you an appointment to get your hair cut somewhere. I am not the one to do that. Original launch was 2020. Didn't he say like 2018 at one point, or like 2019 or some bullshit? Here's a question: if he plans to launch when New World, ask him if he plans to launch when New World shuts down. I mean, the damage to New World's already done. Like, I know, like, haha, funny, right? But like the New World damage is fucking cooked. Like, once New World actually shuts down, first of all, that's going to be sooner rather than later. The New World 24-hour peak is 3,500 people, and there are 2,700 playing as of an hour ago. New World is already effectively gone and dead. It's gone, dude. There's nothing that's going to bring it back. There's nothing that's going to save it. It's going to fade off. It's going to die, and it's going to get buried. I don't think it lasts through 2026. I don't think that it happens, if I'm being honest. I would not be surprised if New World shut down before the end of this year because the player base is so fucking small at this point. Keep in mind, at 2,700 peak, that is the lowest the player base has ever been. And the previous was August 2024, when everybody was saying that this shit was dead in the water, completely gone. Like, you're looking at a 24-hour peak that was equivalent to August 2024. Like, it's fucking gone, dude. It's so beyond dead. It's so beyond dead. I don't think that New World survives, you know? I just don't. They gave a 6-month notice, though, so maybe mass combine to one server and give notice. They don't have to give notice for anything, though. Like, that's the thing. If Amazon decides to pull the plug, Amazon's going to pull the plug. They said that the servers would try to stay up until, like, the end of 2026. They would stay up throughout 2026 originally. And if they said 6-month notice, then that's already meaning that the timetable is shortening. The timetable is not guaranteed with anything. And there have been many titles that were doing better than New World that got pulled while they were still doing semi-well. So, I mean, it's just, they're not going to make money to keep servers up. Like, they said they would give a 6-month notice. Right. I just don't know that they will. That's the thing. Like, I understand that they may want to try to, but maybe they thought that the populace would hold on a little bit more. I don't know. But if this population, not this population, but like this population dips down under 2K for like a 24-hour peak, you're not getting 6 months there, man. You're not. And keep in mind, I played New World up until here. I played everything underneath this. If this gets under 2K average, you're not getting 6 months. Just from a realistic standpoint, Amazon and Amazon Games do not care about the players that are currently in New World. They have not cared about the players for a while. And I mean the corporate entities up top, not the developers. And the reason why they don't care is because there's not profit to be had. They just want to chase zeitgeist and chase profit and chase everything that they can there. That is their only goal from Amazon Games. And it's sad to see, but like, if there's not money in it, man, it's gonna get torched. And there's unfortunately nothing that's really gonna stop it. Players are leaving rapidly these days. I mean, why would you stay? Like, if you stay, you're just dumping time into something that's guaranteed going to die. Like, I understand the sentiment of like, I want to hold on, I want to play it until it's gone, but like, at a certain point, like, games are games. Like, play what you enjoy. But knowing for sure that what I was playing was going to be immediately shut down is sad. Now, everything will be shut down immediately, which is why I say play what you enjoy. But like the hope of what New World could be was always something that drove a lot of people. And I think now that that spark is gone and it's like dimmed out, there's just nothing there for people, man. Similar to Ashes, when it was wiping, no one played it. Yeah, I mean, it's a content cycle, but this wasn't even a wipe. It's literally just like dead. Yeah, with New World, it's even worse because New World is literally dead in the water. It is sitting there, floating body dead that hasn't been fished out of the water yet. And once it's fished out of the water, they're just going to cremate it. That's it. It's just floating there, getting bloated, getting ugly. And people aren't going to want to sit there and stare at that for too long, man. Some people are going to get sad because they know the dude and they were like, man, I remember when he was a human. It's a goddamn shame. Some people will get sad because they were family members. Some people get sad because they just gotta see a goddamn dead body. There will always be a bunch of people that are sad about things. Yo, Hank, what up, dude? Thinking about buying a new PC and play Ash is a good deal. Does it support FSR 4 or should I go for NVIDIA? I actually think that they just did some FSR updates recently, but referring to chat on that for my AMD users. But I do believe that they just pushed some FSR updates recently. Not unless he cuts my hair. I don't trust myself to cut your hair. Also, we would be using the same scissors that you use to cut bacon for whatever reason because you don't cut meat with a knife. So, oh, the poor guy isn't going to buy RAM? Holy shit. Yeah, guys, you want to see something crazy? Peep this. Now, please, nobody pull up to my house. But, like, bro, I'm fucking rich out here. I'm throwing bands out right now. I literally, like, I'm taking stacks of $100 bills and just smacking myself with them. What are these RAM prices? What the fuck is going on? They've, like, tripled. It's like half a yacht. Bro, I can retire off this. If I stripped out my PCs right now, I wouldn't need to stream anymore. I do that and I get a kick contract and I'm fucking good. Like, what do you mean? I'd never have to work again. I'd retire my fucking mom. The hell? Yeah, so I might sell these. Might go down to 32 in my build. Shit. It's like playing the econ game. It's like sell high, buy low type shit. Why are they so expensive? Obama. I should sell my older RAM. Look at RAM prices. They are ungodly expensive. You have one PC for stream and one for playing Ashes? Technically one for stream and my browsers. Yeah. That's that PC. It's a 2080 Super and a 3900X. I want to say it's 3900X. Anyways, then I have, that's just the DDR5s. I believe it's primarily DDR5s, but I think everything is inflated right now. I want to say everything is inflated. Like, check DDR4 as well, because I'm pretty sure DDR4 has gone up in price comparatively to what it should be. But yeah, so then I have my gaming PC, which is a 4080 Super and a 7800X 3D. They're calling it the AI Centipede. Wait, hold on. AI Centipede RAM. Okay. Been linked in recent tech discussions the use of RAM and artificial intelligence training and the AI centipede effect. Wait, so what is this? Cohere CEO and co-founder Aidan Gomez used the term human centipede effect to describe a potential problem where AI language models are trained on data generated by other AI models. The concern is this could lead to a model collapse, a phenomenon where the quality and diversity of the data rapidly degrade, much like a centipede that is unable to move properly. Ah, wait. That's not it. Okay, cool. What are we looking at then? Because I'm not seeing shit. I'm seeing the Cohere CEO saying something. Several companies are doing a circular economy thing. What do you mean by that? Explain it like I'm 5. I'm not an economist. Just wait until they need more power? I mean, shit, I'll sell my goddamn RAM for that. Although, I probably won't be able to get it back for a while. But like, chat, someone do an exclamation specs and peep my RAM right now and tell me what I could get for it. Please and thank you. I'd appreciate that a lot. I'm looking at this with like dollar signs in my head now, dog. Also, SSDs. Wait, how much money would I be able to just part my build out for? Exclamation specs it for me real quick, chat. Is this enough to retire in a different country? Because like low-key, what if we all just like part out our PCs and sell those hoes? And then we all just retire somewhere. We can buy a compound in a different country. Everybody just chills. We all farm and stuff. Be kind of fucking lit. We'd have an MMO world. Could probably recruit Steven. We'll call it Vera. Playing Ashes of Creation IRL, baby. Go to Mexico. Unironically, we could. Carla's from Mexico. It has like land and houses down there, so we wouldn't even have to like purchase land down there. Technically, we could just start cultivating. Food for thought, chat. Viva la Mexico. Buy her in for $10 delivery fees on your end. Don't miss this chance. Yeah, no, that's valid. That's valid. I think that's a great price. Chat, someone do an exclamation specs for me. I'm curious. I need someone to price check my RAM. I want to see, like, could I just run RAMless and then be fine? Like, what games could I run with literally 0 RAM? Is there a way that anything would function at that point? How can I part this out in the most efficient way possible? Minesweeper? I could probably play like Magic the Gathering online, but then I'd have to learn how to play Commander, and that'd be tragic. I don't know how to play Commander. So, nothing because the OS today takes a bunch of... So I could sell 3 of my sticks. Because I have 4 RAMs right now. I could sell 3 RAMs, and then I would still have 1 RAMs. So then, I have enough RAMs. Just for the operating system, and just for basic game. I think we'd be set. I think I'd be chilling at that point. And like, I'm gonna be real. What if I walk into my bank that I'm getting my pre-approval through, and I just slap a few RAM sticks on the table? I have 99, 3090, and 64 gigs of RAM PC in a box under my belt. Is it DDR5? That means you can't play Ashes. I don't need to for a couple of weeks. 330 new each RAM stick? Each stick? Or like each 2-pack? It's for each pair. Oh my fucking god. I mean, still. $660 for my RAM? That's not crazy inflated though. If I remember correctly, this RAM was relatively expensive when I got it in the first place. OpenAI want to build an insane amount of AI data centers. Total $3,753. Jesus. That is like $1,500 more than I paid for it. Yep. That's like a 50% inflation. Fuck. They're doing some weird business with Nvidia, AMD, Oracle, and the US government. They're buying from each other and giving money to each other. They're basically keeping the USA economy up by themselves. If you want a good explanation, check Gamer Nexus video and their Gamer Nexus consumer advocacy channel called What the Fuck is Going On? But it's a pretty long video. Oh, I love Gamer Nexus stuff. Okay, huge. So what you're saying... Wait, is that why Nvidia stock is so high? Oh. Wait, so should I buy Oracle? Because, like, Nvidia too high to buy. Should I buy Oracle? Chat, we buying Oracle? Not financial advice. My RAM is up to $400 per 2-pack. I mean, we could just move to Amish country, Carla. I'm just saying, I'm at 128 gigs of RAM. Gravon, DDR5? Because, brother, you could retire 3 families with your PC. What the fuck do you mean 128? What? Yeah, no, brother's actually got generational wealth in his PC. That's fucking absurd. I mean, who would have thought that PC investments would be the play? Shit, I guess we sitting on Honda Civics and PCs now, chat. Fuck real estate. I'm gonna start flipping PCs up here. I'm gonna walk around with a sign that says, I want to buy your DDR5 RAM. And then hopefully people will stop and they'll take the RAM out of their PC and sell it to me. Maybe that's it. Everybody real Amish country? Carla hasn't. We have Amish country in Maine, though. Like, we have actual just straight up Amish motherfuckers here. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. We have like multiple sections of Amish people because they can't really like go very far because it's all horses and buggies and stuff. But yeah, we got Amish folk up here. They just chill and do their own thing. My RAM's almost at 600 Canadian, and I have 2 packs in it. I could sell my PC and just game on my laptop for a bit. Wait, low key, that wouldn't be the worst idea. Although, like, that might not be good for Ashes. That might not be the best for Ashes. I mean, Zop, I grew up in a trailer. We vibing. Yeah, I got nothing against that. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, maybe not for Ashes. Maybe that shit would actually light on fire. It might be unsafe. Oh, God. Yeah, Zop, I mean, maybe we just vibe with him. Maybe we just vibe. Better next year. We'll talk about it in a sec. Glad Ashes made me buy RAM a year ago. Steven's for the people. Yeah, he's trying to help us with investments, bro. He's trying to get us all rich. Yes, Sirski, I appreciate that shit. Now, I'm pretty sure if I were to sell my PC and go down to a single PC stream, A, my PC would catch on fire, but also, I wouldn't have to run a donut goal for my student loan, so. I also bought RAM a year ago because of Ashes. Yo, we should write them a thank you letter. The thank you letter would go so fucking hard. We just want to give you a shout out for the most solid financial decision any of us have ever made when you forced us into buying RAM so we can run your game. Thank you, Ashes. You're always here for us when we need you the most. So who else bought RAM a year ago for Ashes? Who else was getting cooked? And how much did you guys buy? Because that might be like striking oil, bro. Oh my goodness gracious. Dr. Frankenbob. Wait, have you come up on RAM? Thank you for the 5 gifties, brother. Much love. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bought my PC a year ago because of Ashes. Oh, you bought it at the right time then. Yeah, you're up tremendous. Maybe Dr. Frankenbob's just getting rich off RAM, man. Frankenbob, thank you for the 5 gifties, dude. I appreciate that so much. God damn. Brother is going crazy with it. He's taken over the first gifter of the month spot. We got a week left for people to try to reclaim that, but Frankenbob is separating himself on the throne, boys. That's insane as hell. But a future-proofed? Are you ever really future-proofed? Because the thing is, US is considering a bailout for AI companies. I'm about to start an AI company, shit. I'll take free money. Like, low-key, high-key. Low-key, high-key. I'd be perfectly fine with that. Guess how much RAM I have slotted in my PC? I don't want to know. Is it more than Gravon's? Because Gravon has 128. And if it's more than his, yes. Word. Why? $256 then, I'd imagine. Yeah, that's... What's the point? Being nerd? I don't think anything would require that. I mean, maybe like rendering and stuff. If you're like working in that line and you need like a fucking workstation PC. There's no point in having more than 128. Well, the point is having 128 more. Yeah. Maybe VR, otherwise digital creation or whatever. You ever want to open 150 tabs of Chrome? I'm kind of there right now. So, I'm basically there. We got a fucking solo Dr. Frankenbob hype train on the way? What the hell? Boy, it's the first Type-U train of the day. I was about to go fill up my coffee because I'm just about out, but we got a goddamn hype train in this bitch. I have a server tower in my room. How hot is your room? And why? Like, what's the benefit of that? That's my question. Like, what do you do that actually, like, requires that? Because clearly, like, there's no fucking game that's actually gonna, like, take that. It's work related. What do you do for work? Power a fucking spaceship? Brother, the last time you told me about a work project, somebody put a semicolon instead of a colon. And then you had to, like, fix a bunch of semicolons. I don't think I don't think that requires goddamn 256 gigs of RAM. Although maybe you know more than me. I don't want to be reminded. Can't you just like control F and then find and replace all? Wouldn't that be the play? Or were some of them supposed to be the other ones? I don't want to make you relive it, but you can create a RAM disk and run Ashes directly from there with that much RAM. How hard is that? Because that seems hard. That seems very hard. Also seems like it would be just as expensive. I don't know. I don't know if I'm about that life, boys. I think I might just hold on to the RAM. I control Western Africa from my bedroom. You are Maya's bitrate. I mean, that would make sense. Because that bitrate was fucking ridiculous for the IRL streams. That shit was insano style. I have no idea how IRL streams looked that clear. I think mine were okay, but I did not have that level of bitrate, boys. Let me tell you what. Let me tell you what. I did backend and infrastructure stuff at work, and I run a lab at home that simulates the work environment so I can test stuff and troubleshoot. Huh. I would assume that also gets hot as dick in your room. I would assume that would also be very, very, very bad. All right. I'm filling up my fucking coffee. Yes, what that guy does. Word. Okay. Yo, Coco, what up, dude? How are you today? I'm going to fill up my coffee real quick, and then we're going to read the Steven tweet, and then we're going to yap about the Steven tweet, because I'm curious what you guys will think about this. I'm very curious, boys. Twitch Prime. I shall return un momento. Good day. I have coffee. Brain, what up, dude? Oh my god, it's so cold. Yo, Guy-Man, over on YouTube.
I'm not good at math. I'm not very smart.
I don't know what the hell that means. But good morning. Yo, Achilles, what up, dog? Good morning, what you up to? Are you excited for the 11th? Because I'm excited for the 11th. He's taking a trip to Dr. Bongerpinski. Listen, it was urgent care today. Fortunately, no long waits. Fortunately, nothing crazy going on. I will be tapping in. With whomst are you tapping in? Are you bringing TFR over, or will you be joining an existing entity? This is the question. And the answer is one that could make me very happy. Only tried running more than... What? Why that many? Although... Wait a minute. Diablo 2. You run 8 virtual machines, you got players 8. Immediately. Zop, you thinking what I'm thinking? Shout bot, find item bot, and then a bunch of fill characters. Zop and I are already thinking of some ideas with those virtual machines, my boy. It's either TFR or cats, I think, at this point. Listen, I'm just saying. Even if you have a lot of people coming over, Achilles, just start a branch of cats. Like, just be like the free cats or something, dog. I'm just saying, there are many opportunities. Plus, we just went over in our guild meeting recently about how we're trying to get more administrative folk. They're gonna be here for the long run. So, let me know. We have leveling group signups up, so we can get people into leveling groups. We have been working very diligently on leveling routes, so we can get a whole lot of people a good questing route to get started, and then just grind from there. So, yeah, Nin, you could come with. Yeah, that'd be lit. Ariana Grande is gonna be so fun. So fun. Hunter, thank you for the hydrate. If you don't want to go, don't go. I mean, I'll go. Like, I'm not gonna like turn down a concert, but yo, Damien, what up, dog? Hope you're having a beautiful day. Hunter, what you getting up to? All right. So let us see here. The quote from the man himself. Last week, I have to burp. Excuse me. We announced that Ashes of Creation will be entering Steam Early Access on December 11th. It's a milestone years in the making, and an opportunity to bring a wider audience into the world we've been building and to carry that momentum with us as we push towards beta next year. Now, I'm glad that this is right in the first paragraph because we can talk about this. Chat, what are your takes on this? Because I feel as though there may be a misinterpretation, but also it's definitely up in the air. As we push toward beta next year, could either mean that the scope of where they want to target beta has shifted to next year, and it's now a matter of expediting development, or they're making the push towards beta throughout the next year. That is the question. You have a really good question for Steven now during the interview. You bet here's sweet fucking Bippy. If it's not forwarding, it's very, very bad. That being said, I think it's the latter. I hope it's the latter, yes. I hope that they are not feeling rushed or tied to a timetable. Beta next year at end of the year and world reduced to one continent for release was second to come after. They could definitely do that, like Tolnar Underrealm second continent expansion stuff. But I'd also 20 days of early access, then we go into beta. Oh god. Beta at the start of next year, and then we launch with fucking 2 starting areas, 5 biomes. God damn it. My meme about how Ashes could launch right now and not be the worst MMO on the market is about to be tested. Oh fuck. No, I don't think it's that bad. I hope it's not that bad. Now, there will be the side that is like, oh wow, look at the Steam move, they're running out of money. Look at this wording, they're doubly running out of money. There will be a side that runs with that. I don't know the insides enough because, like, it could happen. It could be more urgent than I see from my perspective on the outside as someone that just plays the game and covers the news about it. I don't talk to these people like personally. I don't stay up to date on everything that's happening. I don't know. And I don't think anybody really does know, so it's all speculation. I also think with the recent announcement, a lot of the existing community is going to be very on edge about any wording and any movement that Intrepid makes that could be interpreted in any other way, shape, and form. You know what I mean? So with this, it's a little ambiguous. It's like, does the push for the beta continue through the next year? Or does the beta target shift to next year? That is the thing. Like, I feel like tagging on the next year out of it, it makes me think that they are optimistically looking at beta at the end of next year if they can get everything in over the course of a year, which, hear me out. Well, the rest of the post, I can see this being poor wording or trolling. I hope it's first, but knowing Steven, I can see the trolling. Well, so hear me out. The original goal for Alpha 2 Phase 3 was 1+ year. 1+ year with no set end date. So maybe for whatever reason, Steven has an extrapolation of like, in another year and a month, where will we be at? Well, as of right now, it may be far enough progressed that they're happy with shifting towards beta. That'd be news to me. But I'm very optimistic about things. Got my money's worth. I hope they succeed. Just look at the recent announcements skeptically. But extreme, not extreme. Like it seems people want to go balls to the walls. They can't do a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. I think that's the most valid take that I've heard, Karka, honestly. And I respect that take so much. Like, worst case scenario, games can shut down. I mean, I actually have questions that are based around this because in the Western MMO world, so many games are getting cooked. So many studios are getting cooked. Funding is drying up from external sources. And funding is a very, 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 very finite thing, right? Especially in the Western MMO world. So, yo, Grandpa, what up, dude? It's going absolutely beautifully. How are you doing today? So, like, in terms... Carla. Look at his hair. My hair? What do you mean my hair? What's wrong with my hair? My hair is nice. What do you mean look at his hair? My hair is nice. Anyways. Is my hair fucked up? I don't think my hair is fucked up. I think we're chilling. So anyways. Ariana Grande tickets are minimum $1,500. Wait, that's disgusting, by the way. I'm just throwing that out there. So anyways, we need a new progress report / roadmap, because honestly the augment system doesn't seem realistic. It just depends on the scope. Did you bait bro to mess up his hair? My hair's fine now. What do you mean? I fixed my hair. Yeah, my hair is perfectly fine. You can literally buy a nice-ish PC without RAM. Yes, without RAM. Told you to do the opposite of what you tell us. I'm the fucking worst. I'm the worst. Now, I'm also sitting here like, oh, well, maybe he means they're going to push towards the beta throughout next year. Mayhaps. Watch it just be like January 1st, bam, beta 1. Bam. Just instantly. Oh, fuck, dude. The inverse Dusty is strong. To end next year, Intrepidity plus 300 devs more. If the scope doesn't change. I mean, that's the thinking. I think if scope for launch doesn't change, and the vision is still the same, and the scope is still the same, then I think they will absolutely need more time than just next year. I think it's great to try to push for that. But also, this could be entirely dug into the wrong way, where everyone is just thinking something that it's not. It could also be me just not thinking critically enough at it, right? Don't need 300 more devs if you outsource the biome development. What if I told you that the biome development doesn't need to be outsourced because they have internal PCG tech, which is basically AI assisted biome development, where they punch in the parameters for the biomes, and that tech is something that's supposed to be developed for the biome generation in the long term. Like, that's how they've generated the desert, the June Dark, and the anvils was their first pass at, no, not the desert. I think it was the tropics and the June Dark. No, I think they did the addition to the desert. I want to say it was the addition to the desert, and then everything else so far. But anyways, PCG doesn't make the base assets. Right, assets still need to be made, and then PCG just populates the assets. Right. Yeah, so it basically uses the parameters to then populate the assets over the course of everything. Now, from those that have kind of like poked and prodded a little bit about the PCG tech, the optimism is very high about like what it will be able to do in the long term, which makes me very excited. I don't know exactly what they would expect out of the PCG in the long term, like in terms of its like top end capabilities. I'm nowhere near smart enough, nor have I been just laid out, this is what we want the PCG to do. But the PCG should, in theory, as it develops, be able to generate these biomes with, you know, Intrepid made assets, with mob population, potential NPC population, and like a baseline of things. Can it balance POI balance placement? So right now, I don't think it's doing POI placements, if I remember correctly, but it was used in the anvils, and the anvils was a new version of the wilderness population for it. So basically, like, the reason the anvils were so overpopulated comparatively to other things, and the reason we saw like those new camps that were spread throughout the wilderness, and then like the packs of humanoids that were guarding the you know, the wildlife mobs, that was the PCG that essentially determined where those placements should go, as far as I know. So PCG could speed things up a lot. Wonder why every biome except Riverlands feels unfinished? Because the Riverlands was developed first and was the core starting area where everything is based. Like, starting areas are supposed to be 1 to 30. So for the longest time, it was the Riverlands and then 3 settlements in the desert that were very like underutilized because there wasn't much out there. The Riverlands is the only place that's had dedicated POIs built out instead of just those pocket dungeons. It's also got your grand dungeons, both adjacent to them. So in terms of like right now, I personally think it's like, it's questing, it's POIs, and then it's grand dungeons that other areas will need. Even with something like the desert, where it's literally a fucking desert, if you have a grand dungeon there and you have a questing loop that actually takes you through and uncovers the secrets of the desert, like, you'll have a lot to do there. With the June Dark is supposed to be an endgame area. That's a level 50 area that's downscaled to a playable level for us right now. So as that gets grand dungeons, that will also scale up. And addition to that, once we level past 25 level cap, and once we go to like the 31 to 50 grind, if that's still gonna happen, then we'll be forced out of the Riverlands, and so then we'll see the emphasis on like, you know, more development outside of that. Now, Steven did say recently that there was a point of interest team that is assigned to the anvils right now to make anvils POIs, and actually design those areas, so there is more to do out in the anvils as well. So it's somewhat, you know, equitable with the Riverlands. I still, based on current pacing, would not expect the anvils to be on par with the Riverlands for December 11th. We still have not seen the anvils full FTUE updates, right? To my knowledge. Or have they passed the anvils too? Because I've only been pumping Riverlands. I haven't gone out because I haven't seen patches about the anvils changing. Chat, who's been out to the anvils? At least a steel bloom in the anvils and one of the desert would be great. Yeah, I mean, just some equivalent to pull people out of there. And then like when the tropics gets its mob population and actually like stuff out in the water, instead of it just having, you know, islands and then a fucking seed devoid of life, then, you know, that'll be nice. I think right now, the Riverlands is just the best, like, most developed place. They've been making changes to the anvil's first time user experience as well. Oh, really? Well, slap my ass and call me a bitch. I guess I gotta test something else today, huh? Because I had the old Riverlands first time user experience down. I could get out of the mountain in a few minutes. It was fast. Now, in the Riverlands, I'm hitting 6.5. We might be able to push up to 7 in under 30 minutes, providing some quests get fixed along the way. So we're thuming there. Phoenix, what up, my dude? How are you today? Nin, thank you for the hydrate. I choose coffee. I don't know how people say coffee's not hydrating. It's literally mostly water. I put a little bit of coffee beans in with a lot of water, and then we're good. How are you feeling about it by now? I don't think it changes. It might be my ignorance, but I think this needs more clarification, if I'm being honest, because it's a diuretic. You know what's crazy? I always, until I was like 26, thought that a diuretic made you poop. Because like diuretic, like I literally could have sworn diuretic meant it made you poop. I'm just saying. Can someone clarify if there's a wipe or not and when? Yo, Carl Bananas over on YouTube. What up, dude? There is a wipe. Yes, the new servers start up on December 11th. So you will be able to make a brand new character on the 11th, have a ton of players that are leveling along the way. You'll have 2 starting areas, big update, hopefully. Summoner, coming in the final primary archetype. So now we've got all 8 of the base classes. Once that drops, the Harbinger zones for the late game systems. Myriad of changes to questing and first time user experience stuff. So it's going to be a fun time. But December 11th is where you'd be looking to hop in. That is going to be the new servers going up. That also is going to line up with a price reduction for the alpha pack. So with the alpha pack, it goes from 100 USD for its old cost to 42.50 from the 11th to the 25th. And then from there, it goes to $50 after the 25th. For how long that early access is on Steam? Until the game launches. So basically, early access is the remainder of the development, like, cadence, or like the remainder of the development time until the game launches. So for that 42.50, the 11th to the 25th, you would be in until the game launches. And then when the game launches, it's no box cost, no DLC cost. It is just a $15 a month sub. And that sub is only when the game fully launches. Not early access, no point in early access. Only when the game fully launches. Your first month of sub time is included in your pack as well. So you're essentially getting 15 bucks back there. But yeah, so Master Chief, like, personally, I don't really think it's that changing of anything, dog. I really don't. For how long? Okay, I already read that one. When do you think the game should launch? When do I think it should launch? When it's done. Now, that's always going to be dependent on, like, the scope of things, and if the scopes change versus what we thought it was going to be or anything like that. So that's the big question. And people are digging into this tweet like fucking ancient manuscripts, dog. It is wild how much people are looking into specifically this first paragraph, because he says, as we push toward beta next year, there are a million ways this could be taken, if I'm being honest. It could mean that we're making a continued push towards beta over the next year and just trying to make progress. It could mean that we are looking at beta as the goal next year. Because keep in mind, originally their goal for beta was 1+ year. So maybe they're just trying to one line, fuck the city up, bro. Everybody in the streets now. No, I swear to God, bro. I swear to God. Yeah. So like, I feel like this just means we're going to keep pushing towards beta through 2026. Maybe if everything goes well and they just slam out content, then that's a reasonable thing. But unless the scope has changed, I don't think there's a way that beta hits 2026 with the game being feature complete. That's the thing. Will they hire more people using the money from Steam? I don't know. I mean, Steven could hire more people. Steven could take it all to Belize and retire and rug pull us. He could take it and go gamble it at a baccarat table. I mean, he's rich enough, he could just diversify in real estate and then just fuck off and never see us again. I'm not quite sure where the Steam money will be allocated, but I do have an interview with Steven early December, so that'll be coming up in a little over a week. So hopefully we'll be able to get a lot of good information out. And he's basically like lobbing me up an alley, and I'm about to grab that shit and like Blake Griffin windmill that hoe home in the interview. So this will be a great question for us to actually ask and get clarification on with the wording. optimistic about that. That'll probably be a 30-minute conversation anyways about the scope and how that stuff has changed. So expect some good information. All in for a Baccarat and reinvest into Ashes. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, if it ever gets really bad, if it ever gets really, really, really bad, just take what's left, throw it on a Baki, and then you win, you come back, and game's fine. And worst case scenario, like, if we're going to die, we're going to die. So you recognize the death and you YOLO it one time for the one time. And if you win, we're up. Two ways to look at it. Target beta 2026, or it's in sight and it's hype. I don't know how it would be in sight. Like, I love Ashes, and I am so excited for the future of Ashes. But, like, that's a long sight, bro. That's like better than 2020 vision if that shit's in sight from here. That's the big thing about it, where it's like, I understand. I see the vision as well. I understand it's there. I know we got Sejoma coming. I know we got the rest of this continent coming. And then I know we got the Eastern continent coming and the Underworld coming, or the Underrealm coming. Then we got the Tolnar. Then we got the secondaries and the archetype ranks and the families and the religions and the guild housing and the player housing and the freeholds and the mini games and the trade skills and the... Bro, that's a fucking lot for a year. Like, I have no problem saying that that's a fucking lot for a year. And I'm a huge advocate as someone who would benefit from this game launching, because it'd bring in a lot more people. I'm a huge advocate for them to wait and launch when everything's ready to launch. Now, ready to launch is always a relative term as well, because if the scope has changed and they want to peel back some things and then maybe bring them in as expansions or anything like that, that could be a huge impact on relative time to launch too. But I don't think that entire scope of Ashes of Creation, 2026 feature complete beta, I don't think those go together. I don't think that's like the, the lock-in with everything. You know what I mean? I think those are contradictory things. And I would rather Intrepid say, haha, Dusty, you silly streamer, and prove me wrong, and just whip out an entire fully finished version of Ashes of Creation over the next year. I will put my socks in my mouth on stream if they can fucking do that. I would absolutely love that for them to prove me wrong. I just think there's a whole hell of a lot for people to actually whip out, dude. That's like actually like nets on the windows, bars on the doors, beatings at midnight, punishments at noon. Which, honestly, I've said for a while would have us launching by the end of next year. I just didn't think Steven would have the balls, if I'm being honest. I didn't think he'd start smacking his employees. So, maybe beatings at midnight, punishments at noon have fostered a fast work environment instead of the accommodating, work at your own pace environments that we have nowadays. I feel you. Yes, a rush product is usually a bad product. Not if people are fearing for their lives, Grandpa Nabes. So imagine he's got a workforce of 250 people, right? Somebody throws in a bug, throw him down the trash chute, hire a new dev. You're in California. You know how many people are in California? If you fear for your life, you'll put out a rushed and good product. It's all the matter of like fear, because the adrenaline rush will also eliminate the need for food, water, caffeine, and it will lock in their focus on a different level. Yes. New tools could always show up as well. Like a cattle prod. Right. So that way Steven could zap people when they start to doze off. Right. Jar Jar, you're so fucking smart. No, that's absolutely true. Steven could employ new tools. Yep. Car batteries, little clippies. Put one on your legs. So that way if you start to fall asleep, you just get a zzz, and it wakes you up a little bit. No more eating till lunch. See, that's what I'm saying. I don't run a business, but I motivate myself by saying, hey, Dusty, no meal until you make your content for the day. Make good content, and then you can have a big fat meal after stream. You're up tremendous. Now, what if Steven rounded up all of the developers each day by waking them up with a cold splash of water to the face, throws a bag over their head, throws them in the back of a van, no food, no wake up, no morning run, no anything, escorts them all into the developers, into like the developer studio area, throws them all in there, seals the door, And then like they got somebody walking around, and I've said this before, with like the executioner axe just like dragging it around like a big ass ogre just throughout the studio all day, just making sure that people are doing stuff correctly. I'm just saying. Plus, the other run a business, you run the sweatshop. I think people would rather apply for sweatshop positions than apply for Dusty Corp positions. Yes. It's a performance-based pay structure, and I evaluate the performance, so nobody gets paid. Yeah. So it saves me a hell of a lot of money, though. I love that shit. Some of the game does just lost their job, and they're gonna take yours, get busy boys. Exactly, and they're expendable. Yes, you throw a couple down the trash chute, and then you just look at your applications, and then you're good. You're fine. Or just like all the others, threaten them with AI. Nah, AI slop is all gonna fail, dog. Y'all seen fucking Courtroom Chaos starring Judge Snoop Dogg? 120,000 a year pay is no sweatshop? No, if I were running it. No, I wouldn't pay people. You think I'd pay people 120,000 a year? No. I'd pay you with being able to fucking live another day. The hell? I'm not paying 120,000 fucking dollars a year to anyone. Bust down. Good day, comrade. How are you? I think it'll help. Naruski, no. Bust down is a comrade. Bust down, comrade. Yes. One of the good ones. I think it'll help, but can't do it all with AI. What if they actually got Allen Iverson? No, speak Russian. Well, you don't need to speak Russian. I think he's saying like good morning. I'm pretty sure. We translated it one time and it's nice. Okay, well, I don't know what that part means. That's where I'm out. Good day, comrade. That's all I know. I just say good day, comrade, every time he comes in. And then I hope it gets translated through. I figure the comrade is kind of like the bonding point there. Dude probably doesn't understand a thing that I'm saying. Hold on. Can someone Google Translate that for me real quick? I need a translator. Please and thank you. So someone hit me with the translate. Think everything's fine? Oh wait. He can understand me. Bust down. I'm good. Thank you, dude. I can't read that, but we got chat on the translate. See? He's nice as hell. Like, I don't know, but people just come in different languages. Still nice. Fluent Russian? Yes. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Vodka. Mm-hmm. Yes. Stoli. Yep. Mm-hmm. Right. Yes. So anyways. How are we taking this, chat? Are we really on the train of like beta next year? Because I don't think we're on the train of beta next year. I'm not hopping on that train. I'm not sold that it's beta next year. I'm not sold that it's supposed to be the communication of beta next year. I don't believe that. At least I have a hard time believing it. But I also suck at predictions. I am actually fucking pee-pee poo-poo at predicting. Beta's probably 2 years away. See, that's what I've thought. Unless the scope of Ashes has changed recently. Beta in May. We'd be so fucked. Oh, God. He said next year, so I'm expecting beta on January 1st, 2026. That would be awful. Oh, God. Unless they were just going to be in beta forever instead of alpha. Like, maybe it's just a shift in how they're approaching it. Mayhaps. Do me a favor and peep Zine's Twitch. Why? What are you trying to sell me here? I'm on a rant right now. I think he wants beta next year, and honestly, I think the scope has changed and we just haven't been told. Don't worry, I have questions about this. Might be banking on plenty of people from Steam to help playtest and speed up everything. See, that's also possible. Maybe thinking that with more people coming in through Steam and the player base growth, that would lead to faster playtesting cadence, quicker bug fixes, and stuff like that. I think that could also be a part of maybe what's affecting their thoughts on it. That could be a thing, maybe shifting to beta for another 3 years. That could also be it. Maybe just trying to get out of the alpha tag. Excuse me. And trying to shift it into beta. Like, maybe that's possible. What's missing? Second archetypes, 25 levels of skills, endgame content, figure the second content. Fix all the PvP types events as well as rebalance everything. What's missing right now? Level 50, secondary archetypes, guild castles, punishment scaling, or like basically the, you know, win-loss rewards for many of the PvP modes that are already in. Let's see, more grand dungeons, more world bosses, instant narrative content, full questing experience that takes you through, you know, the game in a meaningful way. Family system, religious system, housing system, 3 types of settlements that'll have different election processes, settlement superpowers, mayoral superpowers, guild housing, guild powers, blah, 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 titles. Let's see. What else? There's a lot. There is still a lot. Now, a lot of it is also accessory systems, where it's like it'll come in faster as it gets completed, but so 2 to 3 years is enough. I mean, in my opinion, yes, but I'm also not a game dev. I'm also just somebody who plays a lot of video games, right? So I don't know what's under the hood. I don't know what they're packing. I don't know what they have on internal branches that's been cooked up that's almost ready to be slapped out, and they're just waiting to slap it out, you know? There's so much that we don't really know from the perspective that we as playtesters and community members have. But they could always change the scope. They could always say these systems aren't necessary in the way that we thought they were going to be. So if you take WoW, they scrapped so much from the first iteration of the game to release it. Not a bad thing to do. But the thing is that we know what we'd lose with Ashes. That's very valid, Ank. Yeah, that's very valid. With Ashes being so transparent, people would immediately be able to refer to the wiki, refer to the old roadmaps, and be like, oh, this never made it to the game. This was supposed to be in development. And then even if they launch without all of the scope, then you'd have that sentiment from the community that it's like, it's not actually a launch, it's still the development cadence, you know? I think that's the big critique that would come at that point, where it's like, how are we launching if the scope of what was supposed to be in for launch isn't in yet? And people would have a large problem with that, I think. The first continent isn't right. Why add a second continent? I really believe that anything that isn't absolutely necessary won't be in release. Second continent is built, just waiting on the interconnected systems from continent 1. The look for the other towns is almost complete. Where's that information coming from? Like the look for the other towns. Because like, town types aren't just going to be a static look, or they're not supposed to be. The buildings are supposed to be reflective of like the contribution of different player characters. So that's supposed to be more of like an evolutionary thing as it goes. But then you also have like the town layouts and stuff like that, which those are going to be more subject to the node quirks themselves, or settlement quirks, where we currently have the harbor, the river quirk, and the non-river quirk. So I mean, we're supposed to have more like node quirks or settlement quirks anyways for the baselines, but like the looks of the towns will also be dependent on like player character races being reflected there, as far as we know. But that could also just be scrapped, and it could just be like different looks of towns in different areas that reflect the area architecture itself, instead of being reflective of that. So friend that works there, the primary race is what affects the look of the towns. 5 races means 5 sets of buildings. Right. But are you talking the divine races? Because you have more than 5 races. Because you have 2 types of humans, which have different sets of buildings. And then you have 2 different dwarves, which have 2 sets of buildings. And you have 2 different orcs, 2 different elves. Like, they all have their own architectures and, like, stories in the Ashes lore. So that's reflected even in, like, the starting areas. So with the Aelin Divine Gate, you would have your 2 human areas. And then that would reflect either Kalar or Velun. And then from there, you would have your Dwarven starting area that has Dunir influence and then Nakuan influence. So that wouldn't be 5. Can't wait to have Renkai capital in Dudes and Kill. Yeah, you just gotta get all the Renkai out there. Aesthetics for those minor changes. I mean, it's all aesthetic, right? I get that. But I feel like they would have shown more, but if true, we might be in for a hell of a year. I mean, I have no doubt that there's more on internal branches that is in the works than what we're seeing. But anytime I hear somebody say, I have a friend that works there, I always am very hesitant because Intrepid employees are NDA'd to shit. And if anything were actually traced back to anybody there, they would probably lose their job immediately in terms of leaks. Like, I understand that leaks are happening. There was a leak of the all hands on meeting that went out talking about the wipes and stuff like that. So people knew there are people at Intrepid that are leaking information to certain people. But I just don't understand why somebody would be dumb enough to do that and risk their job to do it. Unless they were getting paid more than their salary to the point where they'd be willing to risk their career in game dev being somebody who got fired from a studio for leaking information. Like that would be very bad. I don't think that would be something that would land them another job. So, Dusty, check your email. Creator program emails may have just gone out. What you mean? Did they post in news or something? I don't know which email I used. No. Nothing in my email. I just got one. Did you get in? Wait, that's fucking massive. Zop first content creator in the content creator program? Absolutely huge. Wait, did the Zoppers get in? That'd be fucking massive. I don't check my email much. Hold on. I just got one too. What the fuck? Hold on. You've been invited to PTR testing. No, I'm back in June. Nope. I'm denied, boys. We're cooked. We're all cooked. Although I might have used my other email. I don't remember which email I used. Hold on. Let me check my other email real quick. All cooked? Yeah, I'm blacklisted. Hold on. No, we're cooked. All right, so anyways. How much are they paying you guys? Lifetime friend? Like, it's just so hard for me to just, like, base stuff off of that fully. You know what I mean? That's the, like, if I had more information on, like, where stuff was coming from, then it's like, I can get behind it a little bit. But, like, I also can't necessarily just trust without verification, you know? That's the hard thing. I just joined, but if you really have a lifelong friend who's telling you things pretty fucked up to the app in a space like this, sure, it's easy to put two and two together. I mean, the internet's relatively anonymous. I don't necessarily know if connections would be made or anything from, like, a random Twitch account saying, like, this, that, the other. And there have been many leaks that have gone out. Like, there was a recording that got sent to a content creator somehow. That was a recording of the all hands on meeting that Intrepid had. That was basically explaining what the wipe would be and, like, the Steam early access and stuff like that. So there are leaks going out. Like 1,000%. There are leaks going out. Somebody at Intrepid is leaking. It's just a matter of who. And honestly, it's probably multiple people. And I can be completely upfront. I have no leaks. I have none. I wish I did, because I'd be way less wrong on a lot of my predictions and you guys would think I was an oracle. But, like, I clearly have no fucking leaks, dog. My predictions are ass. So, if you have leaks, then good for you. I don't bug anybody. I don't have a rapport with anybody like that. Nor would I ask anybody for leaks like that, because that's something where I just wouldn't want to get them cooked. But, I mean, if you have somebody leaking you stuff, then good for you. I have such a hard time believing it. Just from an outside standpoint. And I know that the recordings of the Intrepid internal meetings have gone out. I know the information has gone out to people before. It could be PI people. It could be personal friends. I don't know. I'm not one to say. It could be a 4chan hacker man. Whomst the fuck knows? Not I, sir. Not I. So, You know, we'll see. We'll see. I would personally love it if we weren't living in a state of affairs where it seems like half of the information that goes out to like 3 people and then spreads from there. Because there have been a few very coincidental, informational acquisitions, we'll say, made by certain people. And I have heard these informational acquisitions handed down, and I'm like, that seems wrong. That seems a little out there. And then it's been oddly correct, which was a little strange, if you do ask me. It was a little out there, but there's a Rainbolt that. I don't know where the guy had his first birthday party. I mean, maybe we bring Rainbolt in. Maybe we like backtrace the audio file. Mayhaps. Do you get a Pogger's email? No. Chat told me to check my email and I don't have any emails. No, I got cooked. It's okay. They know they don't have to let me in because I won't go anywhere. Dusty rejected? Yeah, I also don't remember which email I put down because I have a couple of different emails. No, you get it, you don't. I mean, I don't know. Did they start sending stuff out? Keep checking. I mean, that's fine. Like, what's going to change? If you got rejected, you know too. My buddy got rejected. Wait, so they sent out confirmations and rejections? Oof. And he got an email. I don't have an email. They haven't emailed me at all. Check spam. No. All messages. No, not in that one. I don't remember which email I use because I have a couple different emails depending on what I'm doing. Hold on. I go back to the other one. No, I don't think so. I have Streamlabs wants me. I don't even use Streamlabs. Hold on. Promotions. Where'd it come from? Was it like the Intrepid email? Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I'm not going anywhere anyways. Let's see. Yeah, no. I have an email from Mr. Warren E. Buffett, though. That's kind of crazy. Huh. Well, I might have actually just found a good opportunity. Low-key, high-key. That's fucking massive. That's huge. Sorry, I'm switching screens right now. I try not to show, like, screen when I'm switching screens around because switching screens when you're streaming NDA'd content is the easiest way to get Thanos snapped. So I just turned that shit off. Go to deal, I assume? Yeah, he's looking to sponsor me, except he needs a little bit of money before he can sponsor me. Yeah. No, dude, it's not a Nigerian prince. It's literally Warren Buffett. I'm a famous streamer. Why wouldn't Warren Buffett want to work with me? Actually, not famous enough. Anyways. As Carlo check. They've like snail mailed it to me or something. They're sending it on a carrier pigeon. Yeah, no, either way. I mean, I'm not going anywhere. But I don't have any emails. I checked both of my emails that I would have put on there. Unless I typoed it in the form, but no, I don't think so. Either way, I'm sure it's fine. I think they only accepted smaller people for now. I can't go into details, but it wasn't a great deal. I don't think anybody's getting paid for that, Mr. Sativa. I don't think anybody's actually getting paid for content creator program stuff. I'm pretty sure the content creator program is mainly just like community giveaways and like community events and stuff like that. I don't even know all the benefits of it if I'm being completely honest, but yeah, I don't paid with in-game gold. Yo, new econ buff. But yeah, I would assume it's probably just like, hey, you're gonna work with Intrepid, maybe like record stuff, maybe, you know, work together on some videos, put out some content, help with events potentially, and then have like drops and giveaways, I would assume would be the big thing, and then like promotion on the channels. So I don't necessarily think it'd be much of a monetary compensation potential. Although, if they do sponsored streams at any point, then it could make sense for content creators that are in the CC program to also get sponsored for those streams, but maybe get a PvP to get it. Maybe that's why. Yeah, true. No hands. I think I'm allowed to say your assumption may or may not be correct. Might be directly on point. Hope they'd give you and other... Oh, no, I don't think anybody's getting deals, dog. I don't think anybody's getting deals, if I'm being completely honest. Maybe, though. Hey, bald man. What'd your email say? Tell me what your email said. Game's way too far out for them to pay out stipends and stuff yet. Yeah, I mean, I'd just be happy with, like, key giveaways, dog. Like, say they were just like, hey, congratulations getting into the content creator program. Here are 10 keys for you to give away the week of the 11th. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'd be fine with that shit. That'd be more than I got right now to give away. Like, I don't necessarily expect anything. Set them in and they want my firstborn child legal name for the NDA, and that's pretty much it. And make sure all my stuff is connected, like Discord forum, etc. Oh, wait, you get NDA'd in that bitch? Oh, fuck me. That's probably why they didn't send it to me, dog. That's probably why. NDA? Maybe they're waiting for me to be off stream, so I won't talk about it. Is it a full NDA? Oh, dude, I'm gonna have such an information boner. Jesus Christ, it's a good thing you guys can't see down there. They'll send you an NDA after you do all the stuff, allegedly. What if Steven just shows up at your door and throws a bag over your head and, like, kicks the shit out of you and then leaves? Doesn't even take you anywhere, just leaves you with a bag over your head. I feel like that'd be good conditioning. See which content creators are actually built for that shit and see which aren't. I'd be fine with it. Like, black SUV pulls up and you're like, oh, hey, I got in. Just go and T-pose in the street and take the fucking beating. Interesting. Okay, well, if you guys are NDA'd, don't leak. But you get jumped in. Every new content creator that comes in gets fucking jumped in. We're just, like, stomping him out. Maggie's, like, throwing rocks at him and shit. NDA didn't get sent out yet. Leak it before the NDA gets there. You did it, not me. I'm just saying. Listen, I've been good about NDAs so far. I'm just clarifying. I've been good about NDAs so far. That way. I've been good. Holy news. Did they post a news thing? Hold on, let me peep. Was it in the Discord? Hold on. Hiya. Did they post anything about it, or did, like, emails just go out? Steven said beta, and then content creator emails went out. Interesting. Congrats to my lads, boys. If you guys did get in, I'm happy for you. Can I PM you something quick? I'm not sure I'm allowed to show it yet. Well, if you think you might get in trouble, then maybe wait. Just so you don't get, like, Thanos snapped for being excited about something. I just want Summoner. Have you tested on the PTR? Because Summoner's, like, solid. Where do you see that? As fan coming over thing? He said it in his video, from what I have gathered. I don't remember if it was in his video or if it was one of his streams after his video. But apparently he's bringing over Crusade with him, which is his guild. They're going to come check it out. Summit, also, by the way, is unsure. Yo, Payne, thank you for the follow. Much love. Summit, quote, might play. From what we have gathered. Word for word, I might play, not sure. So, he's still up in the air. Pirate Software said he was going to be coming back. So, is Warcraft Field? Yeah, that's wild good. Is launching on the 11th with a huge patch. Is this launching on the 11th with a huge patch or as is? Massive patch. The patch is being tested over on the private test realm. And granted, like, keep in mind, this isn't the launch. This is basically just a wipe and then it going over to Steam, and they're calling it early access now instead of calling it Alpha 2 Phase 3 as the primary thing. So essentially from there, don't think of it as like launch, right? think of it more as just another big update. But yes, it'll be a huge update. Summoners coming in, sport fishing's coming in, the Harbinger system's coming in, time to kill rework, gearing rework, progression rework, a lot. Oh, this for 7 years in parentheses is fucking diabolical. I hate you. The first 7 years got me so fucking good. I got good news and I have bad news. What's the good news and what's the bad news, Leon? Lay it on me. I'm here for both of them. I'm more than happy to take them both. All right, hold on. Everyone's going crazy right now. Hold on. Whetstone, you DM me? Because I don't think you did. Don't get yourself nuked. Don't get yourself nuked. Non-consensual PvA. The ads will corrupt on your shit. I will have the ads run up on you, and the ads will absolutely gank you. You will not be able to get away from them at any point in time. Yes, get fucking cooked, my boys. Get absolutely rolled. So, at a huge Zerg guild, NAOC 15 plus guilds. Yeah, but also then got beat by Fed. And then Fed got beat by other people. So I found 2 blades I was working on before I had to stop. 2 blades? The fuck you mean? You like swordsmithing and shit? What the Hellington? Yo, Giggle, what up, dude? Can you play this early access? Right now, yes, but it is 100 USD right now instead of $42.50 on the 11th of December. So basically, I would wait until December 11th for anybody at this point, so you don't have to spend the extra 50. I know. I'm so sorry. Basically, what you would get right now is the ability to play on the private test realm and partake in like the end of the world event. And then you'd get a title and a skin for playing before the 11th. So like if a title and a skin, not like a full skin, but it's like a cape skin when you have the title equipped. If that's worth the $50 for you, then solid. If you want to play a little bit beforehand and you want to check out the changes, you want to check out the summoner and stuff like that, then you're good to go. So like 100 with DPS pets in this game and fishing. Fishing, yes, 2 types of fishing. You have your AFK fishing, then the new sport fishing that's coming in on the 11th. There is a summoner class that's being added on the 11th as well. And then in terms of like a hunter, you have a ranger, which is kind of like a marksman survival type cross, but doesn't have pets. It will be able to be basically augmented with a summoner in the long term. So you'll be able to have like a primary and a secondary archetype, they're called over here, but those will be like base class, secondary class. And from there, you could do like a ranger primary. So you have like the hunter abilities, so to say, and you're like bow boy. And then from there, you can augment that with a summoner to be, I think it's like a falconer if you're ranger summoner, where you'll presumably be able to summon like a pet out. So, yo, Prey, what up, dog? Please react as if it was 3 minutes ago. Oh god, wait, what happened 3 minutes ago? Oh, it was the first 7 years. Yeah, the first 7 years was a fucking banger. The first 7 years actually hit so hard. I appreciated that very much. Just that little throw in there. One of my boxes wasn't fully sealed and ended up molding up all my collectible cars like Hot Wheels, old yearbooks, my baby hook, and trinkets from concerts and such. Molding! Oh god. So, pressure wash. Like the Hot Wheels and stuff. Baby pick, RIP. Yeah, that'll be gross. Yearbooks, also probably icky. But if it's stuff that you can pressure wash that bitch. Lost all that? Yeah, RIP, dog. RIP. May it forever rest in peace. But better you lost that than your lungs from keeping moldy ass boxes. At least you're not inhaling mold, Mr. Leon. The pains of moving, and also probably better you found that stuff that it was gross. So you could get it the fuck out. Mayhaps. Like RuneScape Summoner combo. I didn't play much RuneScape, so I can't yap too much about that. I was immediately into like I went Diablo 2 to WoW to a bunch of other games. Never really stopped at OSRS on the way when all of my friends were playing RuneScape back in the day. So I just I skipped that whole era. But the secondaries are not in yet. Those will be in. Fuck, everything's so up in the air right now. The milestone patch after this patch, which is probably going to be like 3 to 4 months if I had to guess. So maybe like March, April of next year, I would think secondaries would start coming in, but that's also going to start up with cleric and tank secondaries. So So, it's plastic toe. Top had a crack. Oh no. Yeah, that shit's not venting then. Are we just fully app or should I be sitting in a corner plus 20 in gear? Oh, wait. They have boost NPCs? Yo, Blotto, what up, dude? I've just been yapping about this tweet so far. This tweet's been cryptic as dick. I'll probably hop in for some testing later on, but I might also see like first time user experience loops, see if they've like changed anything there. But the biggest thing with this tweet that the community's been freaking out about is just, bro, the last sentence of the first paragraph, as we push towards beta next year. Everybody's confused about that, Mr. Blotto. It's been a big yap. Boost is active. Come get ready to PvP. We shall. We shall. They're trying to test all crafting recipes today to make sure they're working. Right. Now, does that mean they want us crafting everything? Because have they given us refined materials, or do we need to refine our own materials? Because from what I've heard, people are spending a lot of shit. Like a lot of money, a lot of time refining. Anytime they've wanted us to test before. Sounds like Jova's stacked, but I don't know. Do they have refined material vendors? Stone, hello. Next year is both vague and ambitious. Yes, Fupo. Hi, friend. How are you? We're having a beautiful day. I actually do need to clean my PCs, funny enough. I texted my dad to see if he had like a portable air compressor that I could borrow like 2 days ago. I unironically need to clean my PCs, yes. Thank you for the reminder. I need cats like you in my life. But yeah, as we push towards beta next year, could mean anything between we want to... There it is. Yo, Keith, what up, my boy? Hope you're having a beautiful day. There it is. The stream can start now. We're up tremendous. So this is the whole thing. The wording is ambiguous, right? Last week, we announced that Ashes of Creation will be entering Steam Early Access on December 11th. It's a milestone years in the making and an opportunity to bring a wider audience into the world we've been building and to carry that momentum with us as we push toward beta next year. This could either mean we want beta to be next year, or it could mean we're going to push towards beta over the course of the next year. Our focus is going to be getting ready for beta. Could mean anything. But the community is taking it both ways. Like you have both sides of the coin right now, man. And you have the side that is like they're running out of money, hence the Steam launch, hence the price drop, hence the push for players, hence them saying beta next year. And now people are thinking that scope is going to change. People are thinking that the clams are drying up. There are a lot of theories that are going out. End of next year beta doesn't sound too bad to me. Yeah, I mean, it just depends on content, cadence, and scope. Got my popcorn out, it's entertaining. I mean, shit, I got good questions to ask Swoop. Like, this was perfect time for me, honestly. I hope he tweets out like a cryptic fucking No Man's Sky-esque one emoji-ass tweet. I'd be happy as a clam about that, dude. This is helping my interview. This is giving me some good questions. Obviously cannot make comment on it. Why not? Why can't you tell us all of Steven's plans for the entire future, Fupo? Gosh, it's fucking ridiculous, man. You don't help us with anything, God. Never here when we need you. They're trying to flood the zone method. Drop all the possible drama talking points at once and get it all done with. You can't cancel me for one controversy if I've got 6. Sounds like a good interview question. I got a lot of good interview questions at this point in time. I'm gonna be real. Yo, Crows, what up, my boy? Thank you for the 11 months, dog.
11 months of being on the mountain of positivity.
Pause? Thank you for the 11 months and pause? Pay attention to the first letters in Fupo's messages. Yusiligiku. Yusiligiku, which means we're launching in 2026. Sulos, oh my fucking god, it's so cryptic. You're so onto this. Wait, did you help Pirate Software solve all those puzzles? Oh my god. Oh my goodness gracious. I wonder what their beta entrance criteria is. Is it still planned to be feature complete? See, that's what I'm wondering, because if feature complete, does that mean that the PCG tech that they generate their biomes with is progressing to the point where it needs less work? Does that mean that they think system implementation will speed up exponentially? I think that's the big thing. I feel like we're lacking so much in terms of the planned scope, especially in terms of like accessory systems, the ones that build off of the core. What did they say, feature complete for beta? That's been the intent since like the start. They have said 1 year minimum for Alpha 2 Phase 3, and they want it to be near feature complete for Beta 1, where they will have not a lot of new implementative content going out, but it will be a final coat of paint and polish on things. Unless that has changed, that's been iterated by Steven multiple times along the way. Like before it goes to beta, they want it to be like near feature complete. They said it many times since 2017. Right. You just said near feature complete. Right. Near feature complete's a terminology I've always heard used, which to me, I think means that based on what they've communicated, they want to have features in and then fix those features and bug fix, final coat of paint polish, get it ready to ship after the fact, like in beta. I can't speak to anything other than that because, again, I'm not Steven. I don't know his methodology or his thinking. All I know is what he's said, and I basically catalog that in my head. So I can't speak much more to what his personal expectations are. I'll be able to ask him in like a week. So that'll be great. But yeah, it'll be a question of like if scope has changed, if they are planning fewer things for launch, and like what the goal by the end of 2026 is. I think that would be an important thing to ask. In 12 months, for somebody that is not actively playing Ashes, what can they expect to see in terms of changes from now to this time 12 months from now? I think that would be the big thing. Like what is their goal for development in terms of in terms of an approach over the next year? Are they still going to be adding systems the entire time, or have they calculated that it's going to be like 6 months of systems being added and then 6 months of polishing those systems? That's the big question. Hoping we'll have every system or at least a skeleton that I'm in by beta. I'd consider that near feature complete. Yeah, and then just like implementation on top of that. Now, the thing about betas that's a little concerning too is, again, Steven dates and Steven timeframes are always Steven dates and timeframes. But Steven has said many times that the betas are meant to be measured in periods of weeks, not months or years. Now, I will say, something could be measured in weeks and it could just be 52 weeks. Like, moms be saying their kids are like 172 weeks old. So, like, weeks could extend. Like, you could measure anything in weeks, if I'm being honest. You could still measure this one in weeks. It's a lot of weeks, but you can measure it in weeks. So, it's hard saying exactly what their expectation of beta is at this point, man. I don't think anybody other than somebody that is a fly on the wall in the Intrepid HQ, like, that is literally listening to all of their meetings, all their thoughts, I just don't think it's discernible for us. I don't think it's something that we know unless you're quite literally getting leaks. And I'm not getting leaks, unfortunately. How's it for Freeholds when? Yo, Conquer, what up, dude? Hopefully soon. They were taken out a while back so they could add more functionality onto the Freeholds. Because, like, Freeholds existed, right? But they were a very, very, very baseline Freehold system. So, I don't know. I hope they get them in relatively soon. Because Freeholds are intended to be such a core integral part of the artisan chain, of the endgame crafting, like just everything is meant to be based around those Freeholds. So we'll see. I gotta fill up my coffee, and I also have to pee. That's what someone getting leaks would say. I'm gonna fill up my coffee. Bro, you think with my predictions being as bad as they are, I'm getting fucking leaks in this bitch? The only leak that I have is me if I don't piss right now. I'll be right back. Chat, I feel like I'm making, oh, sorry, a self-fulfilling prophecy here. Because, like, I go pee, I refill my coffee, and then I have to pee again. And then I refill my coffee again. I feel like I'm fucking myself over. The only way your predictions could be this bad is if you knew the future and planned your predictions to be the opposite. Oh, that's fucking diabolical, and I hate you for that. I'm just throwing that out there. I fucking hate you for that, dog. And, like, low-key, that's gonna be the next conspiracy now. People are actually going to think that I'm getting, like, leaks so I can, like, dissuade the community from having an uprising. God fucking damn it. Why is this going to actually be a thing? Like, Intrepid is telling Dusty stuff and then telling Dusty to say the opposite thing to try to stop the players from freaking out. The unleakable mountain of positivity, dog. You're almost pulling it off, but I'm onto you. I could have you killed at any point. No one will ever hear from you again. It's fine. It's fine. If you know too much, I'll stop you from knowing. I control this world. It's like the inverse Jim Cramer stock predictions. Yes, dude, the inverse Dusty. It's literally, I have said the inverse Dusty. Yes, that is the term for it. Whenever I predict something, you literally just predict the opposite thing to happen, and then you're right. It's the inverse Dusty. It works 100% of the time, every single time.
Straight to a fucking ember spring.
Dude, my fucking predictions hit the Dusty Express. I swear to God. I am abso-fucking-lutely clueless when it comes to predicts, I guess. I don't really know, like, how I'm so bad at it. I don't know. I'm good at making metas. I'm good at making builds and putting stuff like that together. Like, I understand the game a lot, but, like, shit, actually, I say that. I overlook block tech, and block tech's fucking disgusting, because I didn't think block tech could be that disgusting. So, coffee and wheat go so well together. Best way to start off the day and continue the day. Yeah. If it's a good way to start the day, then why wouldn't it be good at 5 p.m. EST as well? You know what I mean? It's just one of those combos where it's like, nice coffee, nice sativa, no problem. Ever. Very talkative, very happy, very yappy. All problems go away. We're truly up tremendous here, dog. So yeah, if you ask my prediction here, because coffee's nasty, tea's life, I like coffee and tea. I've actually been not great about this the past few days, which I need to be better about it. I try to nightly drink a glass of like throat coat tea, just because it's supposedly very good for voice. So I'm trying to not lose my voice, especially if we hit the 24-hour stream sub goal, because I always lose my voice when I do 24-hour streams, because I talk like this, but all 24 hours. It's a problem. So, the throat coat tea will be my savior. Over the course of that 24-hour stream, I will probably have like 10 glasses of tea. So, throat coat tea. Throat coat! With a goddamn C. Goddamn C. This is not like a sponsored tea brand or anything. We're gonna get that? Walmart? Yeah, it's sponsored by Nancy Reagan. Just say throat coat? Yes, I said throat coat. The tea is insanely good. I have one with like eucalyptus in it as well, so that's great. I'm sure throat coat tea works for throat goats too. Oh yeah. Yeah, if you're punishing your throat either vocally or penile, throat coat tea will bail you out of your bad situation. Yes. I've only experimented with it for one of the two. But as someone who doesn't lose his voice very frequently at all, I can definitely say it's there for me when I need it. When I lose my voice. So I've been prepping. Like, honestly, I would probably have to do less prep to get ready to suck a dick than I do for a 24-hour stream. Like, my throat gets more punished from a 24-hour stream. I don't shut the fuck up. It's a problem. There's a reason why I, like, limit my streams to the time that I do. I could sit here and talk all night. I don't get bored. Like, I can chill. I can just yap to you guys. I haven't even loaded my game up. We've been here 2.5 hours. This is a fucking feature-length film at this point. I could be in a goddamn theater. But, I could very easily lose my voice the second I go over 12 hours a day. Source, I've done it. Too many goddamn times. And every time I lose my voice, I get very scared. Spoonful of honey can help soothe the sore throat, may prevent voice loss by coating the throat, acting as an anti-inflammatory and calming mild coughs that can irritate the voice. Yeah. So a little throat coat tea, a little honey in that bitch. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So like Lil Yachty's concert rider or whatever it's called, the thing that they have that says what they want backstage, Yachty always has throat coat tea on his little concert rider. And I'm pretty sure he just smokes and then drinks throat coat tea before and after shows. It's very common, I guess, like in like stage performers. Like, what's the word? Like actors and actresses, but like on stage. So used to do this when I was visiting Dr. Bong Rapinski on a frequent basis. Have you not visited the doctor in a while? I bet he misses you. I also get regular checkups with Dr. Bong Rapinski. He is an esteemed gentleman, a very, very esteemed gentleman. Has helped me with a lot of things, and I respect his experimental approaches sometimes. So the doctor on a somewhat regular basis now, but not as frequent as before. That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. I have also started to draw back on my visits. You know, healthcare is expensive, and I'm trying to save up money and not dump it on routine checkups as much. And also, the goal is to get rich enough. Like, if I was Summit rich, I would just buy edibles all the time. I wouldn't even smoke anymore. I would just be eddied out, bro. Like, it's so much better for you to have edibles as of what we know right now. Because smoking's bad, like, just regardless of how you look at it. It's just eddies are expensive as dick, bro. Is bad. Dude, that's not in my budget. So I'm gonna just keep buying mid-flower and chilling from there. My $100 ounces will get me through. I don't need a 30%. Give me something that's nice and like 18 to 23% with some good flavor. Done it was hard on my stomach after a while. Oh no. Oh no. You make it yourself? I mean, Maine's completely like recreationally legal. The thing with edibles and why I don't want to make them myself is because edibles always have a weedy taste. And like, I don't like the weedy taste of edibles, if that makes sense. Like, it makes my tummy hurt. It's not my preference. It's like, even with the drinks, man, I had some sodas recently that were THC infused, and the original taste was very soda, and the aftertaste was very ass. It was very, very, very bad. So, cooked a lot with myself, made butter. Oh, dude. My mod and my friend Galaxy, Bitter Galaxy, I know him IRL, dear friend of mine. Bro, he loved making homemade canna butter and then baking, and he would always be like, Dusty, try some. They don't even taste like edibles, because he had edibles a lot. Dude, I put one in my mouth and immediately felt like I was going to throw up. Oh, fuck. Oh, dude, it tasted so bad. It tasted so fucking weedy. Oh, even thinking about it, my stomach churns, bro. Oh, fuck that shit. Like, I don't like the weedy taste. Despite someone that likes the taste of flour when I am smoking flour, I don't like weedy taste in my edibles. That's where I'm at. That is my core issue. All right, those sodas slap. The sodas fuck. Yes, the sodas go crazy. I had the sodas when we were getting ready to fly out for TwitchCon. So we drove to Boston, Maine to Boston drive, part in Boston. But basically we were running late because I calculated time to airport, but apparently we were parking like 20 minutes past the airport and then getting an Uber and then going back to the airport. So what I factored in is getting there early, result in us getting there in time to print our bag tag and get the message of, hey, you have to check your bag within the next 2 minutes or you are fucked. We get to the bag check-in and the lady scans our bag tag and then goes, you better hurry. And then we get to TSA. There's a line at TSA, as there always is. We get through TSA and we have to jog through the airport, and then we hear final boarding call and figure out that our gate is the furthest physical gate away from like the start of the airport. So I am fuming. I am now sprinting through the airport. And the only reason why I wasn't freaking out was because of those sodas. I was having the time of my goddamn life. I swear to God, I was in bliss. Sister said she was gone off like a quarter to a half can. My flight was pleasant. My flight was pleasant. It depends on the dosage too. I had like 100 milligram once, but I'm also kind of bitch made with eddies. I'm not gonna lie. I have very, very, very bad eddy tolerance. Most tasty edibles I've ever had were rose flavored. Oh, rosé. Okay, that makes sense. I don't like wine either though. I don't like alcohol. It makes the tummy hurt. Bro, I got a sensitive tummy. And like, I think it's just the really strong flavors. I don't really fuck with alcohol that much. I don't drink. Like, I drank at TwitchCon because social event. I don't have anything against drinking. I just don't like the flavor of it, and it's expensive. Which, smoke is also expensive. But, when you vape, you have leftover bud, chop, mortar. Wait. Mix it with some yogurt, honey, and cinnamon. Wait, fish. So are you telling me you're dry herb vaping? Activating your flower and then grinding the activated flower into a powder and then putting it in yogurt with honey and cinnamon? That's like creative, but I feel like this is also why people don't like stoners. I feel like that's too creative. Like, hats off to you because that's some MacGyver shit, but also that's where people be like, okay. The leftover stuff doesn't have much in it. And you're just like eating flour at that point, right? Like it's literally like just taking a nug and like, ow. Pew. Yeah, I don't know if I'm sold on that. I don't know if I'm sold on that at all, Doc. That's commitment. My tolerance to edibles is stupid high, which sucks because they do help me sleep. I know some people that have like demon tolerances to edibles. Yeah, I don't really understand. I just feel like there are some people that are born with like THC resistance and they just tank that shit to the face. Like, I used to, when I smoked a lot, had like a lot more than I currently do. I had a very high flower tolerance and that sucked. And I was like, damn. Yeah, that's too much money. And then I just kind of like stopped smoking for a while and then cut down how much I was smoking pretty substantially. So saved a lot of money there. I like the gummies, still get a tiny bit of weed flavor. Yeah, gummies are usually nice if you can get them with like a distillate or something. Oh wait, it's 2,000. What? Wait, nah, there's no shot. 2,000? Brother, what? Like, why? And how? Unless we measure differently over here. Like, I had 100 milligram soda before my flight, and I was like, I was vibing. I was chilling, bro. I was playing Bloons Tower Defense, Raw Dog in the flight, except for Bloons TD. Like, I was going crazy. My chocolate tolerance is on another level. Oh yeah, if it's not edible chocolate, I'll eat a lot of regular chocolate. I can handle 20 milligrams. Yo, what the fuck? Bro, that would be like, I don't even want to know. I feel like I would get sick. I'm not gonna lie. I feel as though I would get sick. You build tolerance with edibles much faster than smoking. That makes sense, but like, to that level? Like, that would be the equivalent of like, keep in mind, we're talking about 2,000 milligrams. I could pop a 20 milligram edible right now and be like summit levels of incoherent. 2,000 milligrams is 100x. That would be like me going out and packing a bowl and you having to smoke 100 bowls to feel what I feel. What in the fuck do you actually mean? That is an absurd ratio. Fuck that. What's this talking about beta? Yo, Critzy, what up, dog? We don't know. Nobody has any idea what the talk about beta is, if I'm being completely honest. So this tweet came out yesterday, and the phrase "as we push towards beta next year" could mean basically one of two routes. Route one. Also, Florian on YouTube, thank you for the sub, dude. Route one means that the beta target could be within the next 12 months, 13 months. or they are trying to push towards beta over the course of the next 12 to 13 months. Maybe. I don't know, nor does anybody in the community until we iron out this interview date and then get that fully set up. I gave them a bunch of dates, so they're going to check Steven's schedule and then we figure something out formally. But yeah, so we have a lot of good questions to ask if they don't get clarified before then. Now, I'm also trying to figure out when in the Sam hell the dev stream is going to be this year, this month, because it's on Black Friday. So, or it would be on Black Friday. It'd be the day after Thanksgiving. So they may be on Thanksgiving break that Friday if they are taking a Thanksgiving break and having like the day off Thanksgiving off, the day after Thanksgiving off for a long weekend. I'm not quite sure what their holiday schedule looks like at Intrepid, but they may unironically be off for the last Friday of the month, which could mean that the dev stream would be pushed into next month, maybe at the start of it. So I'm not quite sure, but in an ideal scenario, I'd like to follow up this month's dev stream with our interview with Steven, so that way I can get all of the questions out like as up to date as possible, because I'm near certain this is going to be something that is acknowledged in the dev stream, right? Where everyone's obviously going to have many questions about like this tweet and what the, post early access schedule is looking like, what the content cadence goals are, where the vision is leading us, if the scope is changing, if the other continent's coming in, if the Underrealm's coming in, what we're trying to launch with, what level cap's going to be, what secondaries will look like. Everyone's going to have an ungodly amount of questions. 1,000%. And we have like my interview and we have the dev stream to get all of the information that we physically can right now. That is going to be tough to extract all of the information possible. So I'm trying to be really efficient with my questions and not ask things that are just immediate points that they're going to be talking about in the dev stream, because I feel like there's going to be a lot that they're immediately talking about in the dev stream, and I just don't want to double down. Hello. Why do you have a dozen donuts? Oh, it's half a dozen donuts? Oh my God, wait, what the hell? Oh my God, wait, why do those look so good? What the hell? Is there a half one? Oh wait, there's just small one? Where did these come from? Did work buy them? Yeah. Oh, sick. Thank you. No, I'll just eat this for now. I'll eat more later. Thank you, I love you. I got donuts. We're so up. Carla's work apparently just bought her donuts. So now we have donuts. I remember Grandmaster being locked at Freehold, not Master. Peep Wiki real quick. Carla, give donuts. Fubo, you have fish. No leaks, no donuts. You know the rules. All right, let's see. I'm gonna pull up Freeholds real quick. Donuts? Oh yeah, we are so tremendously up. She just came in with like half a dozen donuts. Well, one less than half a dozen donuts. I don't know where the other one went, but now we have donuts at the house. All right, let's be Freeholds, blah, 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 blah. Freehold placeholder system. Freeholds are intended to work with the family system. Freeholds are approximately 1.5 acres. Blueprints. Freeholds are subject to settlement taxes. Inns and player housing. Freehold structures. Where's the crafting at? Control F crafting maybe? Baronies. Freehold auctions. Freehold benefits. The larger the homestead, the more floors it'll have, the more furniture given place on the freehold. Certain furniture may only be able to place outside. Freehold businesses allow the freehold owner to sell items, consumables, and services. Freeholds are the only place that Master and Grandmaster. Master and Grandmaster. So those will not be available in towns. Everything Master and Grandmaster processing is going to be bound to freeholds. The best processing is freeholds. Players can craft up to journeyman level. So processing is in freeholds at the highest level. Crafting in the highest level is in towns. And then gathering lowest tier or lower tier can be done on freehold plots. So that's the breakdown there. Are freeholds ultra exclusive because I don't see the space for a lot of them? I mean, different settlement areas will have a different number of freeholds. I don't know what the total cost of freeholds on a full server, or the total amount of freeholds on a full server is expected to be, if they say like the total number. Let's see. The idea is that we're not reserving the freeholds for the top 10% of levelers. We're reserving the freeholds for the top 10% across multiple different play paths that exist within the game. Let's see. Do we have a specific number of freeholds that are planned? Because I know that it's like minimum 3 freeholds per settlement, I'm pretty sure. Baronies. I don't think there are any that have fewer than 3. Maybe there are, but I don't know. I'll have to peep and see if I can figure it out somewhere. Because I don't think it says how many there will be. Let me see. Maybe the housing tab has something on it. Hold on. I'll search that up. Thogly Hale, how are you, my friend? Housing types. Be a good thing. Do you want some tomato soup? Maybe no grilled cheese? I mean, shit, I'll take some tomato soup. How you been, Thogly? What you getting up to? All right, freeholds. Low thousands per server is what freeholds are planned to be. So I don't know what the scape of that is supposed to be. Grilled cheese or no? No grilled cheese. That'd probably cook me right now. Yo, Sasa over on YouTube. What up, dude? Wondering if you already own the game. Will you need to buy it again on the 11th? No, you will not need to buy it again on the 11th. You will just keep launching through the Ashes launcher for now. And then they are working on getting the entitlements like in place. So your pack from the Ashes launcher will carry over to Steam. But Steam will also just bring you to the Ashes launcher as far as we know. And then you'll launch through the Ashes launcher anyways. So I wouldn't worry too much about it. But if they do get the entitlements, I'll let you know. Yo, Ipsy, what up, dude? Hope you're having a beautiful day. There's a max based on size, but placement can prevent others from being purchased, specifically near destination points of interest. Right, because there's going to be a zone where you can't just like stack them all up, and then there's also going to be the benefit of like different freeholds within the realm of guild housing if the freeholds are owned by the guild, so you can basically have this like guild plot of land where you're passing buffs from the freehold to the guild housing and the guild housing to the freehold. There's going to be a lot of interaction past just look at me. Does that mean Master and Grandmaster are not affected by towns being rolled back on losing attacks? Processing will be safe, but crafting is in towns, is basically what I take that as, Master Chief, by the way. Processing being bound to freeholds on the highest level exclusively tells me that crafting is going to be emphasized in the actual settlements. And then from there, you can do up to journeyman crafting and freeholds, it said. So freeholds will be the emphasis for processing because you won't be able to go master or grandmaster processing in towns. Towns, if they do, like settlements, if they do get sieged and die, will impact the crafted product output. So basically, what that means in the long term is that as settlements evolve, we wouldn't need 3 different lumber mills. Well, we would need one for the lumberjacking table. Or we wouldn't need the carpenter areas. Anyways, we wouldn't need 3 of those buildings. We would need one for the lumberjacking. We'd get our lumberjacking axes. If they're not doing lumberjacking axes from the like Destiny's tree to start people out, because then you might not even need that for a base level. Either way, gathering will be in town. Gathering will be in town. Yeah, you'll still need those tables as far as we know. Even Master and Grandmaster. Yeah, so it seems like gathering tables and crafting tables will be in town. And then the processing tables will be out in the freehold area. So gathering will just be for like making your trade skill tool. And then you won't really interact with that much anymore. And then you would just go over to the crafting to craft. But when a town gets sieged, if a town did die, a town did just get blasted, then those crafting tables are no longer going to exist. But also, you should have more crafting tables going up in different areas because right now you've got a large amount of the plots that are populated by like the processing. Like we need to have every processing in settlements as well. So once that's alleviated out to certain freeholds, that could free up Well, it will free up spaces for the buildings for processing. Do we know if Freehold slash crafting slash processing is going to be forced open, or if you can keep it private? That I do not know. Freehold benefits, mayhaps. Let's see. Players can craft up to journeyman level on freeholds. Player housing offers a number of benefits. Storage containers. Maybe the like tables are meant to be public and then you get taxed on that. So like you pay a little bit of tax to the freehold or something. I'm not entirely sure though. I'm not entirely sure because like freehold businesses allow the freehold owner to sell items, consumables, and services. So potentially you like pay for the service to be able to use that thing. Last remember freeholds, it's intended that there's permissions. That may have been changed, it's been a while. Yeah, housing is meant to have different permissions where you could like full share ownership of the housing. And that would be through the perm system. So I'm assuming you can still have like co-owners of the freehold and stuff. I can imagine membership will have something to do with it. That would be cool. Like freeholds set their membership price and then you have to pay your membership price similar to taxes and then that goes to the freehold. Yeah, that's all unclear though at this point. I don't think it's elaborated at any point in terms of like freeholds, like will in the long-term freehold processing tables be accessible by the public, or will you be able to lock people out of using your processing tables? Hold on. Notes. In the future, will freehold processing be exclusive to those with permissions for that freehold? Or how would one process? I'll refine that one later. All right, cool. We're good. I planned it the whole time. No, that's a good question. It's a very good question. And if we get clarification on that too, that would be interesting. Very interesting. Being exclusive would be cool though. Yeah, because I mean, even if it's exclusive, you could figure out who owns the freehold and then just say, hey, I will pay you this amount of money to let me use your stuff, or what is your fee to use the stuff, right? And then you have a social system from it as well, where it's more player to player driven. It's like you go to park at an event, and then there's that one dude that has a very big like front lawn that's just like parking $20. Like you could just be at your freehold, just being like crafting or processing $20, like, and then you make money off it. Basic crafting and gathering will be in the towns, or is all crafting going to be in the freeholds? Processing on the highest end is going to be limited to freeholds. Crafting and gathering will be in the towns across all levels. With freeholds, you'll be able to have up to journeyman crafting on your freeholds. Nothing above journeyman crafting on freeholds. So master and grandmaster crafting tables and master and grandmaster gathering tables will be in towns. And then master and grandmaster processing tables will be in freeholds exclusively. As of right now. Monthly in-game sub fee for freehold access. They let us do custom signs on our freehold. And then I just put a QR code that like links you to my Cash App. Wait, that would be huge. Ask what he thinks about mage buffs. I wouldn't want him to waste his breath. I don't want to concern him with stupid questions. I think that's the largest thing. We want to ask about things that matter. Mage doesn't matter. Dead class, let it die. You know, mage is a thing over on New World. Maybe New World would be a good place for mage buffs. Mayhaps. Those are fighting words. You don't fucking fight. You're gonna like throw a goddamn freeze at me, tickle my armpits, and then walk away. Good point on QR codes if they do custom allowed stuff. Fubo, no notes. Fubo, no notes. Also, make another note. If they do custom allowed stuff, there will be a giant penis on my freehold. If we're helping the future here and I'm leaking all of my tech, it was going to be a giant penis that pointed at the sign that had the QR code. So that way it was like one of the big like open signs with its flashing and then it's pointed. And then over here, it's like the QR code. So you essentially have the attention grabber and then you have the follow through for the vision line, which is huge. People made a massive dick in WoW housing in the first 10 minutes. Oh yeah, TTP, time to penis. It is the second most important time to metric in any MMO, any game. I'm sure there will be guidelines of what's allowed. Right, but I could make a pretty ambiguous penis. Also, if cock rock can exist, why can't I have an ode to cock rock on my Freehold? What if I'm just a fan of my favorite Minotaur farm? It's done me well. Very good phase start farm. Very solid. So, you know, I'm just putting that out there. Justice for cock rock. World's strongest symbol, cock and balls. So it says real civil engineer. There are two shapes in architecture that are said to be sacred. The strongest, most supportive shapes. Triangles and peens. Both ever supportive, never breaking, never bending. Is the minnow farm up or down on the stocks on the PTR? Like, I'm gonna be real. Everything is down for December 11th because everything's going to be contested on December 11th. December 11th is not going to be a matter of get the best farm spot in the game unless you are with a full static that has a full leveling loop that gets ahead and then happens to get drops along the way. It's going to be get where I can sit and farm for an absurd amount of time and then just farm. And just let it ride, dude. That's going to be the largest thing. If you are able to just establish yourself somewhere, put your feet down, that's it. That's it. There's actually some really cool tech I've discovered for leveling. By tech, do you mean exploit? Go to the PTR, a lot of Easter eggs. I mean, we're doing a questing loop. Yeah, I mean, we've been going absolutely crazy in terms of like questing routes and shit. And like questing routes will get you ahead. That's really all you need. Now, if you don't hit a good questing route to get ahead, you're going to get swallowed up. But if you can get ahead with any sort of route and then just grind ahead of the curve, you're set. But I think the closer that you are to the starting areas, the more likely you are to have a horde of people just pull up on you. And the more space that you can create in between you and the horde of Asmonglers that are going to be like following through is rough. 1 to 12 in like 25 minutes. 1 to 12 in 25 minutes? Intriguing. That's very intriguing. That's a good cook. Is that Anvils or is that Riverlands? We'll see if it stays. Well, okay, you're saying no bug, and then you say, we'll see if it stays. I'll trust. I mean, shit, if people are figuring out pathing already, keep in mind, there are going to be a lot of quests coming in, too, so they change PTR every day. Yeah. Nah, something could always get fucked up. So is it like a death skip that's saving a shitload of time? Quests keep changing daily? Right. No, I totally feel that. Don't think it's a bug. 1 to 12 is fucking zooming, though. Sounds like an old polar tech. No, I mean, it could just be something where you have a quest that's available that gives a shitload of XP, or like a chain that gives a shitload of XP, especially if it's something pathing related where it's just like a random, you know, find this and then interact with this and then pick something up along the way. Or it could even be like going to a bonus area, like a bonus completion area, and then finding something else. So is pathing no funny biz? Huh. Don't think it's all scaled, right? Like in terms of the rewards. Just some stuff maybe a little over. Yeah, that's part of it too. With questing prog, it's always intriguing. Now, I'm shocked that you had enough quests to get to 12 that quickly. I'm more impressed than anything else. They keep changing. Yeah. It'll be intriguing to see what stays, but shit, I mean, if you can get 10 plus to start in any capacity, bro, you're so up. Anything to be able to get into like an apprentice gear grind over that initial novice gear grind. Oh my God, it's such a separator. It's such a space creator. So I'm gonna go to like 16, 18 to 1. I mean, if you can, then it's super easy. World first pace last phase was just under 3 days played. Because, like, once you get ahead, you stay so far ahead. Like, you stay so fucking far ahead. Because you have no comp. The hardest part is when people catch up to you and, like, swallow you up in that clump. So, pacing right now seems faster. Yes. Yeah. No, absolutely. Absolutely. Between questing startups, I mean, shit, if you're hitting a level 12 questing startup, that's going to be absolutely fucking massive. And then from there, if drop rates are good, could be a huge opportunity. Do I go get a meal from McDonald's or get one from Tim Hortons? Neither. What? You're going to overpay regardless. Make yourself a nice healthy meal, mayhaps. Maybe go to the store and spend like less than half of what you'd spend at takeout, and then take like 5 minutes and make yourself something nice. That's my vital decision, Nin. Because like McDonald's or Timmy's are both gonna fuck up your insides. When did Steven say beta? Last night. So last week, we announced that Ashes of Creation will be entering Steam Early Access on December 11th as a milestone, years in the making, and an opportunity to bring a wider audience into the world we've been building and to carry that momentum with us as we push towards beta next year. As we push towards beta next year is this large point of like, that everyone's just really curious about. Beta might come at the end of 2026. If they can just dump content on our heads and have it be good, finished, meaningful content, hell yeah. Awesome. I'd love that so much. But like, there's a lot left. I feel like Steven's gonna keep dropping beta to stir up people. Just to fucking rage bait. You think he's just a shit stirrer? Like, you think he knows what he's doing? Just because beta gets started in 2026 doesn't mean the game is getting launched right away either. No, absolutely. But with their communication of the past, like, providing things haven't changed, right? That's the thing. Things can always change. The scope could change. The delivery cadence could change. Like, what's in mind for the game could change. There could be accessory systems cut out. Everything like that, right? The betas are supposed to be 2 short betas. So, he said they have a lot in background, just not active. Who knows how much that is? Yeah, I mean, that's very true. Maybe they have the families and the religion and all of that in place already. Maybe it's just not deployed because it's not ready to be tested on this side of things. Maybe they have instancing in place. Maybe they have a lot. Who knows, man? We have no fucking idea what is going on behind the scenes. They have way more in the pipeline. Oh, yeah. It's just a matter of like, what do they have in the pipeline? And then once that pipeline is deployed, do they have more cooked up behind that pipeline ready to keep it going? Or are we just going to see one big burst of content and then a big drought and then another big burst? That's kind of what I'm curious about. Like, if they have a lot more in the pipeline, are they going to continue to like drip feed it? Are we going to just get huge burst and then drought and then huge burst? Like, where's it going to be? Like every 3 months? Right. 3 to 4 months, I think, should be the goal for milestones based on their communications. So, I mean, that's great. And then kind of like take the time in between the 3 to 4 month periods to troubleshoot, to bug fix, all that stuff. No, I totally see that, like balance patching, everything like that. So that'll be great. I mean, based on what we know next milestone patch, it's supposed to be the secondary archetype patch. So that'll be great. That should bring with it, I got a burp. That should bring with it a level expansion. So with the level expansion, we'd be looking at getting enough like points for our secondary to actually make them meaningful, because if secondaries kick up a level 25 and we're level 25, then we don't really get anything for it. So things going to increase, then it's going to explode, then a drought till beta. Yeah, it just depends on like what the pacing is, man. I've always said that accessory systems will come online much faster than core systems, like figuring out the economy, making dynamic gridding actually function, figuring out time to kill scaling and combat scaling, building the functional settlement system. That's going to take a lot more time than adding in an instanced arena. Maybe the matchmaking algorithm for arena takes a lot. Maybe they want to have some specific features with it that takes a lot more time. Maybe setting up instancing is way harder than I think. But I feel like once they get the core developed, everything just kind of clicks in. And then it gets a lot smoother. Where secondary archetype is supposed to be next month, like a year ago, from what I remember. I mean, everything's changed so much, probably based on the original pacing. Because there was, I think, like a pushback of when P3 was supposed to start, right? Because P3 was supposed to be like May 1st or something originally with the Wave 3 bundle. So I think by this time, like, you know, last year, it was supposed to be 6 months into P3 at this point. Right off the top, if I remember correctly. Because Wave 3 bundle was for a May 1st entry. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure. There's so much foundational stuff that's missing still. Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's the core sync, right, of their time, the core sync of their effort, the core sync of the development, and really like what they need to try to push through. And once they push through those, you know, those core foundational builds, the econ is in place and it's functioning. They've hashed out a lot of the dupes and just the infinite generation of goods that, oh, thank you, love. That, no, I'm chilling. I should be good. I'll be chilling. Thank you, I love you. But yeah, like once they hash out that like core foundational stuff, right? It's going to allow accessories to come in at such a faster pace. And I do feel like content cadence will increase. I feel like we'll start seeing more systems come online faster and in a better state. I feel like the 10th biome will be better implemented than the 5th biome. The 3rd starting area will come in better than the 2nd starting area. Like, figure out how to get players out of the initial starting zone. I mean, that's just a level expansion, honestly. Getting people out of the Riverlands is just a matter of forcing them out of the Riverlands. If the Riverlands only drop up to level 30 gear in the long term, and we're level 35, and we're trying to get level 39 stuff, and we can only get 33 from the Riverlands, or we can only get level 29 from the Riverlands, we will go elsewhere. Absolutely. But also, Carfin Forge. Those are very likely going to be level cap areas as grand dungeons. So I'd be kind of shocked if they were not level cap, despite being in those starting areas. But as far as I know, there's supposed to be level cap in the long term. So even then, you'd be able to go back to the Riverlands once you get into the late game, and then exist in the Riverlands. So a lot of stuff is scaled down. Yes. Yeah, a ton of shit. I mean, the June Dark's a level 50 area. So Carve Forge June Dark also supposed to be 50. Right. And the Riverlands is supposed to support 1 to 30. But then it's like, I get to level 30, I leave, and then I go back at level 50, and I just farm Carve. Can't wait to punk people for their vans. No one's gonna run vans. Everyone's just gonna run crates on a mule. You're gonna have to like wall off their donkey and then have them pay tax. It'll be like you and another friend will have to walk up to somebody on a mule, like pull them over on your mounts, and then hold them down. And if they don't, then you'll have to corrupt. Saw mules today on the PTR, boy, I think is a mistake. Why, what up? Speak to me, what's up? Are they too fast? They're fast. How fast? And is it just the same structure as a mount where it's like, if it dies, it just respawns? Faster than crates with a mount before the nerf. What? They're 100% speed. So like they bring you up to like normal run speed? Or is it past normal run speed? Like if I am on a mule and I'm running next to a player, do I outrun the player? Maybe they'll let me kill the donkey. No. Probably not. 120 on a journeyman mule. Interesting. That is fast. It's so fast. What's the storage capacity? Like, how many crates are we talking on this bad boy? Is it just better than a caravan? Like, obviously, high tier caravans are going to be good at 3. And caravans are just what, 8 at this point? Didn't they nerf van stuff? Because I want to say a patch note had vans down to 8. So, what's the speed comparatively to a caravan? Nerfing vans is not BIS. No. No, it's not. It is not. Don't know. How dare you come in here without researching fucking everything and bring up a topic? Back to work. Clue, go. Fuck out of here. Jesus Christ, man. How dare you not know shit? They need to make vans have more incentive. Yeah. Caravans are very fun gameplay. Caravans can lead to such big battles just out of nowhere. Like, van trains come out, the entire server can hit them. Yeah. 1000% I agree. And I'm not even like the largest caravan enjoyer, but going from caravans, going around the map, to crates, has made me a little sad. There used to be callouts of like, this guild is running a van train. This guild has all of their caravans here. Miscreant, what up, dude? Hope you're having a good day. Now it's all just like, oh, somebody's corrupting on crates over here. So, yeah, I don't know. Mules are probably not going to be the greatest, but maybe road buffs and like new caravan changes would be enough to actually incentivize caravans again. But also, if I can have 3 crates on a mule and I can have 8 crates on a van, why wouldn't I just mule and guarantee that I'm not going to get hit if I'm an average player? Not guarantee, of course, because you can never guarantee. But if people were muling 1 crate before, then they're absolutely going to mule 3 crates now. Not even muling, but they were walking 1 crate before. I'd go mule every time. That's what I'm saying. It's much safer. Yeah. No, absolutely. Absolutely. Like, it is very, very, very beneficial to just go mule at that point. And caravans are like, if you can defend them, great. Nin, are you sharing something from the PTR channel again? Before I click on that link, is that from the NDA channel? Yes. Nin, exclamation vanish real quick. Don't get in trouble. TGK survey. Yeah, I don't know if they want people sharing links. I would exclamation vanish, because I'm not going to take it right now, because NDA on stream. Unless vans get attack abilities like ships. Okay, well, there are van augment slots that are going to be coming in. And those have like trample, I think, which is a boost. There's like a healing one that you can put on. So there will be options for that. It's just a matter of like, how impactful are the options actually? I think guarantee can't be PvP'd until after level 10. Yeah, I mean, that's fair if somebody's just making a sub level 10 mule ult, but I mean, at that point, you'll probably lose more crates to mobs than you would players. I think people make corruption squads for mules because 3 crates might be worth it versus corrupting on 1 crate. Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. Run around with 3 people, find 1 person on a mule, kill them, and then have one person just kill the one that corrupted. Have a cleric out there, res the one that got corrupted, bring them back, and then you just grab stuff. People PK'd with crates and squads. Oh, yeah. Yeah, over one crate. And, like, you'll have one person that pulls up on a mule that just corrupts and then takes the full mule back. You'll have people that pull up without mules that'll just take all 3 of the crates and then everybody turns one in. Uh-huh. It's also going to be intriguing to see how the Asmon Gold buff comes in. Isn't a caravan more defensible? They have to break it. Like, yes and no, because a caravan is an opt-in PvP mode. So if you're in a caravan, I can opt to attack your caravan. But with crates, you're not opted into the PvP. So like crates, if I wanted to take your crate, I'd have to get you to flag up or I'd have to corrupt on you. But with corruption, like being something where I can just have somebody not in my guild kill me and then clear my corruption, grab my shit. Caravans can be killed pretty quickly too. Yeah. Yeah, caravans are also not like an end-all be-all thing. Because also, with like caravans, they can still kill you while you're driving your van. And then just kill your caravan after while you're running back. So like caravans are often PvP. People don't have to corrupt to kill you in your caravan. They just opt into your PvP. People can wall off your caravan. Caravans aren't the fastest. The caravans will probably get better with like higher tier armor and attachments and augments and stuff like that. But it's still to the point where I'm like, I just don't see anybody taking the additional risk of a caravan when you could just run crates or even just PK crates. Drivers should have massive mitigation while driving. Drivers used to be invuln at one point. And then they took that away. I want to say there is a mitigation buff while people are driving. I don't remember right off rip without being in the game what the mitigation buff is, but I want to say there's a mitigation buff in the game. I just can't recall exactly what percent it is. Because I was talking about using that to tank mobs for this phase. I was thinking about bringing caravans out to the AoE grinds and then just grabbing aggro on mobs and then hopping in a caravan. Does corruption not do the normal death thing where 25% goes to the void? If somebody corrupts on you, like if you die to somebody corrupting on you, yes, you would still lose your materials. Yeah. But with a crate, like it's just a crate on your back. It's not in your materials tab or anything like that. So pretty sure there is, but it only takes 1 minute to kill instead of 15 seconds. Right. No, I get that. Van driver is a huge mid buff. With the tank setup, we probably would take 0 to 1 damage. How large is the mid buff? Because I tested it on PTR at one point, but I can't remember the exact percentage. I know it's hefty. Do we know the exact percentage of it? And whether it's additive or multiplicative? Because I was on a van and I was getting hit by mobs and I was like, oh, I can just get a van, like get a request beacon, call it in wherever we're grinding. And then we can all opt into the van and then I can tank while I'm sitting in the van and then take no damage. I'm intrigued by that. Not the corrupted player losing a shit on death. Oh yeah, no, corruption's more punishing. Yes. If you're dying corrupted, you're losing even more. That makes vans more appealing. But not really, like, in what sense? Because even if you take less damage, I'm gonna hit your caravan. And then eventually your caravan's gonna die. So I mean, maybe if you have enough people to defend it, but if you're solo and 3 people pull up on your van, I'm just going to tank wall you and stop your van from moving. We're going to attack your caravan. Your caravan will die. Then we'll take your caravan regardless and we'll kill you after the caravan. Like maybe if you're close to a settlement and you're just trying to turn it in, but if you get caught out, like you're caught out, then a random group opts into attack and tries to kill you in the POI. Yeah, it'd be something that's probably best served if you're really far ahead of the curve. Caravans are supposed to get armaments at some point that might make them worthwhile. And I'm assuming higher tiers of caravans are also supposed to be more than 8 slots. But 99% mitigation with attacks from the van. Right, but your caravan is just going to die. Like, they're just going to hit your caravan instead of you. And then if you're just driving your caravan doesn't go fast. And if I'm a tank, I can wall your caravan every time my wall's off cooldown. And like your caravan is omega slowed. Yeah. So like no matter how tanky I, the driver, am, you'll just hit my caravan if it's just me. And then by the time I'm able to get point A to point B and like near a settlement again, my caravan will be dead. Can a caravan be healed or repaired? They used to have regen. I don't think they have regen right now. They will have augments that do like an AoE healing beacon and stuff like that, which I'm not 1,000% sure when that's going to be in or how powerful that's going to be. I don't think I can intercept to a caravan. Can I intercept to a caravan? I don't think I can intercept to a caravan. I'm pretty sure. Are arenas confirmed? I mean, eventually. Arenas are a system that they've talked about. It's just not in yet. That's most of Ashes, though, if I'm being completely honest. It's not necessarily like guaranteed, but it is confirmed as something that they want in. Honestly, you might be able to. I don't think we can intercept to vans. I think Rogue can backstab. Right, but I'm also not convinced that it's a friendly target. Let me log in. Yeah, I'm sitting on my desktop right now. I haven't even launched the game today. It's crafting emphasis. And I can't help much with there. Although, I should probably find where Clue is running leveling loops and then follow him. Because he's seemingly got some Techington. And I'm intrigued about the Techington. Because anything that gets our leveling route faster and gets me done questing faster and gets me done mob grinding faster to level, it's just better. I want to play late game. I want to get level as fast as humanly possible. And I want to not look back. And I just want to keep fucking pumping as much as I can. Oh, what's going on? I missed something? You can shout us up to friendly. Oh, we're talking about if you could like heal caravans and shit and what friendly abilities were interacting with caravans. So we're trying to figure out like if I could intercept to vans, if we could like cleric heal vans, shit like that. Yo, you imagine gambiting a caravan? Wait. I just thought of demonic tech. So hear me out. 2 people flag up. A bard and a DPS. The bard gets really low. And then opts in to defend the caravan. And then gambits the caravan driver to no HP. I guess it'd be 25% HP. And then you just nuke the driver of the caravan. Fuck. All right. I don't know. I don't know how we're gonna test this, but I'm gonna need a bard. I would need a bard, a caravan, and a DPS. They get increased regen when you do that. They get 50% increased healing received. But like, what if it's a, you know, like a 1v3? Steven said in an interview on the TGFT that they'd be doing a charity event at some point. Would you join their team for this, or do you not do charity things? I'll fuck with charity. Yeah, I ain't got shit against charity. If Intrepid ever wanted me to help out with like events or anything, I'd be fucking more than happy to. I was always in like Amazon Games ears about like, hey, if you guys need somebody to help with events, I'm always here. And then never got a call. So, you know, it is what it is. Who's charity? Why does she need help? Zop, that woman does not need your dollar bills. That woman does not need your money. You keep your dollar bills and you give them to me instead. With the tank tech we're cooking, I don't think you'd care about the gambit of the van seat anyways. No, that's fair. That's fair. But I'm talking about like, I'm not talking about people that know what they're doing. I'm talking about you see some random in a van and then you just blow them up with that tech. I feel like that would probably be the best tech. What? I guess you could only pull it off in a van, huh? There's no other place that you could actually pull that off. because you need to be allied with the person that you're gambiting. You can't like Terror Blade ult in Dota where you just switch your HP and like an enemy's HP. It has to be an ally. So the only like feasible time that you'd be able to actually pull it off is opting into somebody's caravan at low HP and then gambiting them with your low HP and then blowing them up. Now, can we grapple somebody out of the driver's seat of a van? Because I feel like we should be able to grapple somebody out of the driver's seat of vans. Chaotic evil behavior. I feel like you might be right. I feel like you might be right. I always try to portray chaotic good, but you have lots of experience with vans? Yo, Pear, thank you for the 7 day. I've unfortunately run more caravans than I would like to, and also had more time with caravans than your average player. For the final, is it 3 weeks-ish of phase 2.5, I ran caravans back and forth across the entire playable world simply because there was nothing else to do. And I made multiple times gold cap. I bought up entire markets of mounts and then gave them out to new players time and time and time again. That was my last like 3 weeks to a month of phase 2.5, dog. It was what some would call a content drought, and I made the most out of it somehow. Chaotic evil does not mean TOS violation. I don't think gambiting somebody is a TOS violation. I don't think that's anything like TOS violating. That's just tech. Like, that's just, I'm a bard in trouble and I need a health swap, and I see that you are here for a health swap. I really want to set that up now, if I'm being completely honest. Never trust a bard? Bro, I swear to God, all we have to do is run up near a caravan, get a bard weak, and then the bard opts in to defend the caravan and then gambits, and then we opt in to attack the caravan and then just blow up the caravan driver. Because they're 25% HP. I feel like that's absolutely the play. And I feel like we need to hit that clip before somebody else does, because now someone's going to be going for that tech on live. I need a bard and I need a hit squad. And we just need to not kill the bard. And they have to get off the van to heal themselves? Correct. You're getting through 75% of their health pool immediately. So regardless of mitigation buff or not, they're going to be way more panicked. They're going to have the healing buff, and that'll help their regen, but you're not going to be regenning a lot at all. With legendary plus 20 stuff, I was like 100, so. Can you not just flag them on the bard and whack them, and then they go defense? Yeah, you literally can. Yes. So, like, Gambit will not bring a target below 25% HP, but it'll bring the target to 25% HP minimum. So you literally just, yeah, that's it. You literally just smack the shit out of the bard. They get super weak, and then the bard opts in and then gambits. There were not mage nerfs. Don't let him bait you up. Don't let him bait you. There were not mage nerfs. He's also spreading propaganda that he's got a level 12 leveling loop in 25 minutes. Without bugs. I think he's a silly goober today. I mean, listen, if you got it, you got it. But that's also like Master Chief being like, yo, dog, I got somebody leaking me information. Trust me. Trust me. Like, I'm hesitant, you know? I think that's my largest thing. I'm hesitant. You know my ass didn't do it. You ain't find the leveling loop? Because I'd believe that a little more. Yeah, you're not motivated enough. Who found the loop? Give me your sources, and then I will have the black SUVs outside of their house in no time. I swear to God, that'll be Cat's loop in no time. I can't? All right, black SUVs are going to your house then, dog. It's you or them. This is where you draw your line in the sand, brother. Shit's a real secret. Oh, something's bugged as fuck. Oh, God. Something's bugged as shit. Oh, lordy, I've heard this before. I've heard this from too many people before. I don't think it's bugged. Nobody ever thinks it's bugged. 1 to 12 is just going to be luck. Well, he's saying he has a 1 to 12 25-minute questing loop. Which would be an ungodly amount of XP. Like 1 to 12 is, I'm pretty sure, based on the current ramp up, like over 500,000 XP. Does it involve the quest that gives you 60k XP? Even 60k would be like a level and a half, like 7 to 8 or something like that. God, I love Steven. Do you love Steven saying beta next year? Yeah, what up, Scape? How you doing, dude? Because I won't exist. Oh, what's the 60k XP quest? Is that the one with like the flesh golems? But yeah, that's what Clue was also saying, is that they're not necessarily banking on that being 1000% accurate by the time it all rolls around because so much is changing. So we'll see. I mean, that's also kind of where I'm at with our loop. I don't necessarily feel a need to try to get to like, it's a corruption quest that you can get in level 3 towns. Oh. That makes sense. That makes sense. So December next year beta. I mean, bro, if they can get everything in by that point, I think that'd be good. Like, I'm supportive of the game moving forward. I'm also just hoping that they don't try to force the game forward too quickly. People are misreading that tweet so hard. I think that he's just saying they're working towards beta. But the other side of me, it's like angel on this shoulder, devil on this shoulder. And it's like, beta was originally supposed to be, you know, after the 1+ year Alpha 2 Phase 3. Phase 3 was 1+ year. So the timetable would work out that next year could be beta 1. But there's still a lot of content. He's just saying that they're heading towards beta. Right. That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at. I think he's just saying next year we're going to be able, or we're going to continue like chugging towards beta, and we're going to continue making progress towards beta. That's how I'm taking it. But also, I'm usually fucking wrong. Of course, in 2026, they're going to work towards beta. Right. No, absolutely. But a lot of people are taking this, because keep in mind, Clue, this is kind of the side of the coin that some people in the community are saying, where it's like the Steam move in some people's minds is because Intrepid's out of money, or because the money's running out. And then they're taking this as another, oh, Intrepid's out of money, so now they're going to beta sooner and trying to ship sooner, and they're cutting out vision. That's what people have been trying to say, is like, scope is being cut out, scope is being changed. You also said there's going to be no wipe. Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. Like, my predictions suck. My predictions suck nuts. Like, I'm really bad at predictions. Good at reading between the lines, this ain't a fresh leak. I don't think it is. And I'm not trying to phrase it as that. I think it's not anything too crazy. Could beta come next year? It could. Do I think it's going to? No. Does this make me think it's going to come next year? No. Conspiracy theories are wild. I feel like there should be fewer conspiracy theories and more realistic things, like Steven losing all of our money on the Baccarat tables. Like, I feel like a rich man going to gamble and trying to get richer is a tale as old as time. And I feel like that would be the most likely cause of us losing all of our money at this point. But other than that, I think it's probably pretty fine. Now, MMO development's expensive as fuck, especially Western MMO development, because you can't just pay people $2 a day. So, it is genuinely tough. Like, if they could pay people $2 a day, they would probably have way more developers. But Western MMO development is very, 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 very expensive. And as a result, I think the people that are cognizant of, like, you know, they are a business that does need money. It makes sense. They are a business that does need money. Money could run out, but I'm hoping it doesn't. Dana White from the UFC does this, loses $5 million in minutes on blackjack, pays a lot of fighters barely more than minimum wage. Loses 5 million in minutes is fucking crazy. Bro, 5 million would set me up for the rest of my life. I literally would never have to worry about anything again with that amount of money, and dude's just throwing it down on a table. What a world. What a life. So anyways, yeah, I think the beta stuff is also a little overhyped. I don't really think that it is anything worth getting up in arms about. Some in the community would insist time and time again that it is. I'm not hopping on the train. I'm not getting on it. Heard from a very famous person in the science field saying he loves people's conspiracy theories because he thinks it's funny that the people think. Wait a second. I thought we were talking about ashes. God damn it. I thought your friend in the science field was going to have an ashes theory. ChatGPT said, based on the wording, push toward beta next year almost certainly means they expect to reach beta next year, not just start working on it. I don't know how much I would trust ChatGPT. I might be unk status because of that. But, yo, Dust, thank you for 7 days. Much love. I feel like that may be the unk in me starting to come out, but I wouldn't necessarily evaluate what I'm thinking based on that. Also, I still think it's possible that beta could be next year. Reach beta next year, could reach into December next year and be true. Yeah, it's absolutely possible. As someone like you who follows Ashes just as much as Narc did, I should make a YouTube video on your thoughts on his tweet. I have a YouTube video that's in the chamber right now, but like, I'm gonna be completely honest, dog. My YouTube videos aren't very exciting because my takes aren't very exciting. I don't typically get into the mad hysteria of things, and I try to look at it in like the most boring logical standpoint of like, this, I don't think it's a huge thing. My entire YouTube video would be like, yeah, I think that he's just working towards beta over the course of the next year, and providing the scope of the game hasn't changed, then beta will come when the game is near feature complete. But also, if the scope has changed, which it very well could have, then we could be looking at something different. Like, that's my entire take on the tweet. That's it. Also, GP, what up, dude? Don't trust ChatGPT to be good at interpreting PR speak. Do we think Steven wrote this? Or did somebody else write this for him? Did GM John proofread this for him? No? I think Steven wrote this, but I think John probably proofread this hoe. If I had to guess. Steven's a narrative-ass motherfucker. He can get into some rants. I'm just saying, it's the same person who wrote Maggie's article about starting fresh. Well, that was Maggie. I'm pretty sure that was Maggie directly. Because she's been instilling the... So back when she said, what would we think about fresh start servers, do you think she leaked and wasn't supposed to leak and then had to take it back? He wrote it but fed it through ChatGPT to fix it. I don't buy that. The older I get, the more I hate reading between the lines. Just tell me straight up, or otherwise I'm gonna ignore it. Yeah, no, totally. It's close to what he said on stream, but tidied it up. Yeah, I feel like they just continue to work through things. It's a definitely PR move done by someone else. Nonetheless, I hope he actually means this. It's not a copium tweet for a short money grub. I don't necessarily think it's like a PR thing. This is actually how Steven types. Like, I'll be completely honest. I haven't obviously spent, years interacting with the dude, so I can't say like if it's exactly him or not, but this is literally how Steven types. And this is how he like talks in dev streams as well. I genuinely wouldn't be shocked if this was actually just a full ass Steven tweet. I don't think it's like somebody running Steven's Twitter, because Steven's Twitter also isn't very active. Like, Steven's entire Twitter account has not a lot of activity. We're already back into April. Like, he does not post much at all. So like, I don't know, man. I don't think that it's this big like PR thing. I don't think it's supposed to be something super deep. I don't think that it's supposed to be something where we're reading between the lines to any crazy extent. I just feel like he meant that we're gonna keep building the goddamn game. Continue to, if they meant we'll start working on beta next year, they would phrase it differently. Begin development on beta next year, start preparing for beta next year. I mean, the beta is just going to be a transition. So, I mean, people are just way overlooking into it. People are way overlooking into everything, dog. Yes, literally everything is being overlooked at this point. Like, it's being read into so much. It's just a label. It is just a label, yes. Now, one thing that kills a lot of people's mentalities in the Ashes scene is very, very, very frequently, well, they said it was going to be this back in 2018, and they're not allowed to change. And then people get mad when shit changes. And I don't really understand that side of it. I'm feeding into the Steam copium, sadly. Buying it when it comes to Steam. Will I be upset? Who knows? Will I get many hours to play the game and level up? Yes, so worth it. I mean, I'm going to be honest, C's. You could 1,000% come in and be like, oh, there's, you know, the core of this, and then the accessories aren't there yet. All of the lights, all of the, you know, all the shine, all the bright stuff, all the polish. Like, that's not there yet. It's not. But I think if you are somebody who is trying the game out for your first time, like on December 11th, take it as somebody who hopped in as like an everyday player starting December 26th of last year. You're coming in a better state than I did, and I liked it enough to stay this much and play through all of the things that I have played through, and I have got 3,000 plus hours. Well, 3,000-ish hours at this point of game time. And that'll go up rapidly once these new servers drop. Like, I am always here. Now, for every person like me that's enjoyed it a lot, there are also people that have not enjoyed it and want to come back later. My biggest preach to people is get your expectations in check early. If you know what to expect and you know what you're coming into, then you're going to have a lot more fun because you'll see it as that growth-based environment where it's like, I'm not coming in expecting it to all be perfect. I am coming in expecting to provide feedback on the things that are in and provide feedback on future things that do come in to help it get better in the long run. If your mentality is the latter, you will be able to get many hours of content out of Ashes. If you are partaking in a community, you will be able to get many hours out of Ashes. Even your first time leveling will get you a substantial amount of game time. It will. You explore a little bit, you figure out the world, you run around, check out new shit. You will definitely be able to play. So, seen the wars on PvP, seen the leveling, seen the caravans, everything looks fun and I know what to expect. Truth is, what Ash has to offer right now is okay for me, plus the price drop makes it better. Yes, exactly. That's what I always say to people too. It's all personal, dog. I think that's the thing. Vast majority of people coming in will set their expectations based on other EA games. I also don't necessarily know that people have like expectations are always so personal. You know what I mean? I think that's, oh, this is a food show. Hold on. I'll skip this so you guys don't get hungry. Wait. There you go. There you go. So anyways, expectations are always on such a personal level with things. What was that? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Lasagna? No, it was like little buffalo chicken sliders that Carla made. Yo, Q, what up, dog? How are you today? I'm hungry. Well, get yourself some goddamn food. Get yourself some grub, brother. It's always a beautiful time for some noms. I know, that's why I skipped it too. It's that time where some people are gonna start wanting din-dins. So, see with that recipe. Bro, it's Hawaiian rolls, a rotisserie chicken, buffalo sauce, and then cheese. And then more sauce. And then whatever else you want, or pickles, anything like that. Like, yeah, just make little buffalo chicky sliders on Hawaiian rolls. Yeah, that's all you need. The Hawaiian rolls are the goddamn cheat code. But yeah, no, I agree. A lot of Steam buyers are not going to do homework, which could lead to people coming in either pleasantly surprised or let down, depending on what their comp is, right? But comparisons are everything. And in the world of MMOs, where so many people will have played an MMO before, especially the current target MMO audience, it's going to be MMO hopefuls. Not many new people are breaking into the MMO scenes as first-time MMO players. There are some, but not many. I feel as though the largest thing for people to get over is going to be that comparison to other games in their head, right? Even today, I mean, we have people come in nearly every day that are like, is Ashes going to be the next WoW? Is it going to be the WoW killer? It's a completely different MMO structure than WoW. So this is why I have also been saying, first-time players that are truly coming in blind as a first-time user, I'd be willing to go out on a limb and say they're actually going to have a good amount of fun with Ashes. I personally feel like this is especially with the new improvements to the first time user experience over the past few days, I feel as though this is not the worst state of affairs to hop into, especially with how bad most MMOs have been lately. Now, again, that's that comparison bar again, but I also think the bar is like hobby horseable levels of high right now for an MMO, where if you can run and jump at a reasonable, ability, you're succeeding as an MMO. And I think that in terms of especially the early access MMO scene right now, Ashes does have a really solid opportunity to establish itself in some capacity as an open world sandbox that has potential to it, to a lot more players here. Saw a YouTuber say that he'll judge Ashes as a completed game. I think he hasn't wrong. Chrono Odyssey legit flopped during their beta test and said they need more time. Yeah, people were happy and said, yeah, they need more time. I feel like if Ashes does this, people just talk trash about Ashes. If it were to do the same thing and perform the same way. I mean, people are always hypercritical of Ashes, if I'm being completely honest. If you look at any feedback, I mean, honestly, if you look at YouTube, if you look at Reddit, if you look at Discord, YouTube especially is very bad for it, because you have to keep in mind the Ashes community in terms of like actual Ashes players, the core community is very small. The Ashes extended community of people who know what Ashes is, but don't necessarily interact with Ashes on a routine basis is large. So you essentially have this bubble around the outside, and that bubble is not necessarily like the most informed bubble, and it can sometimes be hard to get information from the center of that bubble, your core players, all the way to the outside of that bubble without the information getting distorted or lost along the way. So with a lot of people not having opinions that are actually, I guess, informed by firsthand experience of playing the game, I think Ashes falls victim to a couple of things where it's like, for some people, it's not necessarily the most watchable game. It's one of those where it's in its current state, it's much more fun to play than it is to watch, in my personal opinion. I think the watchability of Ashes, 95% of the time, is a bit rough because a lot of it is running around, a lot of it is grinding, a lot of it is stuff like that, right? So from that standpoint, I think people that are seeing it from an outside-in perspective aren't really going to understand the levity of like, oh, you're running around the world for an hour, what are you doing? Not realizing that you're running around looking for Braidwood and you hit one legendary Braidwood and it's a generational comeuppance, right? So I feel like with the Steam launch and like the early access tag, what we are likely to see is people getting their firsthand experience, whether that's good or whether that's bad. And my personal guess is that people will actually enjoy it a lot more than they think on an average basis of, just people hopping in, checking it out for the first time, because the playability is really, it's not low. In terms of a functioning product, you have questing system in place, you have settlement system in place, you have mob grinding in place, you have gathering, refining, crafting in place. There are MMO products that go very, very public without having those things in place. And I think from a baseline playability standpoint, it's actually not as bad as people are making it out to be. None of it matters from nobody who want to farm views. I don't want to blab about reviews. I mean, I think the problem with it, though, with YouTube especially, is that like the platform of YouTube is so like omnipresent and viewable compared to somebody's fleeting opinion on a live stream. So it's like you have MMO tubers that will go around MMO to MMO, and they become your kind of like trusted quote unquote reviewers because they played so many MMOs and because they're YouTube man with a lot of views and shit like that. And then it works its way up to the Asmongler, and then the Asmongler drops a react on it. And then out of nowhere, you've got millions of people watching an Asmongler video where there's a react going out that is from somebody who hasn't really played a lot of a game that is being reacted to by somebody that may not have played a lot of the game. And it's like, it just creates this echo chamber of bad with a whole lot of, I don't want to say like improper information, but like misinformed. So most of these people are stupid with stupid takes. I think the people are smart, but they know that clickbait takes will absolutely get more views and will make them more money. Especially the full-time creators that are, like me, dependent on making enough money to pay bills. On the YouTube side of it, you get paid on YouTube for views. Like YouTube memberships and stuff, it's such a small percentage of a YouTuber's payout. You're trying to get views and you're trying to get ad rev on your YouTube videos. And as a YouTuber, it's literally just I need to get a click on my video no matter what. If I have to say Steven sacrificed 6 dingoes and a baby to get, you know, phase 3 pushed out or to get early access pushed out, then that's going to get more views. Like, that's the big thing. People make videos about the drama. Oh my fucking God. Oh, dude. Exactly what most big YouTubers poop on ashes brings in views. Yeah, negativity will sell. The big controversial take will sell. Like, if I say everything's on fire, then you're going to look to see what the fire is. Whereas if I say Ashes is progressing just fine, then you're not going to click on it. That's why my takes do well on Twitch, but don't do well on YouTube. Because on Twitch, it's a very conversational platform. It's having you here and keeping you here for a long period of time where we can discuss the goods and the bads very openly. On YouTube, I want to have you there and keep you for 8 minutes on an average YouTube video for somebody that knows what they're doing. If you're posting a 50-minute YouTube video, like I do sometimes, you got to trim that shit down, big dog. So, 8 minutes at most. But you want to know what's crazy? You click on my YouTube video because the title gets you. You watch 10 seconds and then realize it's slop and you click out, +1 view. A lot of wackos who don't like Steven because they were told not to like him. Oh my God. It's fucking insane. Holy shit. The thing with Ashes and with a lot of the gaming community in general right now is everybody wants to have an opinion on everything and nobody's just willing to say, I don't know, or I don't have an opinion on that. And I think that's a really large core issue of gaming right now. Like, nobody, and I don't want to say nobody, but not a lot of people are just willing to say, I have not informed myself enough to have an opinion on this thing yet. So it blows my mind that Steven gets more hate than Ed sees off. Bro, people think Steven is the devil of game development. It's fucking unreal. It's genuinely nuts. People think Ashes is like the antichrist of MMOs that is only here to take people's money and is never going to put out a playable product in any way, shape, and form. And so many people have, in their own heads, determined that Ashes is never going to be a playable product or anything. And it's fucking wild to me, man. When Ashes is already on a playability level, outperforming other MMOs that are far further progressed in their development cadence. I don't understand it, if I'm being completely a Buckington. It's crazy. It's honestly disgusting. They made up their mind and nothing you say or do will change their mind. And I think the saddest part about it is that they genuinely, like, so many of these people have fully bought into the take that everyone in Ashes is either a cultist or a white knight. Like, we joke about it, right? But, like, so many people think that that's actually the way because there are a few very outspoken people on each side of that, right? It's either the doomers or the white knights where everything is perfect or everything's falling apart. And people don't realize that the Ashes scene does have that middle ground where it's just a bunch of people hanging out that are like, hey, you get hit in the nuts today? No? Cool, me either. Sick, good day. And then we come back another day and our gameplay loop kicks us in the balls. And then we discuss why we got kicked in the balls and why it felt bad. Like, that's the middle ground. We're like, yeah, some things are fun. Some days are great. Some things are less than ideal. But we get through them both equivalently. There are the doomers, the white knights, and then the people who actually play the game for fun. Yeah, and with the intent to help it get better. Yeah, 1,000%. There are genuinely a large amount of people. I don't want to say a large amount of people, but there are an amount of people within the scene, a moderate amount of people, that do genuinely enjoy the product in its current state of affairs. I like Ashes as it is. Do I think it's done? Do I think it's perfect? Nope. Nope. Zebexing video literally points out, if they somehow reach 300k sales, it wouldn't even cover all 250 people Steven has on their payroll if he only paid them minimum wage, which is obviously not the case. Yeah, I mean, Western MMO game dev is fucking expensive. Yeah. It's a lot, dog. It's a lot. It's very much. 200 plus staff and it's a scam. Yeah, 1,000%. 1,000%. I think people feel to realize Steven was a millionaire before Ashes. Correct me if I'm wrong, but he started Ashes because he just wanted to go to MMO. Yeah, he wanted to make like an MMO in his vision and like what he wanted a game to be and to build a studio around that because he had the capabilities to do so. Or at least to get it started. So, I mean, people can have their takes, but I also think so many people just make like baseless claims about what Intrepid will be because Steven made money in certain ways that people don't agree with, which to each their own. 1,000%. But I think a lot of people make like jumps and claims that aren't necessarily connected and will immediately say this product is a scam because of this one thing that happened, or just make this absurd leap and bound in their mind. It's just fucking unreal to me. Talking about strictly Steam sales. Yeah, no, 1,000%. Make the game better. I'm here because this shit's fun. If all I had was one day, I'd come back one day, not tomorrow. Yeah, no, 1,000%. 1,000%. I mean, I personally, like I've always said, I'm very confident that I could grow my community wherever I want to go to, no matter what. Like I stream a lot. I have a very dedicated community, and I have a very unique brand of content where I can literally yap about whatever with my community for however long. I'm confident that I could go actually anywhere and be just fine. I'm here because I want to be here, because I believe in the product, and because I believe in the people behind the product, and I have a lot of fun. So, random question, the war in the background happens how often? So this is a settlement siege that you're seeing in the background. Hoofsy! What up, dog? Thank you for the gifty, much love. I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day, my boy. But yeah, so basically this is a settlement siege. Settlement sieges are 100 versus 100. As of right now, they're going to expand. But these are basically meant to be an attack on the town and a defense of the town. So right now there is no like, repercussions for losing. Long term, if the defender loses, their settlement would be leveled to, zilch. 0, completely nuked, buildings taken out, settlement progression gone, all restarted. So essentially, these are meant to be a very rare, very high risk, high reward gameplay mode that actually has an impact on like not just the two entities fighting, but the entirety of the server, because in Ashes, not every town can have every building and not every town can be the highest level. So if you win a siege, it's all great and good because you've won your rivalry, but then you're going to piss off your entire server if that has an impact on crafting goods not actually being available. Now, with that being said, right now, again, there is no punishment on the sieges, but they are still incredibly fun. They're incredibly fun. So we're going through. Oh, sometimes on reses it has some render issues. Yeah, it can be a little strange, but nothing better than falling and swimming under Steel Bloom Citadel secret event. Yo, the swimming under the world is crazy. We found some routes that could take you from the anvils all the way underneath the world to the riverlands, and they could just pop up and turn crates in. I wouldn't recommend it. That is what we call an exploit. But yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. Offensive categories? Probably. It's the same shit as Twitch at this point, I'm assuming. I'd be shocked if they didn't share a fucking like UI and everything. Sounds like Fortress War and Silk Road Online. You'd fight for territory, and if you took over the territory, you'd be viewed as the enemy to the whole server because you control the tax for every NPC in that town for the next 7 days. Yeah, instead of taking it over, it's more just like you raise the entire area. So it's like we're on the defense here. If we lose this, in the long term, this would no longer be a T4 town because it wouldn't be a town. It just would not exist. No more buildings, no more mayor, no more town. It would have to be completely re-leveled, and there's a system called vassaling that basically stops every town from reaching the highest level, which would then mean that another town could level up higher to then get more craftable, crafting tables and stuff like that within the town boundaries. So, new dunes and shit's crazy looking. If only it was good. Did they add in the new weapons for the dunes and kit? Because there's like a dunes in two-hand axe and a dunes in two-hand mace and stuff like that now, but high risk, high reward? Yes, the absolute fucking highest. And it is also going to be very, very, very expensive to declare one of these bad boys. And in the long term, if a settlement successfully defends, then they are going to go on a very long cooldown. It's going to be the settlement level times 10 days, where during that time, they cannot be sieged again. So, what would you suggest aiming for as a solo rogue? In terms of what? In terms of gear prog? Or in terms of like leveling stuff? Because as a solo rogue, it's just build poison, sap poison, restealth stuff. Fuck this, everything has to be processed. Yeah, that's why I haven't launched today. I heard that it was a crafting emphasis, and Keith, I got on and I go, so chat, anybody know if they put processed goods in for us or nah? Yeah, fuck that. Fuck that. 50 days for a T5 seems too high, Mo. I mean, it also depends on how long it's actually taking to get to T5. I think that's one of the big things. If you defend, you get auto-invul. Couldn't you just abuse that really easily? like not abuse it really easily, because the cost to declare a siege in the long term is going to be equivalent to the cost, roughly equivalent, of course, to the cost to actually level a settlement to that level. So essentially, if you want to siege a T5, you have to have like the input equivalent to what it takes to level something to T5 between like the materials, the time invested, all that shit. It's going to be a lot. So yeah. How long does it take to level a town? It's not like Clash of Clans taking 10 plus days for one level. Oh yeah. Depending on where you're at, especially. I mean, if you're in a player hub, then it's going to take a long time. But yeah, also if you're looking for like crafting, because towns need to level. Towns need to have their election process, which is already going to be multiple days before towns even have the election process. And then they have to get a mayor, and then they have to fundraise materials through buy orders. Then they have to get the gold through taxes. Then they have to put a building up, and then they have to level that building. And to level that building, they have to have support buildings up. And to put the support buildings up, they need more materials. And then they have to work with other towns to get all of the like the actual tables up for crafting and gathering and refining, because not every town can have everything. There aren't enough spaces in the towns. So there's a lot. Right now, leveling a town is just XP though. Correct. So if you're in like a very player hubby area with a ton of players, capitalizing on all the experience opportunities at once, then absolutely towns are going to level fast as shit. But there are only 5 levels. They better take forever. Metropolises will return. I'm convinced Metropolises will be our first expansion. I think the siege decks are on a big discount right now. Yes, they are. They're 1,000 gold, which over the course of 100 people, you get 10 gold per person. It's so easy. Storm One Hand got visuals. Oh, like new acts and stuff? Wait, what does it look like? Yo, Lemon, what up? Clash Royale just removed my leveling books and turned them into wild cards when I was about to use them after I leveled my guys. Are you getting cooked by mobile games? Lemon, you are so down bad. You are so down bad. That's crazy. I never realized how large Clash Royale was until I was like, I was in, I want to say it was New York. Because we're on the subway, and I saw like 4 people playing Clash Royale on their phone just immediately in that subway area. And I was like, is Clash Royale that huge? And then I started doing some research. That, wild. More towns equals more wars. Anything else large scale PvP like this? Oh, this is one of the smaller scale, like limited forms for now. Because this is only 100 versus 100. Keep in mind, open world has no limits. So like as guild sizes continue to expand, one singular guild can have 200 people, and I can declare multiple guild versus guild wars. So like this is a siege. Siege is really organized. Like siege is the like the organized side of it, whether in settlements, which are the towns, or the guild castles. Those will be in later. And then I had to beg my mom to stop spending money on cock gems. Nah, that's crazy. That's insanity. So wait, what's going on over here? Why am I restarting my game? Dusty, what the fuck are you doing? Anyways, so it's in your bloodline. The mobile gaming is in your bloodline. You're fucking hooked. There's no way that you're avoiding it. But yeah, so essentially, with the wars side of it, everything in Ashes is open world primarily. So if my guild wants to declare on your guild, then I can keep a guild declaration scroll in my inventory, which we have to craft, cost money and materials. But upon keeping that in my inventory, I can then just like type in your guild name to that declaration scroll. And then we fight in the open world. That lasts until a certain number of kills have been had by one side, and then those turn off. Settlement wars, same thing. Citizens of the 2 settlements can fight when within the like boundaries of those settlements. So that is that's like the big thing there. What happened? Did we go back in the VOD or something? Or did I get put out of the group? What a goddamn Ellie. Oh, this was the other VOD. Okay, this is VOD from the other day. I was like, what fucking VOD is this? Then we go to the 1v1 tourney. Okay, that makes sense. Need to figure out what to play until Ash is released on Steam. Yeah, that's the tough part. That's the tough part. Like for me, I can't play, and not that I can't play anything else. I don't want to play anything else. I got the PTR. I got Ash's yap about. I'm not arc raiding. I'm not worried about that shit. I'm just chilling over here. So EQ1. Fupo. Too much of a time investment. We can't give people things that would be an evergreen. That's bad. Short term only. Short term only. Do just normal unaffiliated people who happen to have their stuff in that town lose everything? Long term, yes. Right now, no. So basically with sieges will essentially be a thing where, like, with the cost being so high, you will try to get information on incoming sieges to kind of prepare, right? But once a siege gets declared, there will be a spin up time that is like settlement level times 1. So T4, 4 days to get, signups, get everybody all prepared. Only downside is that once the settlement siege is actually declared, right? That locks storages, that locks player market, that locks just about everything. So once that happens, your stuff will be kept there. And in the event that your settlement loses a siege defense, it will be nuked. Your housing gone, your storage gone, becomes a force flag lawless PvP area around the settlement, and then it becomes like lootable area as well. So it's going to be absolute chaos after a siege. If there are relics that are present within the reliquary, those will become either shattered into fragments or like shards, I think, not fragments, which can then be consumed by players for bonuses, or I believe some will actually be like not shattering. I want to say some of them don't shatter, but a lot of them just kind of like break on a lost siege. So sure, that'll go down well the first time it happens. Keep in mind, it's not even just the storages, because the buildings are gone too. So not only will people lose their storage, but people will also on the server lose the capacity to craft what's getting nuked. So if, say my guild happens to be really far ahead and we craft whatever weapons, and then we say we've got all our weapons, good, siege it. That's the evil side of it. And if you win the siege with your new weapons because you're more powerful, then you're the only people on that server to have those weapons. And you'll either be able to sell them for so much, or you'll be able to have such a power curve until it gets built up somewhere else. Now, it'll also be harder to pull off as player base expands and as, like, the world expands. There will be more settlements that could actually support that thing. And also, it's a social game. So if your entire server doesn't like you, you'll probably get pulled up on by your entire server at some point in time. So number one way to nuke rep on a server. Oh yeah, but there will be people that want to nuke their rep. Yeah, there will be guilds of every single affiliation that come in here, dog. I can't wait. The population expansion is going to be fucking huge for Ashes and is going to bring in so much of an actual gameplay loop just from people existing together in a social manner. Oh, dude, that's like half the content in Ashes. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to bring my coffee cup out because it's 6 and I should probably only be having water at this point. Un momento. Good day overturned. What the hell? My monitor just went to sleep on me. I actually haven't touched my monitor in that long. So anyways, number one way of recruiting the best PvPers. I don't know, man. Because everything is going to be so reputation based in terms of recruitment. Like, in the long term, if people don't like how your guild is aligning and like the reputation that's associated with your guild, bro, that's going to bring a lot of just like annoyance your way. It changes how people will look at you as a player entirely. It'll change how people interact with you. Like, reputation is a bitch in a game like this. I don't necessarily know. Like, I understand that some people are absolutely, positively 1,000,000% going to want to play the big bad role. But bro, I just feel like that'd be so annoying to have to deal with. As long as you're not doing real shady shit, it is what it is. Oh yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, someone's gonna have to be the big bad. Bad, good as whatever. Oh god, yeah. Yeah, someone's gonna have to be the big bad of a server so people have somebody to fight against. As long as the big bad isn't actively fucking exploiting and going crazy with that. Yeah, no, absolutely. It's an MMORPG, the RPG meaning role-playing game. So like, people have to play their roles for the content to be established. If the entire server is in this like symbiotic, you know, state, then nothing is going to happen. There's going to be no friction and there's going to be no content. But if there is a good, if there is a bad, if there is conflict, if there is rivalry, there is story. If there is story, there is content. If there is content, there is excitement. If there is excitement, then people are intrigued. And that's what a social MMO like this really has going for it. In MMOs, a lot of what has been missing, in my opinion, is the story for people to follow, like server to server in MMOs, and that investment of more than just like, oh, this is a progression-based state of affairs, right? And I mean, shit, look at WoW's most popular venture recently. Not even like WoW from Blizzard, but like WoW's most popular content recently. OnlyFans. All about content with a focus on the storyline established from a whole shitload of people interacting and the impact it had on the server as a whole. Not that WoW was necessarily the most outward, you know, server influenced thing from players, but OnlyFans was huge because it was built on content and it was built on people interacting. A lot of people think Polar's bad guys. Not really the case I think people think it is. They're worse groups for sure. Oh, I mean, they're absolutely, like, I'm gonna be real. Every community has a, like, not every community has these, but every community has the potential to have people that at some point in time will exploit, will make bad decisions, will take advantage of something, either knowingly or unknowingly. That could apply to anybody. Dusty, this is bad. What? What's bad? I have the bag loadout memorized. Oh yeah, no, that's good. That will save you so much time. Now, if you do also manage to someday get one singular scroll that brings us to plus 20. Brother, we did the math. That saves so many clicks, especially with alternate weapons coming in. Oh God, it's so bad. It's so bad. It's already human nature that there'll be conflict, and conflict drives sandbox content. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Conflict is huge. It's to a certain point too, where somewhere along the line, the incentivization for content doesn't even come down to like, I need a reward for this from from a perspective of like, I want currency, I want item payout, I want this, I want that. Sometimes the reward just comes in the form of, I beat the shit out of somebody that was yapping. Sometimes that's the reward. And I feel like people do genuinely forget that it's a certain element of like, you know, you're interacting with the same people for a month. You may never have a moment of strife with them. You're locked in a room with the same people for 6 months. And at some point you're going to be like, okay, you're kind of pissing me the fuck off. I need a little bit of time here. And if you don't get that time, eventually that may boil over into some conflict happening. And in games like this, that's the best set of circumstances. You force two groups of people together for hours on end, for months on end. And then bada boom, bada bing, conflict out the wazoo. That is fucking awesome. There's this one bitch that was contesting my hunting area. And I swear to God, I would have miskiffed a hoe if people weren't telling me not to. I had people coming over that were like, Dusty, I'll corrupt on that bitch. I swear to God, I'll fucking do it for you, bro. I killed her once in PvP. That's all I needed. But I considered it. That friction was there. Let me tell you what. And it's because she kept coming back and contesting my fucking spot. And there's nothing wrong with it. Ain't nothing wrong with that shit. Nah, absolutely. My hands don't discriminate. It's 2025. I'm an equal opportunity employer. You should be able to kill her over and over. Yes. And then throw her blood on the rocks and make art with it. Was it Mittens? Nah, it was some bitch with a normal bitch name. It's like Susan or something. I call her bitch because she was a bitch to me. Like, Jesus Christ. Was her name Sarah Barber? No, it was like Susan or something. I don't even remember, but like, she was very unhappy that I was in her area, quote unquote, her area, gathering her huntables, which, by the way, I had been farming this area for 2 weeks every day on stream to try to craft my medium set when the tables came up for it, right? So she was like a level 22 ranger or some bullshit. And like, she messaged me in game and like called me a scumbag and a piece of shit and a bunch of other stuff because I was taking her farm and I was a high level that was just going to grief a bunch of low levels and like ruin their fun. And so she like messaged me like cursing me out and stuff. And so I just kept like taking her stuff and like contesting her farm even more. And then after accusing me of being a low level, a high level that was only here to bully low levels and accusing me of not actually needing anything, one day I'm sitting there minding my own beeswax, just hunting. And I see this level like 16 cleric sprinting down the road with 25% HP. And I'm like, hey, yo, what's going on? And then I see this bitch Susan coming behind this cleric, just gunning him fucking down, queuing up a snipe. So I charge over, I tomahawk Susie in the back and then just kick the shit out of her. And then she messages me again, calling me a scumbag and telling me I'm a piece of shit. And I'm like, brother, you were the one that was just attacking this low-level player. So yeah, Susan's a bitch. Fuck Susan, dog. Yo, Labyrinth, what up, dude? Come back to Ashes after a break. Good to see you, dude. What's your view on the Steam release? Touchy subject. How dare you? No, actually, it's not that touchy for me. I mean, you know me. My takes are often very boring and not the most, like, clickbaity and ravey. My take on the Steam release is that it's simply going to bring in more people of both takes, some of whom will very much enjoy Ashes, some of whom will not enjoy Ashes. I think no matter how good, bad, or indifferent Ashes is, that is always going to be the most true statement. There will never be a scenario where it has 100% positive or 100% negative reviews. I think negative sentiment will always spread to a certain percentage of people and will maybe put some people off of playing. I think that positive sentiment and positive feedback will absolutely come about from this. And that can also have the potential to spread to a different, extended part of the player base. You know what I mean? So from my perspective, it's the same thing. Everybody that's going to buy it on Steam could just buy it on the Ashes store instead. And you're going to launch through the Ashes launcher anyways. So it's not like anybody's being locked out or anything like that. So 26 minutes to level 6. Skip Minnow, but did Road to Jova. Yeah, 25 minutes isn't bad. Now, I've heard that there is indeed Tekkington where you can get 25 minutes to like level 12, but I don't know how much that's going to hold up. Now, I will be trying to figure some of that out, but I also think that's predicated by quests that might be only available at certain settlement levels, so we must do more research. Queuing up a van to try Intercept. If I want to do the Bard thing, I'll bring some to Avens. Just grab fucking, whatchamacallit, the request beacons from Black Market vendor in a town, and then you can teleport it around. That'll be the easiest thing. Suave, hope you're having a good day, dude. Also, Bronzebeard, what up, dog? Go play Final Fantasy? I mean, hey, Final Fantasy was kind of fun for a little bit. It just didn't really, like, hit for me, personally. Like, I don't know. I played it a little bit, but it never really stuck. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, bro, I haven't even logged on today. I heard it was crafting emphasis, and, like, there are boost NPCs, but I was yapping so hard. With the Steven Beta stuff, corrupted on that hoe at least 3 times. Oh, and it felt sweet. No, dude, that one kill that I got on Susan when she was flagged up, like, I wasn't about to corrupt on her because I was just running around taking all the huntables before she could get to them. Like, I was running that shit anyways. And then I saw her flagged up, and I was just, like, rubbing my hands together, bro. Like, I straight up, I transformed into Mizkif for a second. It was a magical moment. I'm gonna get sued by Mizkif, bro. Jesus fucking Christ. I gotta say allegedly or something, or he's gonna like DMCA my channel. Might just drive it over and tell people to attack me. I mean, so low key, the bard shit's guaranteed to work. The only thing is, like, how much damage are you taking? I think you try to find mobs or a player that'll hit you and then see how much damage you're taking. Because if you're taking any form of damage and you get gambited to 25%, you're kind of fucked. Maybe not as a tank. We'd still have like 6k HP. We'd still have a lot of playability. I feel like low-key a tank could probably survive it still. But getting somebody down to 25% HP while they're on a caravan would be such a huge start. Huge start. I love how Labyrinth thought that it was going to be a super, like, touchy subject about the Steam thing. And I was just like, yeah, no, it is what it is. But yeah, Labyrinth, no, like, my elaborated take on it, other than just it's going to bring in more of the same. Price point accessibility is really good. I think lowering the cost is great. I think the retiring of the 90-day refund period is sad. I think it's something that probably had to go, you know, to align with Steam's refund policy and stuff like that. I understand that side of it. But the 90-day refund period was unequivocally the singular best refund period in all of gaming. And there was no real, like, if and or but around it. It was literally just, it was so good. So I think that's the largest loss overall. I think overall though, like I said, the same amount of people that are going to play it on Steam just could have got it through the Ashes launcher. Steam is going to increase, you know, accessibility around it. It's going to increase overall eyes around it. But I mean, the same stuff could happen on Ashes. You dash to it, but no shield. Interesting. Lower price to get people off the fence to try Ashes, which I think is good. But I also think the 90-day refund period was also really good. You know what I mean? I think I see both sides of it. All right, let's peep, by the way. Let's check the wish list today. I've been checking this each day. So today, oh shit. Wait, we jumped up like crazy. Oh my God. Boys, wait, we're 23rd now. We're up above Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut. Wait, Chill With You Lo-Fi story overtook us again. Nah, there's no shot. Yesterday we were above Chill With You Lo-Fi story. What the fuck? Oh, this is cooked. All right, so Chill With You Lo-Fi story is the biggest op right now, bro. I actually, like, yesterday I was talking about how we were finally up on them, and it felt so good to be on top, and it felt so good to be the king. Unfortunately, Chill With You Lo-Fi story is, it's back on top. So we got our work cut out for us here, but I'm sure we'll get there. Now, if we go to the plus minus 7-day gain, we are down to 7th. So week over week, we had about 6K first week, and now 7-day gain is at like a 7,500, which makes sense that it would slow down a little bit after the announcement. We're at a total following of 13,238, which a percentage of this is absolutely going to be like current player base. But I mean, for perspective, Where Winds Meet is 100K. Ashes is 13K. So that's not the worst. Bongo Cat is 679,000 follows, which is kind of absurd to me. I don't know what Bongo Cat's doing different, but like Bongo Cat's presence is just unreal. Who's going to return before the 90 days and buy it through Steam at the discount? See, the thing about that is I don't know if you do that, if you'll keep your bonus shit. Because it says for any tester who played prior to December 11th, you'll receive the following titles. So that's good. You'll get the titles. And then all current Alpha 2 testers get the early access cloak. You get that with a pack purchase anyways on December 11th. But I don't know if you would lose these or not. And then on top of that, the $15 in the in-game store. But Where Winds Meet has got your meta right now. Holy shit, dude. Where Winds Meet. Everybody is on Where Winds Meet trying to say it's an MMO, and then literally any of the, like, this may be personal preference and this may be an unpopular take, but every time somebody's like, wow, look at this super awesome system and Where Winds Meet, it's essentially a multiplayer cutscene where it's like, selecting an option and then it just plays out the options. Like it's menu simulator. It's not actually MMO gameplay. I understand it's a mobile game, but like people just go into an accessory system and then interact with a menu, and then that's the multiplayer. It's just clicking something on a menu, and then that does everything. Do you see where somebody bought a 59K real money boat and where winds meet? Yeah. I mean, good for them to have clams like that. It also has like events and shit on it, which is kind of cool. And like more people get to hang out on it, but it's not as like Monster Hunter. Yeah, it's literally like Monster Hunter. But I don't know. I think too many people on the MMO content creator side are trying to say it's an MMO and are trying to pass it as an MMO. And I think that's rough. And I think too many of the multiplayer systems that I'm seeing are just, again, go to menu, select menu, and then interact. I've seen like the doctor system, like the player healing system where you're healing the ailments and you're just like interacting and then select an ailment to heal and then it heals the ailment without you doing anything. I saw this like fucking sumo wrestling 1v1 where it was essentially just like selecting an option and then it puts your option against their option. It's like Pokemon battling. So, you know, not surprising Star Citizen exists. Bro, I wonder what being a Star Citizen streamer would be like. Like over on this side of the coin, it's pretty chill. But like, what would being a Star Citizen streamer be? How many subs do Star Citizen streamers have? Because surely there are whales like a goddamn whale watch over there, right? Like just people throwing out like bundles of 7,000 gifties on people's heads. Like knowing how much they're spending on the fucking game. Although maybe everybody over there spends all their money on the game. So they can't afford gifties. Chat, we need somebody to go undercover. Somebody needs to start streaming Star Citizen for a little bit. And then I'll be your agent and I'll get an 80% cut of all of your subs because 80-20 is a pretty industry standard split. You don't need to worry that I reversed it for my favor. But it's still industry standard at 80-20. So anyways, no FaZe Clan. But I got you. Assume people will mainly be done with the single player content before AOC EA. Yeah. And again, to each their own. My yuck does not predicate, what someone else's yum should be. I've watched the 1v1 arenas and it's just target lock and then very like animation lock abilities and stuff, which great. Some people like that. I don't really like that. That's not my favorite combat style. I don't think the fluidity looks very there. And that's my own personal take on it. Some people that like that combat style will probably enjoy it a lot more than I would. So it's your fault. My foot pedals arrived this morning. Nah, there's no shot. There's no shot the foot pedals are actually here. I mean, bro, I'm telling you, if you are old, geriatric, arthritic, or just bad at keybinds, just get a couple foot pedals and then set them to a control modifier and a shift modifier and then use them for those binds. And then you just have your normal binds and then it's just a foot pedal and then your normal bind whenever you want to actually like use the second and third row of abilities. It's so mega efficient. And if you're not doing anything with your feet, then you're good. One of my wards uses a foot pedal for PvP flag. Why PvP flag? The fuck? I'm actually only bad at keybinds. Yeah, so foot pedals are your play. Yeah, exactly. Time out? What the fuck is this, Zach Morris? Legit important question. What you got? Glancing at the Star Citizen directory, I'm surprised how many people are streaming it. Some of you are right about people whaling streamers. Do any of them have a sub count, GP? Because, like, I'm a relatively, like, high-ish sub count streamer for my relative viewership. So you can base me as, like, a mid to high, like, relativity of, like, sub count to viewership, right? There are probably people over there that are lower viewership than me that are, like, thousands of subs. You have to hold alt to keep doing damage? What? Their settings are fucked up. Wait, what the hell do you mean? If anybody has to hold alt to keep doing damage, your settings are pooped. I'm just saying. Foot pedal push to talk can be nice too. Fucking push to talk, bro. I'm either yapping or I'm not. You're either getting all of it or none of it, Eddie. I need to buy size 13 shoes for an 18-year-old for Christmas. Low income, CPS kid. What basketball shoes do I buy? What do kids like nowadays? Was thinking Curry's, but they're ugly. Ooh. Meta shoes. I mean, depending on what you're looking for. Snake, no. Snake, that's bad. I don't really like newer KDs. I don't. Definitely not LaMelos. Like low-key, if they're looking for actual nice shoes, get them. Let me see if they make them. Shoes size men's 13. I want to see if they have the INSQs. Because, like, the Sabrina INSQ shoes are actually some of the best shoes that there are. Just in Sabrina 3 basketball shoes. So they're the Sabrina 3s. Very, like, Kobe-inspired in terms of silhouette, but really good shoe overall. Men's 13 is in stock in different colorways on Nike.com right now. I would go there personally. Get some freaks. You could. Yeah, you absolutely could. Our kid we bought for asked for 4s. Wait. Wait, he asked for Jordan 4s to hoop in? No shot. Any specific colorway? No shot. Wait. If he specifically asked for, like, black cats or something, Puck, he asked for black and white 4s? Yo, wait, did you buy him black cats? Because black cats are like the all black ones. Fuck, funny enough, I had a pair of 4s when I was in high school, not for basketball, that I originally got for basketball. When an 18-year-old did get mad or get shit for their friends because of Sabrina's. I mean, from a hooper perspective, like people who have ball knowledge, Sabrina INSQ shoes are one of the most worn on-court basketball shoes in the NBA right now. Let's see. Hold on. Let me see where they fall. On-court NBA shoe count. Let's see. Pro basketball statistics. Let's see. This month, the most populars are Nike Kobe 6, Nike Book 1s, Nike KD 18s, Adidas Harden Volume 9s, which are fucking hideous. And then Sabrina's are the 5th place shoe. So Sabrina's are like up there in the actual NBA like shoe catalog. This was actually last night's games. So in terms of like last night's shoes that were worn, there were 5 different sets of shoes that were worn. So yeah, do they still make the Nike pumps? Probably. But just for perspective, it was 18 people with the Nike Kobe 6s, 10 people with the Nike Book 1s, 9 people with the Nike KD 18s, 8 people with the Harden Volume 9s, and then 7 people with the Sabrina 3s. My personal hoop shoe of choice right now, if I were to buy one, would be a Sabrina, or what are the Kobe 6s right now? Are those in stock? Because size 13 is also cooked. Oh, Kobe 6s are so fucking expensive. Oh my god. Oh my god. Kobe died for this. Holy shit. I mean, that's also because they're like old as shit. So yeah, I would not go Kobe 6s. You're going to be paying a few $100 for Kobe 6s. Maybe the books, the KDs, or the Sabrinas would be my top 3. If I were to buy a pair of hoops for myself right now, it would be Sabrina's. If I'm being completely honest. But I don't know where it would fall in terms of like general clout, so to say. Let's see. This is most worn sneaker models by NBA players. This was the 24 to 25 season. So this was like last year. Nike Kobe 6s were the most worn shoe in the NBA. And then Sabrina 2s, the last model of Sabrina's, were the second most worn. And then it was the Nike Air Zoom GT Cut 3s, and then Kobe 4s, and then Kobe 5s. So like it's Sabrina's and Kobe's, basically. Biomes of Shaq's. Shaq's go fucking hard. Also, Jim, what up, dog? How are you today? Hope you're having a beautiful day. Still remember escorting your guild's caravans when you guys were small and the desert stuff just started. I know, it's crazy. I hope we just keep getting to grow, man. We've come a long way as a little community, and it's time to get a very good start this phase and show what we can do, I think. But every phase for us is just another opportunity to learn, right? We've been better every single phase than we were the previous phase. We've taken in more new players than previous phases, and we just keep trying to do that. For us, it's all about growing towards launch and not necessarily growing like, you know, for this phase. It's growing beyond this phase, and that's always been the biggest mentality that I'm trying to like, you know, ensue or like I guess like put throughout the community. Where it's just like, I want us to be long-term oriented with everything, every step of the way. A guy with 197 viewers has 1,450 subs. Nice. Good for him. Good for him. I mean, if that's not around any like hype launch period, then that's a really high sub count for like a 200 average viewer. Yeah, GP, that's a chonker one. That's a very chonker one. My fucking God. Chris is so busy, she stayed single with no kids. Oh no. I mean, that's where the wife's boyfriend comes in handy. So for Christmas, you just get your wife a boyfriend and then you get yourself some time on video games. Easy peasy. You don't have to worry about it. And you get to play Ash's launch. What the tweet about? Mostly just, God damn it, I just went back into the VOD. Fucking corner peeked me. Hiya! Alright. It'll still cost me money? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Although some people might pay you for that. Problem is that I just didn't really earn my feet, so I'd be like casting shit and pulling the whole dungeon. Yeah, I'm just like, I'm a keyboard warrior, personally. Like, I have 2 side buttons. I have 1 keyboard. I have no foot pedals. I do not need foot pedals. Christmas was great. I bought myself 2 new monitors. Are they going to ship through you? So like what happens if that scenario's up? If you get stuff that ships through you, do you just take it home or do you have to wait for it to ship? What's your NBA team? So everyone, excuse me, everyone around me, Boston sports our entire life, right? So I like the Bucks. I was always a standalone in that sense. So basically my 2 teams since I was a kid that I've liked have been like the Pacers and the Bucks. The Bucks always being my primary, but I was a huge Paul George fan. So when Paul George was like, you know, indie Paul George, I was a huge Pacers fan as well. Followed those 2 very closely. So goddamn, Keith. Goddamn, why fuck the Bucks? They ain't do shit. Wait for the Bucks to trade Giannis, and then you can say fuck the Bucks. Once Giannis gets the fuck out of there, everything's fine. No. Oh my fucking God. Oh my fucking God. Absolutely disgusting behavior. Absolutely disgusting behavior from you guys. How many of you are there? What the fuck do you mean? I got Eternal Darkness cast on me in Ashes? Yeah, that's Steven putting the bag over our heads and just kicking the shit out of them. So, from Illinois, I'm sorry that you have to fucking deal with that, bro. That's absurd. It's absurd. Sabrinas are all sold out above size 10.5. Wait, what? On Nike? I just looked. Sabrina 3s were just in stock. Chad, did you guys stream snipe all the Sabrina 3s for the Make-A-Wish kid? What the fuck? Hold on. Sabrina 3, highly rated. What colorway are you looking in? Because you're probably just on the wrong colorway. Oh, the reds are all sold out. I mean, P-Beach colorway. Because the green colorway is available in 13s. It's like the green and multi-green shade. I'll say sold out to me. Weird. It is the... What colorway is this? Just a few left. Order soon. Refresh. Sabrina 3. Yeah, they have 13s and they have 16s. It's the clay green, seafoam, and volt tint. And then Sequoia colorway. Maybe just being dumb. If you didn't, yeah, try that. Hold on, I can come in and like drop the link in chat. Hold on, I'll come drop it on my phone. One sec. Copy, and then Twitch, profile over here, chat, and then hi, yeah, paste. Nike Sabrina 3 basketball. All right, try that. See if that works for you. Happy to help. Yeah, Sabrinas are nice. I personally, I don't know if you could find them at this point, but I hoop in Nike Kobe ADs. They are extremely comfy, in my opinion. So, only for that darker green. Yeah, the rest didn't work either. So, yo, main quest. What up, my friend? How are you? I hope you're having a beautiful day. I hope your stream was wonderful. Raiders, hello. Hope you're having a good day. My name's Dusty. If you haven't been here before, I stream every day starting around 2 p.m. EST. I yap a lot, and today we're yapping about this man saying the word beta. He said the goddamn sin word. So now everybody's freaking out thinking that we're going to beta next week. We're not. I don't think there's any reason to panic. I don't think this changes a lot. I don't think anything's going on there. I'm a clicker. Ugh. Oh god. Oh fuck. Oh, why? Oh my god. Okay. Wow. I would have rather you told me that you were on fentanyl than telling me that you were clicking your binds. That is... So, like, can I ask? What's your motivation to click? Do you click everything, or do you only click some things? Like, to what extent does the clicking happen? It's like I'm curious. I'm very curious. Because the first time that I played WoW as a kid, for like 2 days, I used my arrow keys to move, and then I would take my hands off the arrow keys and then go use my keybinds for my abilities. And then I learned that WASD did the same thing as arrow keys, and my 8-year-old mind was fucking blown. And I was like, wait, I can be so efficient. I click Iron Aura, but that's a toggle. My Iron Aura is on equal, and I hit it with my thumb. I'm sorry if that's weird to you guys, but you have to deal with that now. I don't want to discuss. I have long fingers, and I play vertical keyboard. So it's like I just kind of pivot my thumb a little bit. Just a little bit. It's because I don't have a good MMO mouse. Oh, man. Like, I know, but I also don't use an MMO mouse. Like, I also don't. So do you not feel it, like, compromises the movement? Where it's like, you can't necessarily be, like, as angular and maintain, you know, directionality to the target. I've done 12 commissions and haven't gotten any tickets yet. Clicking is insane behavior. I don't support it. I just want it on record. I respect it, but I don't support it. If I could do anything, I would absolutely support not clicking that shit. How can you back up with mouse movement? Mouse movement, you shouldn't be backing up an S keying because it's less efficient than strafe backing. Yeah, you move slower. So the thing with mouse movement is that you don't have to wait for any like turn radius or anything, so you can just flick immediately back. And then you can like 180, and then you can jump backwards, and then you can 180 back while you're in midair, and then you can carry your movement. You feeling beta sooner than you thought? I don't think so. Like, it could always be, but I think this means they're pushing through towards beta over the course of next year. Like, I think this is basically meant to say, like, over the course of the next year, we're going to keep making progress more than it is necessarily, like, our goal is beta next year. But also their original goal for beta, or sorry, for Alpha 2 Phase 3 was 1+ year, which could be anywhere over a year up to X amount of years. So it's like, it could be. It very well could be. We don't necessarily know. And with my time frames, I always try to err on the side of like longer estimates than shorter estimates, because I'd rather set people up for a little bit of, I don't know, a little bit of disappointment and have them be happy. So, for example, yesterday something was added that was really good. Yeah, people are saying, Gotchi, that they're getting to level 12 in 25 minutes. Although that's subject to change and could also be on the corruption quest that is like level 3 settlement stuff. Like 12 and 25 seems outlandish. If I could say so myself. It seems outlandish. But I think even if we can get to like 8 in 25-30 minutes, that's going to change 100%. Yeah, I figured. But yeah. Like we can get to like 7 right now if the caravan defense quest gets fixed. That's with nothing cheeky, nothing additional. And that's just a quick 25-minute hotshot route. So one of the quests we tried doing last phase got removed the day the server went live. Phenomenal. 10 feels like the nice point to start the grind and end the intro. Yeah, 1 to 10 seems like it's going to be that kind of like that tutorial opener side of things. So went from MMO to two-side a few months ago, and but I got an MMO right now. Casting was better at MMOs than Dota. Wait, you liked the MMO mouse more? Seems like too much work to reposition group PvP. Things a matter of preference. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I give clicker shit, but I mean, if you're vibing with it and you're happy with how you're playing, then you're vibing with it and you're happy how you're playing. You know what I mean? Looks like playing a stop from Avatar. Bro's illuminating the way. Do you go to semis on the duels? On the death rolls? Yeah. Unfortunately, the only one of my rounds that actually resulted in somebody dying was the first round. That was when I fought a summoner. And so I was able to kill the summoner. And then after that, it was just like rogues and clerics along the way. So that was cool. But yeah, it was all death rolls all the time. 1v1s, especially with a sustaining meta. I mean, you know how it be. They had a 3-minute limit on the time. So, like, if the fights had gone longer, I, as a tank with an infinite sustain build, I mean, I have the VOD over here. I, as a tank with an infinite sustain build, would have been just fine to continue to run through people. But, saw a bracket, but it was hard to read when zooming in. Yeah. I mean, this is a VOD from it. They lifted the visual NDA, so we were able to actually, like, stream. So that was cool. And then they kept the visual NDA lifted for the rest of the day. So PTR feedback thread has become nothing but some guy rage baiting each other. And then some guys full giving on chat GPT ideas. Oh, God. I mean, that's what you get when you post in the Discord, in all fairness. And then the funniest thing is that, like, people will click on that and they'll just be like, oh, God, this is just a shit show. And then they'll click off of it now. Yeah, there's a reason why I keep my feedback articulated here. Did any of the names from the guild do well? I mean, people won matches, but like it was all just death rolls. Like literally once the 3-minute timer ended, everybody was just going to like, you know, we roll on it to see who gets through. And if you win the roll, you advance. If you lose the roll, you lose. That was how the finals were decided. That was how the semis were decided. That was how the quarters were decided. Everything was death roll. So it was meant to be like a for fun event. And everybody knew that the time to kill was going to be very, very slow. So not a shock there, but yo, Matri, what up, Doug? I think mentioning beta doesn't mean he's wanting beta in 2026, but they're pushing forward to beta for probably 2027. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, beta could happen in 2026. I just think a lot of the community's worry with this is maybe like from their side, what I've heard, right? And I'm not on the side where I'm super worried about the suite by any means. I don't think it's anything worth being worried about, right? But from the people that I have heard, you know, that are a little worried from it or are a little concerned, they almost feel like scope could change over the course of it all because of this decision. Not that it's like a decision or anything, but people feel like this is a look into a potential decision that could change the scope of the game. That could mean that they're cutting things out so they can push it along quicker and get it out in a faster state. So, quick 2 sentences. What did I miss, Betas? Steven tweeted and had the phrase, as we push forward to betas, or as we push through to betas over the next year. So now everybody thinks that the like betas are coming next year and that the visions all change, blah, blah, blah. But I think it's an overreaction, if I'm being honest. A couple gullies have been talking about cutting the second continent and adding it after launch. Oh my God, dude. That's been common sentiment for people. Yeah, I don't know. I don't understand why. Steven was asked this a few months ago in a dev stream. I think a couple months ago in a dev stream. And people were essentially like, They asked during the Q&A if the entire world map was going to be in for the launch of the game or if it was going to come out as expansions. And they were like Steven looked like you insulted him. He was like, what the fuck? What do you mean? Yeah, of course it will be. It's the scope of the game. Wouldn't survive as a game dev. Imagine tweeting, hey, nice day. And a million videos being made about a conspiracy to release the sun or some shit. No, bro, I swear to God. Like, there's a reason why Steven probably doesn't tweet more than once every 3 fucking months. Because if he did, everybody would just take it out of, like, completely out of perspective. And just blow it way out of proportion. Alpha Face 3.5 on 11.11. Oh, God. Wait, 11.11? See, we're past that. What the fuck do you mean 11.11? Or are you saying next year? Beta 1 on 3.1.25? Oh, God. Wait a minute. See, your dates are all fucked up. You're cooked. Seed's trying to go back in time. Seed's got that actual cope. I mean, see, by your mentality, we might actually launch in 2018. What phase is the Steam release? Shit, probably like Alpha 2 phase 3.101 or something like that. I don't know, man. I mean, personally, I just have fun with it. I don't care. Like, in my opinion, what I've been trying to tell people lately is kind of like treat Ashes almost as a seasonal game throughout development, where you play it until you've reached your, your desired amount of content, taken, right? You've completed what you want to complete. You've done what you wanted to do. And then when you hit a point of burnout, just take a little bit off and come back and check out the changes in the mid to long term and see what's changed over the course of a few months. I think that that's kind of how most people should treat Ashes, unless you are truly one of the mentally devolved people like myself that are willing and happy to be over here all the time. Like, brother, I don't even have my game launch right now. This is a VOD and the PTR is either testing leveling loops or testing crafting or whatever. I'm just sitting here yapping. Not everybody is going to be in a spot where they can just, chill in Ashes all the time, every single day right now and enjoy it, even from a player standpoint, not just a content creator standpoint. I think some people expect it to be at that point for everybody, and that's just not how it's going to be. Really excited for Ashes. I think a lot of games struggle for endgame repeatable content that's actually fun. I hope they can nail it. That's the biggest problem with Ashes right now, in my honest opinion, is that endgame repeatable content is the thing that hasn't been there for most people. It's a matter of like, I can progress, I can gear, but once I get gear, what do? Once I have progressed, what do? Right? I think that's the big kind of like what if for people right now. If they can nail that endgame repeatable content where it's like, I get my gear, I go through the gathering, refining, crafting process, I do what I need to do. Then it's Godchi getting beat by a pet. Godchi versus pet is fucking crazy, by the way. Yeah, this was so sad to witness. Godchi was working so hard, dude. Godchi was actually sweating trying to take down this pet, and Recreate just ended his entire hope and dream, man. It was so bad. But yeah, so we have the Harbingers, which is coming in with those endgame corrupted areas that expand if you do not deal with the, corruption in time. And with those corrupted areas, they'll keep taking over parts of the world if you and your server don't actually deal with them. Only thing is, they are force flag lawless PvP areas. So there will absolutely be people that want to see the corruption expand. There will be people that want to see the corruption, fail. So that's going to be huge. The fixing of the gathering system to support long-term economy, as well as adding in pylons that are going to give some information about what's there. That's fucking massive. Econ that's not impacted by dupes, static gatherables, all of that shit, that's going to be fucking massive. Like, there is not a lot that's required for people to have endgame repeatable content, but there's a lot that needs to click into place, right? So with arenas planned, that's going to be a huge thing for PvPers. Like, you get your gear and then you take that into arenas if you do want to get that, even match number start. Jack, thank you for the follow, much love. And then you just have that repeatable content. We're not going to have battlegrounds, but you have your open world rotating battlegrounds, which as we go into higher level areas, like the June Dark, that's going to be level 50. And Jack for the Prime. Jack, much love. I appreciate that, dude. Thank you. I think it's like, you go into these rotating lawless areas and you do that in the endgame areas, which are actually going to be level 50, like the June Dark and beyond. And you actually have end game repeatable content where right now you're level 25, you go through the Riverlands lawless areas, and those are in like level 10 areas. There's just not that much to it right now. So played normal for 6k hours and mostly farmed into OPR. You need so little to keep people entertained. Yeah, I mean, a good combat system, a good econ where it feels like people can econ and they can put their money towards something that actually matters, whether it's settlement progression, guild progression, personal progression. Like, there are so many people who will econ with the full intent of, I want to put my econ and my time towards leveling these settlements in these towns, so that way I can help the server. You can mounts. Yeah, you can try to get the drippiest fucking mount, the best mount that you can. Yeah, people blow 10x gold cap on mounts. Oh god, yeah. Oh, abso-fucking-lutely. Absolutely. If you're a gatherer that knows a crafter, you can gather and sell stuff to players with the intent to also gather to save a certain percentage to craft something. And then while you're selling your materials along the way, you then save to craft something. You sell that completed item. Bam. You're getting a big chunk of money off of that. And then you can use that money to spin it into something else, spin it into more gatherables that you can then make another item off of and then profit off of that. Like, there is a lot that you can do. The only problem with Ashes right now, not the only problem, but the main problem with Ashes right now, in my opinion, is once you've accomplished that scaling up, right? And this is right now, not long term. Long term, there will be more systems than any one player can fucking, like, actually partake in on a daily basis, right? But once you scale up right now, what are you doing? If you have a great community that you like playing with, you can do anything you want. If you don't have the community side of things, you have very little on-rails content, which is by design, but that's also going to make people who are less, into the community side of it, which is a fucking MMO, be a part of a community, is my advice to that. But for the people who are less community involved, for the people who have less consistent communities, for the people that are more with like casual friend groups and stuff like that, it's going to be tough. And that is a large percent of potential players. There's the element of like, you do absolutely tank on the van. Are you taking like 5 damage? Because honestly, this is my tech. I shouldn't leak this right now because it'll get fixed before then. But my tech for launch is to get to level 6, and then as soon as we can get a caravan from the harbor, drive a caravan out to wherever we want to AoE mob grind, and then I just grab an exorbitant amount of mobs, and then I hold aggro on them, and then I sit in the caravan with the damage reduction, and then everybody just kills the mobs. That is my entire tech for launch. As soon as I can get a caravan, I will drive that caravan out to wherever we're going to mob grind, and I will meet up with everybody. And then I will just sit in the caravan and I'll let Intimora hold aggro. I shouldn't leak it right now, but a whopping 213 from a crit weapon hit. Is that from another player? 7s and 10s is crazy. What are you getting from mobs? Because I'm pretty sure we could pull an entire POI with the van. If I'm being honest. Could I drop a request beacon on like the 3rd floor of Carf? And then just like one pull Carf? Is that doable? Let me go Steel Bloom. Yeah, drop a van, like a request beacon, in the back of Steel Bloom, like, church area. I have a van on me right now. Because, like, if you have a van that's at the top of the stairs, Carf mobs would obliterate a basic van if they hit the van. But they'd be hitting the driver. I mean, I guess Carf mobs would be more AoE. Steel Bloom would also probably do some damage to it. But I guess the ideal scenario would be find stuff that doesn't do a lot of AoE cleave, because the tank would hold aggro. Like, not the van itself. But yeah, vans don't have any regen right now. So that'd be kind of tough. How long till you lose aggro as a driver when the other players attack said mobs? Right now, never. Because, like, the thing is, I will build up courage, which is my class resource, based on damage taken. I have Intimora, which I can just pop, and then it ticks once a second for 8 seconds and generates threat every single tick. So essentially what I do is I hop off, I pop a defensive, I pop Intimora, I pop an AoE trip, and then a slam. And then I hop back on the caravan after pumping my threat rotation, and then Intimora keeps ticking, and then I hop back off the van, pop Intimora again, just go through that rotation. With that in mind, I actually don't think that I would lose aggro at all. especially since they have done some wacky stuff with initial like snap threat, I call it, where you essentially like you're the first person to actively pull a mob. So as a result, it's like an anti-mob train mechanism where the first person to actively pull that mob will generate instant threat. And they kind of like turn that up to stop people from being able to mob train on people like crazy. But as a result, the initial aggro from the snap threat became very high. So now you essentially just have to like body pull a mob and then you hold aggro essentially forever. So with any additional things cast, you know, if I'm dropping Intamoras, if I'm dropping ground pounds, slams, anything like that, it just does the job for me. Clam, what up, dog? Thank you for the hydrate. Much love. Hope you're having a good day. So yeah, I don't make it so I can't use my low level ult to run caravans because I get killed by a mob around towns. I mean, wait, how does running caravans on a low level ult work with the new PvP protection? Like, can I get an ult at like level 8 and then run vans and then not get PvP? I would assume they'd be able to hit the vans, but not my ult. So can I do crates on an ult that's level 8? No, they can't hit you. Okay. So what I'm thinking, tested last night. Can they kill your van or no? Because that seems not good. Ranger level 8 with the speed buff money printing machine. Right. Right, that seems really intriguing. So, could I get a bunch of level 8s? After 2 minutes, you can't attack. What? Like 2 minutes of attacking the caravan? So if you can't kill it within 2 minutes, the van just goes invulnerable? Wait, we need to test this. Because this is actually an infinite money dupe. Not dupe, but infinite money glitch. So you're telling me I can just put crates on a bunch of level 8 alts in the guild that are all rangers with speed buff. And then I can have them run a bunch of caravans all at the same time. Or I can even have them run crates on mules. And then they won't be attackable the entire time. Straight cash. And it's uncontestable. Right? Why wouldn't we do that? And what's the minimum level that we need for speed buff on a ranger? For Strider? Like, how quickly could we get Strider and other movement-based things? Was it level 8? I just threw level 8 out. I just threw that shit out there as a random number. I'm wondering what level of rider fucking ranger gets Strider at. What's the new PvP protection do? It's the same PvP protection that existed previously. It's the Asmongold protection. But basically they changed it from level 5 to level 10 to where it wears off. So like with Asmongold coming in, he got super griefed originally when he played. So they added in basically like a PvP buffer before level 5. They expanded this PvP buffer to level 10, which seemingly is intending to be like protection around like the tutorial part of the new player experience, so to say. So that's intriguing. But Mon TV, where were you when I needed you, Z? So characters under level 10 can't get PvP'd on and have free caravans. And crates and everything in between. Thought Vans had a level 10 requirement? No. Nope. You can summon Vans as soon as you can afford the cost for it. Now, with that being said, caravans are limited in terms of turn-ins until there's actually a turn-in point. Although, can't you still attack the van? It goes invulnerable after a little bit. So, oh, if caravans will work because you flag under them. I think you flag under 10, but you can't be attacked and griefed. I mean, we need to test. We need to test because Bob said he tested and then the van becomes immune after a short time. Regardless, crates would be the same thing. Crates, mules, and stuff like that. So, not the caravan, I think mules though for sure. Right. So that's intriguing because at the very, very, very least, pretty sure the protection only lasts inside of certain zones. We ran on PTR a decent ways and couldn't get it to drop previously. I don't know how far we have to go, but even if you can just go harbor to a town with something, that would be intriguing. I mean, just anything. Get crates, get them into a van somewhere, and then whip them somewhere else as soon as 1 or 2 towns are up. Even if you can do that and be one of the first people to do it with a low-level protected character. Could be the case when we're near a node. Yeah, but settlements shouldn't offer, like, van protection. At least I don't think they should have protection when they're in a settlement. Something I lost between intrepid nodes. There'll be buff and drop rates. Yeah. They have done a couple of buffs of drop rates comparatively to what they were in phase 3, like at the start of it. Now they did buff drops throughout phase 3 a little bit, and then nerfed them again, right? So the drop rates they are paying close attention to. They have buffed early drop rates multiple times. They have fixed some drop tables of mobs that were previously not dropping things. And as a result, early drop rates are much better. I have not checked a lot of drop rate stuff for like the 10 plus range yet, because they're still working on getting all the questing looping and stuff. So we haven't done, an entire push through to see what's up there. Gotchi's been putting in a little bit of work on the questing loops as well to try to figure out like what our start's looking like. So it seems as though between drop rates going up as well as Intrepid working in quest rewards that are going to give actual like item crates as well, where you can actually select an item, we might be looking at something kind of good soon. The first time user experience has felt noticeably better, just as a by the way thing. With the PTR testing, I have received word that they've been working on the anvils as well, and that things have changed to the anvils too. I've only been doing Riverlands run-throughs, so I will have to check the anvils out at some point. But they are genuinely cooking with the first time user experience. They've also added in a destiny system. So that destiny system generates drops based on like rewards that you can get from completing objectives, which kind of act as like a little new player guide and tutorial through the world. So leveling prog is going to be night and fucking day different. It's going to be wild. Now, I think it'll still be more or less recognizable, right? I still think people are going to hit a questing prog early. And then I think once the questing starts to get slightly inefficient, people will then roll that questing prog into mob grinds. And then they'll try to get the most that they can out of the mob grinds. And I think that's naturally how it's always going to go in Ashes, because at a certain point, the world just gets too damn large and questing gets too spread out to actually be able to support that long-term progression. So hopefully mob grinds are on top still, but I'm pretty optimistic they will be. So new player prog is going to be a big thing though. Not new player prog, sorry, that new player PvP protection. That I'm actually kind of intrigued. The patch notes are going to be, oh god. Color, I don't want to talk about the new patch notes when they're coming out on the 11th. Bro, I don't want to talk about it. I am going to need patch notes 2 days early. I'm going to have a 24-hour patch note stream. I don't think you understand how scared I am of these big, girthy patch notes coming for me.
Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao.
Yo, ni hao, bohangles.
This is absolutely
Wizard, what
S-tier.
up? Thank you for the follow. Think you should spend a day reading patch notes? I think you should spend a day eating my butt. Please. Anyways, so I can listen to play. What if we do a fundraiser to get somebody on Cameo to read the patch notes while I play? What if?
Cat with abs is absolutely.
Yo, Overdose, thank you for the
S-tier.
follow as well. Much love. Appreciate you guys. I'll drop a 50. That's what I'm saying. Oh, you read. Oh, shit. Not on launch day, though, because you're trying to pay me to not level at that point. You're trying to sabotage me, dog. Let's get Morgan Freeman to read them for us. I don't think we can afford Morgan Freeman. Yeah, I mean, no, I'm not. You'd have to pay me so much to not level on launch day. Shit, bro, this is what I live for. Hold on. We hit this sub goal, I do a 24-hour stream. I'll put up another sub goal after that, which is a 10,000 sub goal where I don't stream launch day. I'm not allowed to play that day. That would be interesting. Hate to read, so take advantage of your stream. When I have specific questions, I'm there to save the day. Yeah, chat always comes in with the specifics when I'm mid-yap, so we're up. I'm broke, my wife controls all the money. You can get access to it. You can get access. You can do better than that. All right, I'm filling up my water because I'm out of water and I also have to pee. I will be right back. 0.2 seconds. So are we just putting together groups of low-level characters, by the way, to run crates when servers come up? Obviously, we'll have to wait a little bit, but like we'll level our mains, then make alts to run crates that are protected, that can't be hit until they fix it, question mark? But I feel like that's the play. I feel like it's just going to be protected crates. All right, I'll be right back. Good day. Pee complete. Water complete. We're up. Yeet. All right, we're up. Okay. Call for small black wood cat. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I went to go potty. Is Fubo contesting the territory? Even better question is, can you get attacked while fishing in the open sea as a level 8? Because if not, you don't even need to wait for towns to level up. Probably in force flag areas, if I had to guess. Fubo, we're discussing tech, if you're curious. We're discussing how cool it would be to have alts that are under level 10 because of the new Asmongold rules being expanded to level... Well, not the new Asmongold rules, but the new expansion of the Asmongold rule. So basically, what we're thinking is have an alt under level 10 and run caravans if the caravan immunity is extended, or if the player immunity is extended to the caravan, and if not, run mules with crates on the mules under level 10, so that way nobody can hit us. And then if the mules don't work, then we just put a crate on our under level 10 back and then run the crate place to place. Now, the question is, how long until the protection falls off? Like, is it area based or what? Because we ran a little bit, you know, with a couple of low levels to PvP the other day, but also we didn't go entirely across the map. So that's what we've been in talks of at this point in time. And we're all very, very, very intrigued on this testing. Because if in the event we can run immortal crates at our whim, then everybody's just going to have like a level 8 alt. And then put Strider buff up, and then you're good. So we're a little concerned with that. We're a little worried. I don't know if Ashes has OCE servers. Not yet, but OCE plays on NA right now. There will be more server locations in the future, but for playtesting right now, it's NA or EU. The OCE lads, hold on. Aussie. Somebody's probably out there from one of them. But there are a couple of OCE guilds, Amnesty and EBC. They are very chill. They have, you know, full OCE peak, a lot of players. So they're good players, good guilds. If you're on OCE time zone, might be good to link up with them if you play on more of an NA time zone, exclamation guild, and we got you. But yeah, would recommend checking those lads out. They're pretty chill. I know, I'm shocked. They're probably all asleep right now, though. I think this is their sleep time, because this is when we used to PvP them. So depending on where they're at, partially trading PvP difficulty for the PvE difficulty. The roads aren't quite safe at that level. That's fair as well. But like, I could also just have my high-level character escorting and killing the mobs. You know what I mean? Oh, so you guys are really chill. Yeah. I like those, you guys. I have a feeling even if the tech is going to work like that, Steven will smite that PvP protection in 30 minutes from the first tweet or YouTube video. I don't know, because like it's literally the Asmongold protection, man. It's a streamer buff. It's for streamers that are like way larger than myself that are going to get grief the second they try to exist over here. It's 8:30 a.m. on West Coast Australia. Oh yeah, they're all still sleeping in. How's it ping for OC on NA servers? Got some AA friends that'll be joining me. Like, not good, but better than many people would think from OCE to NA is what I've heard. Like, obviously it's still not like, oh wow, I'm playing on servers that are right next door. But from what I have heard, it is much more playable than OCE to NA ping typically is. Same thing for like EU to NA players. I typically hear that it is much smoother than many other games that also support that like cross-region play. So I hope that's encouraging at least a little bit. If you be level 10 and get protection verse 9 and it ends at 10, you can technically craft level 10 gear to bulk up. That's also true. I mean, I think it ends at 10 though, probably. There's more EU players on NA than EU. Oh god, yeah. No, absolutely. The EU server is like a small percentage of the already small percentage of the player base that is EU in the first place. So I don't think mobs are going to be an issue. Yeah, I mean, I don't know to what extent people will actually go to abuse the protection and to get that degree of security out of it to run crates. I'd probably underestimate. If I'm being honest, I'm probably heavily underestimating. It's probably way more people than I would like to think. Unfucking fortunately, man. Unfucking fortunately. It's gonna be bot trains. Oh god, wait, no. Why am I so optimistic? I just thought it was gonna be players doing the hand-done work. Fuck! Oh, I always forget bots exist. Nope, thank you. I need people like you to keep me grounded. My optimism was like, wow, maybe a bunch of people are just going to make alts and run it themselves. You fucking idiot. It's never people doing the work themselves. Yeah, it's going to be bots. You're right. You're right. Fucking clankers. Oh, dude, that's so true. And we won't be able to do anything about the clankers either, huh? A lot of these sweats need gold. Briss, listen, brother. Like, you're telling me because there is a term called Dusty Pour in every MMO that I play. If you want to know what's crazy, Dusty Pour is a thing in this fucking MMO as well. I know, despite me being incredibly smart, handsome, well-off, talented, I suck at econ. Econ number 1. Econ stupid. Econ huckui. Boring. Econ is fucking standing there washing dishes like a fucking trad wife. Boring. Huckui. I have a dishwasher. I don't want to wash dishes. Econ lame. Hitting mobs and hitting people. Fun. Standing in town, beep booping in menu. No fun. If I wanted to econ and be good at econ, I would open up a goddamn stock investment app and then I would just fucking econ IRL and then I'd make enough money that I didn't have to play video games. And then I'd like retire on a beach in Belize somewhere. Unfortunately, I'm bad at econ in every aspect of it, in-game and IRL. So, well, it's going to be econ this phase. I mean, I think mobs were econ last phase, if I'm being completely honest. It's just everybody said, mob grinding sucks. Wah. Like, bro, if you were grinding emblems, you were making fucking generational wealth off of the people that didn't want to grind emblems. Everybody needed emblems. And nobody wanted to grind emblems. Shits were selling for 10 plus gold for certain emblems. It was unironically unreal the amount of money that you were making just from going to hit mobs. You didn't have to do anything. Emblem farm was so fucking boring. Okay. And sitting at a fucking trading post isn't? How the auction house system works, it's localized to the town? Yes, it's all localized to the town. So with storage, you have an items tab. That items tab is global to transfer completed items and stuff like that. The materials tabs are localized to the actual individual towns. And then the auction houses or player markets, trading posts, whatever you want to call them, those are all also localized to the individual towns. So you're much closer to this game than most. What do you think the reception will be December 11th or a few weeks after? I don't think it'll be nearly as bad as people think. The thing about it is, like, what people are not factoring in my opinion, and again, I am just humble streamer, you know what I mean? In my humble opinion, any MMO that has socially based systems, that has a high population, or a seemingly high population with a living world, will at the very least be fun for a few weeks for most players, providing that population holds up. An average first-time player is not going to come in with the intent to get to level 25 in 3 days. That's going to be the demonic sweat players that want to stay up 24 hours, that are taking time off for this phase as they have every other phase. And that will be a very particular crowd. You know what I mean? I think overall, the crowd on December 11th that is giving new feedback will primarily be newer, more casual players who will actually have a much better experience than a lot of the established players are considering. From my perspective, it's a very simple, you don't know what you don't know. And a new player that comes in from scratch right now without knowing the good, the bad, the, you know, the systems that aren't here, the systems that are supposed to be here, the systems that are janky, how janky drop rates were previously, the woes of last phase, static nodes, you know, you name it, right? New players that are coming in blind and they're just like, oh, let me check out this game. It's going to be pretty fun for them. I don't think it's going to be like the most compelling, oh my God, wow, this is the best thing ever since sliced bread in the current state, but like, it's going to be pretty fun for them. I think an MMO that is fully based in the open world, that has everybody from their sweatiest of the sweats to the newest of the new players, all leveling in one world at once and all playing in one world at once, is going to feel alive. The settlements are going to be booming, like the towns themselves. Even last phase, primary settlements, like the very popular towns, were actually crashing because there were too many people that were at them. Now, this phase, we also have, I should say, like this set of servers, we also have the benefit of dynamic gridding potentially being ready, We haven't heard one-to-one confirmation on if dynamic gridding is going to be used on the 11th or not yet. They still have some time to make the decision on that. But dynamic gridding is essentially server technology that can put more of the server workers that run parts of the world in a densely packed area, so there are more resources in an area automatically upon the server needing it. So in terms of like the queue boss that some YouTubers will talk about, that might not be a thing, because what they won't tell you is every single server worker, every single area of the world, all of those little resource packs have their own independent queue. We'll have a queue, but that queue is going to be substantially smaller than it was in previous launches in the event that dynamic gridding is active, because every server worker has its own unique queue. Once you are off of a server worker that has a queue, or once people vacate the server worker that's responsible for the starting spot, then you are good. You're set. Queue gone. That's my thought on it. Now, of course, that's a bit different than the take of nothing's going to work and everybody's going to hate it, but I've been playing on the private test realm. The private test realm first-time user experience is way better than it was at the start of this phase. The progression, the gearing, many things along the way are, in my opinion, improving. Now, time to kill still needs some more changes, but even when it gets this next patch of changes, it'll still need more changes after that, then it'll still need more changes after that. It just keeps going, dog. Nothing's going to work and I'm going to love it. I mean, I think more is working now than what worked when we joined. And that's my big thing. Yo, Philly, what up, dog? Philly! Fuck, sorry. It got in my head. Anyways, just joined. What's Steven tweet? It was a very heartfelt sentiment about, just gaming as a whole and ashes and stuff like that. But he said the B word in it. And no, I don't mean bitch. He did not call anyone a bitch. He said the word beta. And as a result, the entire community is instantly thinking that everything is cooked. Everyone's coming up with everything from we're definitely out of money now to the scope of the game has changed to shit, it's all everywhere, man. And then there's a part of the community that's just like, this probably just means he's going to keep progressing towards an eventual beta. And we're all just like, yeah, that's probably it. And then they're like, there's this small little section of the community. It's a cultists. The cultists are out in force, dude. They think it means we're out of money. They think that it means the scope of the game is changing like mad. It's intriguing to hear it, if I'm being completely real. What time are we going to raid Kaltorum on December 11th? We're not. At least not KT, as of right now. Also, keep in mind, the prioritization this phase for our players is not going to be everybody get to the settlement and keep leveling the settlement as much as possible. The emphasis this phase is instead level your character, and then the settlement will be available to level, as it continues. Like, the settlement will always be there, and it will level passively. And at the end of the day, the settlement will level much faster if we have a lot of people that prioritize their character progression first and settlement progression second. So that way, even if we have people that just want to gather and they just want to donate to, buy orders and go through the requisition agent and help us get buildings up, that's going to be easier for you to do if you're level 25 gathering instead of being level 6 and trying to gather, right? So it's a big emphasis this phase on, if you're going to be around day one, sign up for leveling groups, get put in a leveling group. Even if you are not going to be around for a ton of time, at the very least, reach out in your ticket. Let us know you'll be around for X amount of time. We can put you in a group to start. You can get on a good leveling path, get ahead of the curve. And then at the very least, you got a little bit of a start. So that's a big thing that we want. Like, the last phase, we just had so many people that fell behind because we wanted to push KT up. And KT was such a hard push up that it cooked a lot of people's progression. So this phase, focus on character first, focus on settlement second, and everything else you need to do in between. And we're split? Yes, exactly. It was tough because the Anvils was not the most new player friendly area. A lot of people did not want to be in the Anvils. A lot of people that made their characters in the Anvils didn't want to stay in the Anvils. 1,000%. So we're trying to streamline the processes a little bit. Better be careful, the dwarves might move in. It's okay. Listen, unlike certain organizations, we're tolerant of all races and ashes. We appreciate all types of people here. All dwarves, orcs, elves, humans. Just not those furry, scaly folks. They can stay underground. If they start moving in, is bad. Pook! Gonna be in Maine in a few months. The fuck? What are you coming to Maine in a few months for? It's like the worst fucking time to come to Maine. I don't know why I said a few months, more like a month. Oh, word. That's like the best time to come to Maine then. It's like good times to come to Maine. Winter, fall. Worst times to come to Maine directly after winter because everything melts and it will legitimately get so wet and waterlogged that you will lose a shoe in mud in random places. Like it'll just like your shoe. It will actually gorilla grip your shoe. It's insane. So avoiding that so hard. We call it mud season up here. Like spring is unironically called mud season. I'm too Floridian for that. Yeah, no, I have boots to wear specifically during spring, and I don't wear any of my like nice shoes during the spring. I like shoes. I have a ton of shoes. I have like 3 pairs of shoes that I wear during the spring. It's just a couple pairs of boots and then like 1 pair of sneakers that I'll take out that I don't mind getting all dirty and shitty. Because even if you're just walking on the roads, there's so much dirt everywhere because it just melts. It runs off into the road like it's ass. But it's also nice because it's raining all the time and shit. So, no, what are you coming up to Maine for? Like, what the fuck does one actually come up here to do? Are you snowboarding or skiing? Because coming up to Maine in winter means probably snowboarding or skiing. But I feel like there's not much reason to actually come up to Maine. I'll be up in Jersey and I want to see Acadia. Okay, so you're going to Jersey and then you want to come see cool shit. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, I mean, Acadia is dope as shit. There are a few like really nice quick hikes as well. Tumbledown is like a really quick couple hour up down that is pretty scenic on the way up. So that's nice. It's like 6 hours away, maybe 8. What's that, Maine? I mean, shit. I've been going out to TwitchCon each year for a community meetup. We just do fucking PAX East instead. Our server's coming up tonight. PTR is up right now. The private test realm will be up until, is it tomorrow? I want to say PTR is up through the 25th, and then the 26th to the 1st is live servers. So 1 more day of PTR, then live servers the 26th to the 1st for the end of the world event. Then the 2nd through the 10th, we have PTR again, and then on the 11th, we have launch. Well, early access launch of new servers. So that's the immediate time frame. But the private test realm is up right now. If you do have room on your drives, it is an additional client, but if you download that, you can hop in, you can check out the 0.18 update, you can play Summoner, you can check out the Harbingers, you can check out all of the UI changes, the sport fishing, new time to kill, new movement, I mean, you name it. So this is actually footage from the PTR client. They did the 1v1 tourney a couple of days ago where they lifted the visual NDA. So we were able to record here, and then after the 1v1 tournament ended and the death rolls were done, we actually went over into a corrupted area. So PTR 25, and there should be a way to play every day until the 11th. Yes. They'll have something up every day. Now, the question is, on live starting tomorrow, do they have boost fenders in? Or is that only going to be on the 1st? That's my question. Because if they have boost fenders in starting tomorrow, we can probably, I don't know, get a lot of players that have been looking to come back in for some scrimsies and stuff, get some good reps in. Granted, it's not going to be the most meaningful rep because TTK changes aren't going to be pushed, and it's going to be old movement system. But I mean, it'll be fun. I'll be able to show my screen at least. And we can see how we like the old TTK versus the new TTK. Zop will be able to play as mage just enough to realize how much he hates it. Isn't that back on my V-Day 26? Yeah. 2 days from now. So tomorrow is still PTR as well, which is nice. Alpha 2 Lotharian Shoal realm availability November 15th to 16th, November 26th to December 1st. Oh yeah, so 26th to December 1st. Yep. Okay, cool. So PTR is up through tomorrow. And typically the realms will come up around like 1 p.m. EST. So I would expect it 1 p.m. EST around then on the 26th. I'll put in a fucking anti-spam bot. I'm putting in goddamn timeout. Put slow mode on in this bitch. I'm gonna get one of the Ash's Discord mods to come over and mod chat so you can't spam. Will I have any of the PTR updates on the 26th? Unlikely. I wouldn't expect it. Now, on the 1st, for like the end of the world event, the GMs will be there, like spawning in a bunch of cool shit and like doing a big apocalyptic event. So we might get some previews of stuff on the 26th, but I don't think they would have like the Harbingers implemented or Summoner implemented or anything like that. Maybe a GM would like pop in as Summoner and summon some stuff and show that off for people that didn't see it yet. Maybe they have like a Summoner scroll on the boost NPC, but I don't know if the Summoner architecture is in the live build or anything. That's kind of the difference, is what's been imported over to live and what is still exclusively on PTR, which is why I wouldn't necessarily expect anything, because I think they would be more likely to just send this entire build over all at once instead of, bits and pieces going over that way. I say buff root and give Mage some cow milk. Maybe Mage just needs to get better. They could patch live up to PTR. They could. Yes. They 1000% could. Will they? I don't know. I don't think so. Now, also, inverse Dusty. I suck at predicting things, which probably means we'll get everything. Probably means they'll just launch the new server, because I'm just notoriously wrong at fucking everything. When T-Pain stream? Oh, God. Probably soon. He probably got accepted to the content creator program. The first content creator that we are accepting is T-Pain. In order, November 15th to 16th. Up to November 17th to 25th. PTR is the 26th of the 1st. Yeah, okay, cool. So I got it memorized. We're good. January 1st, 2026, mark your calendars. No! Yo, Cynical Nugget over on YouTube. What up, dude? Put $80 on Steam today. Gonna go Cleric, Summoner, December 11th. Ooh. Keep in mind, secondaries aren't in quite yet. So you'll want to pick one of the two for now. Secondaries will be in probably a little later on throughout 2026. I would assume the first few months or so. So that's kind of where I'm leaning. B, what up, my boy? Hope you're having a beautiful day. We're just chilling, yapping. Steven incited some riots because nobody on the community team had started controversy in a few days. So Steven had to go and tweet the goddamn B word last night. So half the community's up in arms thinking we're going to beta in a couple months. So that's not going to happen. Just ate corned beef and cabbage. Oh, dude. Oh, corned beef and cabbage goes so fucking hard. I love corned beef and cabbage. Oh, corned beef and cabbage going on sale is always such a beautiful time. I should probably check my grocery store app. Oh, that's so huge. That's so fucking huge. Fill me on today's stuff. All right, I got you. So, our Sandaled Lord decided to tweet this wonderful amalgamation of words that within the first paragraph led many people to believe that everything was burning down. So, last week, we announced that Ashes of Creation will be entering Steam Early Access on December 11th. It's a milestone years in the making, and an opportunity to bring a wider audience into the world we've been building, and to carry that momentum with us as we push towards beta next year. Now, a lot of people are caught up into this push towards beta next year, and we're really understating that he's body shaming the audience. And I feel like that's kind of fucked up. I feel like it doesn't matter if the audience is wide, narrow, tall, short. I think this is kind of a fucked up stance to take. And I'm really hoping that he becomes more considerate of the entire audience in the future. So, with that being said, big backs, get ready. December 11th is your time. So, if they weren't pushing towards beta, they wouldn't be working. Yeah, like, I feel like it would be much worse if he was like, yeah, December 11th, it's a huge milestone, years in the making, and then we're going to bring a wider audience in and fuck off for a few months. Maybe he meant that they'll be pushing for beta, not that it'll come next year. Yeah, I think it quite literally just means they're going to continue momentum towards beta, not that he has a target date for beta or anything like that. Like, I feel as though this is just normal, them saying we're going to continue moving forward in development and working towards beta and beyond that. Like, buff mage. Why nerf tank? Why is there tank hate all of a sudden? What the fuck is this bullshit? Tank ability-wise isn't doing anything wrong. I would like to say tank ability-wise is perfect. Too much mitt? Well, then you're looking to nerf defenses. The tank kit is really well done. What's not well done is the defense scaling versus the power scaling right now. And I think you're more mad about gearing than you are the tank kit, which is why I keep saying tank doesn't need a fucking rework. And I always ask everybody that's like, tank rework, tank rework, tank rework. What are we missing? What do we need to rework for? I don't think we do. And I never heard a motherfucker stand on that business. My only thing is a tank doesn't need an ability that crits. Yeah, I mean, they could replace the force crit. I'm gonna be honest, the force crit's not even really that good because we have 52% crit chance anyways. It's good, but I would also rather have something else. Literally anything else other than Paul force critting. It's cool. But also, we're probably going to crit most of the time anyways, because Longbow Bullseye buildup is going to give us 25% crit chance on our next two abilities. So that's our trip and our Pulverize. I'm going to have 77% crit chance anyways. It's like a 23% crit chance. So, Rootman does nothing but root. Maybe when ability ranks come out, Rootman can put more points in root, and then you root more. Would that be enough for you? I feel like that would be a huge buff. If you were able to take points that you would put in other things, and then instead of doing that, root. Somehow my stream got set back 1 minute and 12 seconds. You hit the rewind feature, didn't you, Squidward? I know what you did. Just give Mage a buff. What does Mage need for a buff? If you say 500% shatter, I'm going to kick you in the nuts. You have more access to crit than range outside of 25 plus meter snipe. Oh, yeah, I have a lot of crit. Now, keep in mind, my 52% crit chance is just passively from gear without even scaling up crit because gearing is silly right now. But yeah, we don't need that force crit. And I would rather replace it with something that maybe puts a debuff out on a target. I don't really know like what the pulverized replacement would be for an augment. But maybe take out the force crit and then have it be like tapering snare on the target or something like that. Or maybe it's shaken. So we get some fizz pen on the target, like a fizz pen debuff. Well, that'd be a fizz mitt debuff. Yeah, I mean, I think there'd be a lot that you could do. How's the crafting testing going? You'll have to ask somebody that's doing it. Anyways. Yeah, so they didn't give pre-refined materials. So processing is processing's cooked. Everybody that wants to craft stuff is going to have to sit there and process for a while. So for the love of God, do Sweaty Your Brow. Sweaty Your Brow is getting retired. No, that's cooked. That's like saying go make sure you watch your narc videos to polish up for phase 3. Can someone recommend a somewhat up-to-date beginner quest chain video / written guide to get some easy starting levels and gear? There is not going to be one, D2, because the first time user experience is actively being changed on a day-to-day basis right now. So leading up to the 11th, like that's the thing with Ashes. Ashes is not guidable right now. There are like old guides that exist, but Ashes changes so frequently that it's really hard to kind of like keep up-to-date guides out. Now, as soon as we have a locked in, like this is a first-time user experience, I will be putting out our leveling loop, but that also might be after we actually do our leveling loop because it's going to be changing up until the day of launch. So that's kind of the hard thing about it. And if we put it out before the day of launch and then they decide to change something day of launch, then people no longer have the optimal route. So like that's kind of why I shy away from doing Ash's YouTube content very heavily. It is unironically so hard to like hit the nail on the head with a piece of content guide-wise that's going to stay for a long time. Thought they were just giving us double starter mount. No. Was so confused, was back a bit in the stream, but the chat was talking about now. Wait, how are multiple people rewinding? What? Wait, Fupo and who else just got set back too? Panda also got rewound. What the fuck? Wait, how are people just getting like ghost rewound? Sometimes lag. Yeah, but like a minute? Interesting. But yeah, Sweat's gonna get retired there. So I'm fine with Tank having extra access to health scaling and defense, but the access to power is a bit much. Have you seen my triangles that I drew, Strag? Because I think there are a few things that it's related to. And I can give you a rundown on my triangles. Hold on. Only turbo and subs can rewind. He might have turbo then. Can we turn Tank into a rock and mage into milk? Why milky mage? Why do they have to be milky? All right, so this is going to be really confusing at first, but I'll break this down. And this will make a lot of sense. So essentially what you're looking at here is the trifecta of what makes a build scale. So essentially you have power, health and mana scaling. This is your resource scaling. And then you have your mitigation scaling. So essentially what you're looking at with power scaling, these are all of your offensives looped into one. This is power, crit chance, crit damage, attack speed, pen, accuracy, plus weapon damage. All of those scalars are looped into your power. Then you have your health and your mana. These are your resources. Health, mana, regens, stuff like that. Mitigation, mit, block chance, block rating, evasion, parry if you have that, shielding, stuff like that. So essentially, with different builds, you want to start everything out just in the middle of this triangle. And the way that I've always conceptualized builds is I have a certain amount of like attribute points that I can expand a line in each direction. So my line starts right here at 0 and then expands up with every attribute point. So with different builds, you essentially want to see large deltas and large changes in terms of the architectures of the builds. So basically what we have here, this is essentially representing tank in blue and DPS in red. So this is obviously just a fucking, visualization. It's not like percentage scaling or anything like that. It's not actual math. This is just a visualization of things. But what we have right now is tank very effortlessly scaling into incredibly high mitigation and incredibly high health and mana, which makes sense because as a build functions, you should be able to weight towards two of these things or be extremely balanced, right? So weighting through two of these things with mitigation and health and mana, you're weighted towards the bottom half of this triangle, which essentially makes you a very tanky build. If you want to go towards power and health, then you'll have to skew more points into power and more points into health, but you'd then have to draw back mitigation, which would then lead you to being a very hard-hitting and very resource-oriented build that also gets hit very hard. If you want to go on the flip side, and you want to go mitigation and power, then you specialize in this side of the tree. So you won't take a lot of damage, and you'll hit hard, but you won't have a lot of health and mana and sustain from that. So in typical MMO worlds, you are essentially looking at one of the parts of scaling somewhere within the triangle. But you'll notice, first things first, tank is able to right now scale absurdly high into mitigation, absurdly high into health and mana, while also scaling more or less percentage-wise, I'd say 80%, some instances 90% of what DPSs are scaling. Now keep in mind the health separation over here between DPSs, which are represented by red, and tanks, which are represented by blue, is also not that crazy. In my build in the 1v1 tourney, I was looking at DPS builds at like 18, 19k, and then I was at like 23k HP. So the delta there is not crazy. The big thing comes in mitigation because of tank's ability scaling, but that also is factoring like abilities, that's factoring in gearing choices, that's factoring in everything along the way. If you take away abilities, then you're also looking at tank and DPS pretty much being right within this realm of change. So who's the green? The green represents every single DPS that was in the duel tournament. So basically what happened is everybody realized that this side of the tree essentially, or this side of the triangle essentially starts with such heavy scaling in the first place. So with the DPS, this is essentially like you start out with your investment in mitigation and health, basically like here as a baseline. Everything is just starting out essentially halfway down this triangle, and everything's power scaling starts out naturally right here. And then you have to invest in power scaling as you go up. And as that power scaling becomes more of a cognitive investment over the course of your gear scaling, then you figure out how high you want to scale up. So you have essentially a very low like delta or a very low change between your tank and your DPS right now. Part of that is dependent on ability differences. Part of that is, you know, the kit itself. But I think a majority of that is actually breaking down to these scalars. So essentially in Ashes, you have what are called waterfall stats. So waterfalls are the attributes that are coming from your main stats. So strength gives waterfalls, con gives waterfalls, dex gives waterfalls. Only thing is, every archetype's waterfalls are the exact same right now. So basically, with the same set of gear, which is essentially what you're seeing here, essentially these are the same triangles, but I didn't want to overlap them. It's meant to illustrate that they're more or less the same. So basically, with the same gear, you're looking at more or less 98% similar stats because nothing is different. You have some base scaling differences in terms of attributes, but they've gotten away from base attribute scaling being a core component of the character scaling. So it's more or less the exact same thing. So essentially there, you have no delta between the two naturally. It's all decision making and how things are gearing, which leads to the potential of things like this with blue and green. Green is representative of a DPS, blue is representative of a tank. They're essentially the same fucking triangles because the gearing is essentially the exact fucking same. That's the big thing. I mean, maybe the green would expand a little bit higher than the tank right here for the sacrifice here, just because of the base stat scaling, but just for illustration purposes, it serves a point. So is it crazy to think that if they add 1 or 2 penetration as a waterfall to strengthen it in, they would have almost a perfect TTK? I think pen is something that needs to be looked at. I think essentially, without having the same innate power scaling to match the tank mitigation scaling, Major Ranger are going to feel worse 100% of the time. Ranger is better to scale MIT, but it's half as much as tank. And our constitution doesn't scale on the same level. Also think it should be a diamond with a 4th point being sustain. Sustain's included here. So health and mana is your resource as a whole. So this is health, mana, and then also your health and mana regen. So that's essentially all of that. But keep in mind, health and mana sustain isn't coming from builds naturally. From my build itself, I had 80 HP regen, but because of Inner Fire, which is not necessarily in the class architecture, but is in the weaponry architecture itself and scales off of these, that's where Inner Fire and stuff comes in. So Inner Fire isn't innately like built into this because Inner Fire is something that goes everywhere. If Mid doesn't go anywhere, we need Pen. Yeah, so essentially what we're looking at here is the ability for all the mitigation to just scale up so high regardless of what you're looking at, right? And again, the delta between Mid with 2 classes is not, I don't think, as high as it should be. I think tanks need to be brought down essentially to where like DPS are at in terms of their total Mid. Now I'm saying DPS without sword and board, tanks with sword and board, as in the tankiest of the tanks and the DPS without sword and board. I think if I am in a mitigation based set and I have a shield on, I should be somewhere around 60 to 65% total mitigation while blocking, and then abilities factor in on top of that. But right now, I can get up to 78% fizz, 72% fizz block. I can get 63% magic, 63% magic block, and there's nothing to cut through that. But everybody and their dad has 50% crit chance. So why not take some of the crit chance scaling, throw that into pen, but also in the long term, and again, this is in the long term, something that would immediately change your deltas up a lot. How far will this go back if I just like Command Z it? Okay. One thing that will make your deltas increase a lot is variables in terms of who's benefiting from what stats at what rate. Individual classes having individual waterfall benefits. So like a fighter getting 3 power per strength, a tank getting 2 power per strength, a fighter getting 3 HP per con, and a tank getting 4. Like a fighter getting 3 and a tank getting 4. And having those small variances can separate what people are actually scaling for gear, what builds are feeling like as a baseline, and then you can actually start to see some variance. I just don't think that's in place yet. Likewise, on the dex side of things, Ranger and Rogue being primary scaly off of Dex would add an entirely different element of scaling for those two as their primary power scalers, comparatively to having them still benefit the most off of strength scaling from a waterfall. So I think that's going to be something that down the road, if they do decide to go there, helps, you know, increase these deltas a lot. I think the big thing right now is over the course of like looking at where the splits are. I as a tank can get most of your damage. You as a DPS can get most of my health. And if you as a DPS choose to go sword and board, then you sacrifice your damage to go down to my levels of damage and also get just about as beefy as I do. So I think there needs to be more base split between how the classes are feeling and how they're operating on a very baseline. And hopefully that helps in the long term. But right now it's just like, it's not very there. Either make me hit like a truck if I get no sustain or escape, or get more mage some sort of sustain or survivability. I think the mage's survivability is groups. Personally. Do you put this forward to them? What, who, Intrepid? No, I don't bother them. I just sit here and yap, dog. I'm not that important. I try not to bug them very much. I'll be completely honest. I don't hit up devs. I don't try to get in their ear. They're very busy people and they probably deal with a lot of dipshits, and I try to not be one of those dipshits. Except the damage doesn't come down to our level because our kit plays into the damage more. This is kit irrelevant. This is not looking at like kit included, like abilities included. This is looking at item scaling leading to the base scaling of classes. This is not looking at I am using abilities as well. This is just looking at where gearing leaves kits and where gearing leaves archetypes. This is simply related to gearing progression, not related to anything other than that. This is base. That's the big thing. That's a big thing. You need to give this triangle speech to them? I mean, I'll probably clip down the OG. Actually, I probably won't clip down the OG and put it on YouTube. I hate posting on YouTube. It's sort of sustained difference from HP IMO because you have Indom versus my regen and the difference is massive. I mean, that's also not being included here, though. This is legitimately just like where archetypes are at with gear. Don't think of casting spells or anything. The very baseline of with my tank kit out of the question. You as a ranger can put on the exact same gear as I as a tank, and we can be at 98% the same stats just as a baseline. That's what the triangles are for. Irrelevant is the ability casting past that. But I think the core element of it and why some things are just so dominant against others is because there is no delta in the gearing progression that leads up to the abilities being impacted by that gearing progression. So it's like, what are your 200% ranger abilities going to do to me as a tank if I can just wear the exact same gear as you and then have more mitigation than you, more self-healing than you, and also have 200% damage abilities in my tank kit? Nothing. But if I as a tank am physically incapable of benefiting from as much power from waterfall stats as you are as a ranger, then you will inherently do more damage than me. However, I will have more mitigation than you. It may still go tank favored in 1v1s because tanks are traditionally very good, but there won't be that 98% shared similarity between our builds by wearing the same gear, to the point where it's like, if I have the same pieces on as you, I may have a different power scaler from power rating to actual power output. For example, maybe a tank's like, you need 4 power rating to get 1 power and a ranger needs 3. Hypothetical numbers. So that way you get more power per power rating. You know what I mean? Things like that can help differentiate between this class is very tanky, this ranger is very DPS-y, and then within that you could still scale up. Well, I want to be a tanky ranger, but you're going to have less tankiness available to you as a ranger than a tank would, despite being able to use the same tanky gear. You'll always be built a little more towards this part of the spectrum as your start, and tank would always naturally be weighted a little bit more towards like this bottom end and splitting between the two. That's kind of where I feel like, and this is all again just my personal opinion, this is all my own take, but I feel like there's just like no variance. Sustain's a big reason classes are tanky feeling. Yeah, I mean, sustain is also facilitated by these two things though. So like sustain is only a thing that's possible if you have these two things outweighing this, because sustain is essentially saying I can take the damage that you're putting into me and then I can mitigate enough of it to also play in with percentage based, health and mana regen and go from there. So with Inner Fire's ticking for 200 if I have 23k HP. If I'm getting hit for more than 200, then that's going to be great if the power scaling is actually there. But because my mitigation is so high along with the health and mana side of it, I've got 23k HP and I've got 90% effective mitigation. So that 200 is now equivalent to like 7 of your hits instead of 1 of your hits if my mitigation was lower, if you had more pen to get through. So like sustain is a byproduct of other things where it's like sustain is taking your base health and mana pool and then protecting that and playing off of that. Being able to just burst people down quicker, sustain was never the issue. It currently is. Yeah, it's a combination of like this bottom side. Yeah, absolutely. I agree. And it's like with Inner Fire, I have so much mitigation that you can't hit me. And then on top of that, I have so much health that I'm healing for 200 plus a tick with every combo that goes out. And then on top of that, I also am cognizant that it's a resource whore meta. I called that on day 1 of the changes. So I'm running a tank build with 23k HP, 90% effective mit, and 9,000 mana. I am not losing resources at any point. Like my 1v1s, having other people beat on me, I was full resource all the time. Feel like MS Paint is mandated to a streamer. So basically when Twitch partners you go through a 6-hour class on how to effectively use Microsoft Paint with essentially no resources whatsoever. So I'm sure there are a bunch of cool commands and stuff like that I could use, but I just got really good at baseline Microsoft Paint explanations. It helps because I'm a big visual thinker. It might also just be like that special streamer ADHD flow. Is there any way to find out how many people average are playing each class? Nah, not really. Other than just like community guesses. Why? What you thinking about? Hunter, thank you for the hydrate, dude. I appreciate you. Could also be different stat weights once we get secondary archetype to kind of mix and match the kind of gear that a person would lean towards. I mean, it could also be more down the road. Like, being completely honest, they're still trying to figure out the baseline of where they want waterfalls to even be aligned and where they want power scaling and stuff like that. I would think once they actually have those baselines in place, like we want people to scale up to this amount of power, this amount of crit chance, crit damage, pen speed, blah, 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 this amount of mitigation, this much HP. And they figure out that like golden ratio, so to say, of damage done versus damage taken that they want to achieve. Then they'll be able to fuck around a little bit more with like class specifics. And I think this isn't necessarily like a right now problem because this is also a long-term solution. This isn't something where it's like, this needs to be the baseline functionality of scaling. This could be like, oh, you've got the baseline scaled up. Now let's make every class feel a little bit more unique. And I think that's kind of my hope with it, is that it's a long-term thing. I want to Horcock shatter people 100 to 0 again. I bet you want to Horcock people again, you fucking freak. No 500% damage shatter. No, it's not okay. Actually, 500% damage shatter would be fucking phenomenal right now because I, as a tank that knows how to play, would just reflect your shatter at you. Cry as much as you want, but it takes... cry as much as you want about it. It takes too long. But when I pulverize and send someone to the Ember Spring, I wish for days like these again. I mean, I just think 1v1s are also a really bad indicator of what the TTK is going to be. I hope that before they go too drastic with TTK changes based on the 1v1 stuff, that they give us another opportunity to maybe like drum up interest for a siege. Maybe. Maybe something. Hey,
I'm not good at math. I'm not very smart.
I'm just trying to help, dude. You don't have to be mean. Just trying to fucking do my part. But I would really like it if they gave us an opportunity for maybe siege prac so people could have some idea of the new TTK. Now, I've done the sieges that were there, but they also weren't, 100 versus 100. So, nobody's ever going to the Ember Spring currently. I literally have a video of me killing a summoner in round 1. Also, I would have killed everybody I fought against had I had more time. That cleric would have got it. The rogues would have got it. Everybody would have got it. I just didn't have enough time to operate, dog. I just needed a little bit more. An 8v8 tournament would be real nice. Ooh, an 8v8 tournament would be real fun. I would love an 8v8 tourney. Because then we may actually be able to let mages feel something again. We may be able to let roots root. I think Ranger's issue as a kid works around snare and bleed mostly. Strag, you're so fucking right there, actually. Yeah, snare and bleed suck. Yeah, no, that's honestly base take. If you were scaling a lot of snare and bleed, you're fucking cooked. Root, yeah, Snake's got it. Like at the honestly, hold on, you might be right here. Snake might be onto something. So what if at the bottom of the triangle we did another little addition and it's just root. And then we have Ranger just go all the way down into root. Just fully down into root no matter what. AV8 would be decent TTK if teams were even. See, that's what I'm thinking. I think if they put out an AV8 sign up, shit, even 5v5s, put out any form of sign up and watch what happens. Now, I do think in 8v8s right now, so that's the thing. 8v8s, you have two routes where you can go. You can 2 cleric, 2 bard it, or you can 1 cleric, 2 bard it. If you 1 cleric it, then your 1 cleric dies and you no longer have a res. If you 2 cleric it, you have a res no matter what. That's the big difference in 2 clerics. And I think 2 clerics right now would maybe lower your kill potential too much. That's kind of where I'm at. But do you need 2 bards in this sense? Yeah, you do need 2 bards. I think you always need 2 bards. I don't think 1 bard is the play. So I'm kind of intrigued what people would be looking at for 8v8 metas right now and like 8v8 comps. Because 8v8 is a completely different game. If you drop another cleric, then that means you're getting 1 tank, fucking 4 DPS, and then 2 bards, 1 cleric. All of those people hitting 1 person, something tells me that's quite nice. Why 2 bards? Multiple songs that are always fucking beneficial, more or less. Dance rotations, just all of that. 2 bards interact really well together. You can have 1 on healing song. You can have 1 on damage song. You can have 1 on mana. You can have 1 on damage. I don't think you really need 1 on mana right now, this meta, because mana pools are so high, but also you want to sustain like crazy. Clerics are such shit damage. Yeah, clerics do nothing for damage. Bard comparatively at least does damage, but the Van Tech is in. Yeah, I mean, I told you. It wasn't a question. I told you it was nuts. I literally told you I tested the damage mitigation on mobs and it worked. Yeah, it's disgusting. I feel like we should probably get that looked at. Fupo! I have a question. Because this might be new tech. 1 tank, 1 cleric, 4 bards, and 2 Diddy darters. I mean, that might not be bad. I thought it was a question. Oh, no. No, I've tested this thoroughly. I haven't done it with a raid yet. But yes, I can legitimately just drive Van out. And then I went down to 3 reef pieces. Yeah, you just sit in the van and it has damage reduction. Mobs hit you while you're on a van for approximately 0.5 damage. Legitimately 0.5 damage. So you round up a bunch of mobs, you get the initial threat, and then you just sit on that. Do you think beta will happen when half of the map's still not available? No. I mean, obviously, like, scope could always change with it all. But according to what Intrepid wanted to accomplish and what they have communicated with us, they do not want to go to beta until the game is near feature complete. Now, I think there's still a lot of ashes left to actually be implemented before betas, if that is still their goal. Of course, beta is just a word, and as long as the game launches finished, then however we get there is just kind of relative along the way, you know what I mean? So from that standpoint, I'm like, I don't care what the phase is called, whether it's alpha, whether it's beta, that doesn't make the difference to me. Their design intent beta will polish the game, not add any new, right. Yeah, no new implementations of content, just final coats of paint and polish for the beta. So, according to Steven, recently, there has not been any scope change. So, beta should be January 1st, 2026, according to my leaks. My delusions. The voices in my head are telling me that the beta's coming soon. Yes, exactly. No, I mean, like, that's the thing. The beta could come at any point. I mean, they could legitimately just decide one day, hey, we want to call it beta now. Just straight up. They could. There is nothing stopping them from doing so. Do I think that that's the most likely set of circumstances? No. Something tells me this is something that the community is reading into way too much. I think the development cadence is going to be the exact same. I think the scope is probably going to be the exact same. But again, we have no way to tell on mind. I have no clue. I have no leaks. I have no insiders. I'll be able to ask him in a little bit. I don't know if he's here right now. He could probably clarify. But yeah, something tells me the plan is still get game into beta with many, if not all, features in. And then by the time they're in betas, they have always been saying they want short beta. They want a little bit of time. So, it's amazing you can spin a yarn for hours out of literally nothing. I mean, I just like yapping. I just like chilling. Honestly, it's fun for me. Mages and Rangers probably have no place in 8v8s. Yo, low-key. That might be true, actually. Or do you go... Like, is one cleric the meta in 8s now? Is it worth dropping the second res? Because I feel like it's not, if I'm being honest. I feel like one cleric is just such risk. If you have a cracked-ass cleric that's never going to die, then huge. But I don't really think it's worth the risk. And I feel like a cleric can always die. Especially if I can triple wings or something. Like, what are your thoughts on a cleric? You do summoner? Ugh. Yeah, I mean, summoner's great CC. Summoner's great CC. I wouldn't even do one cleric if I'd sting. How's your having S tier? What's the history? What do you mean? I just show up every day, bro. I don't know. I've been streaming for 8 years. I've been full time for about 2 though. I mean, I started full time back in like December 2 years ago ish. Was when I went full time. So I don't know. I started streaming to hang out with friends and like chill with IRLs. I was like a 5 viewer Andy. So now that I actually have viewers that hang out, it's way easier, bro. I streamed for like 6 years before people showed up to this shit. I've been streaming over 8 years now. So it took a long time to get comfortable into the spot, but I always got comfortable yapping to nobody and just hanging out with my friends. And my goal is like, I stream with my viewers hidden. I don't look at my viewers. I don't look at my sub count, like, unless I see the fucking sub counter above the camera, of course. But like, I don't see that IRL, so that's easy. But I stream with my viewers hidden. I have, pretty much everything hidden all the time. So I just tend to hang out and yap. So rolling? No, I'm sober, dog. I mean, I smoke weed, but that's about it. I don't even drink. Pass on that. I will drink some water, though. Thank you for the hydrate, dog. No drugs here. I just enjoy what I do, man. I guess, like, rolling off life. Like, very excited to be here. So, just hopping into the Ashes bandwagon. What's the ideal 8-man group consist of? I mean, that's kind of what we're talking about right now, honestly. Because especially with the PvP changes and, like, the time to kill changes, right? I'm very intrigued because previously the old group comp was 2 cleric, 2 bard, 1 tank, and then fill the remaining 3 with ranger mage. Like, there was really no reason to run anything else. But it's like now you might be looking at tank, fighter, rogue, ranger, double bard, double cleric. You might drop out a cleric. Clerics don't heal enough for AV8 to stack 2. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That is very, very, very valid. It's just, I feel like losing the res is massive, but I mean, what have people even been target prioing? Because I'd assume still just DPS, because you kill a DPS and then you're not going to die at that point. And I mean, 8v8s are probably just going to go to like resource horror meta, where everybody just tries to resource the other side out over time and then chill from there. But healing power's gimp as fuck. Yeah, do you think they need to like up healing power and stuff? As soon as CC bombs go out in 5 to 10 seconds, they can bomb a ranger. Oh, yeah. Especially with new movement. I mean, Ranger has the advantage that they can literally disengage over tank walls, which is cool. But if you have a summoner on you as well when you get pulled in, like, he reses when people don't really die. No, that's fair. That's fair, dog. Yeah, don't eat reses when people ain't dying type shit. I feel that, actually. Yeah, maybe just a big old gambit's better than a res, huh? Don't need the res if somebody's getting healed for a fucking 20k gambit. Is this PvP? Yeah, PvP exclusive talk usually, but I mean, PvE, it's like, it's still pretty much 2 bard, 1 to 2 cleric, 1 tank, 3 DPS. Pretty standard across the board because it's an 8-person group. So it's typically just 2 and 2 on your supports, 1 tank, and then fill from there for any stock standard comp. Double bard, really beneficial because bards have different songs that they can rotate through, so you can stack up multiple. So that's huge to have the synergy between the 2 bards for your group, get both of those buffs out. Double cleric provides a lot of safety in the healing, but also cleric might be a little bit down bad, but that also means you might need another one for PvE, so that's the thing. That's the thing. Yo, Tim, what up, dog? Massive mage buffs are coming. What if they completely take away a mage's ability to shatter, so that way they make it more user friendly and like new player friendly, so new players don't have to worry about executing combos? What if they just take it out completely, Tim? Dusty, please stop speaking. Did you hear my other mage recommendation? So my second route was I will give mages back the old ball lightning hit frequency, like plus the 50% that it lost. So I guess it'd be plus 100%. Back to the old ball lightning hit frequency. But when you cast ball lightning, it comes out of your character in a random direction instead of directly in front of you. I would fuck with that so heavy. Like Omega Ball Lightning, but it's just like an erratic ball. Dude, it'd be so good. I love RNG in my PvP. See, that's what I thought, because you could hit like a big Horcock, and then you could channel your Ball Lightning, and then just hit him with the... and then hope it goes out in the right direction. I feel like that would be the most cinematic shit in human history. If you finally hit that one big ball that goes in the right direction, also it may encourage you to blink directly into a group of people. So... give me old 2x hit rate and you got a deal? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I would double up the hit rate. I would give you the old hit rate if it came out of your character in a random direction. Like, you got a massive freeze in front of you, and then you ball lightning, and it just comes out back left completely away from the entire clump, so you got to audible into a chain lightning. Yeah. Yeah, I think that'd be great. I would support that so fucking much. There's no such thing as a good mage anymore. The only thing that can stop a good mage is a bad dev with a balance change. Mage has many issues. The class just needs a rework. I still feel like attributes are not helping any DPS feel good right now. I actually just like went in on a rant about that, about how like the deltas between classes are very, very low right now because there's no variance in waterfall scaling. They lowered the base stat scaling of different archetypes. So now everything's coming from gear. So like you as a mage, cleric, everything can put on the exact same gear. It's more illustrated with like tanks and DPS, but essentially like I as a tank can wear the exact same gear set as a DPS, and I can essentially mimic the DPS's stats and then also scale up a tank kit, so I can just be like, more mitigation and shit like that on top of what they already have. So I don't know. I just think there needs to be more variance. Never let a mage in Carfin ever again. Do you group up with pirate software? What happened? Because I've seen some things where you can use mage as a secondary and you become ball lightning. Yo, a drivable ball lightning that'd be so good. Wait, you literally transform into a ball lightning and you're just through the clump? No, that would go so hard. What if ball lightning was a rotating ball around the character instead of straightforward? That'd be kind of cool for like a mage fighter. Or like a mage fighter would be really cool. Where it does kind of like impacts around you. That'd be sick. Tank's literally just a better fighter confirmed. It depends on what you want. Honestly, like, if you want AoE damage, I think fighter has a speed. But I think that's about it, if I'm being honest. I feel like fighter would really benefit from a couple cool like shouts that you can pop in melee range, where it's like I jump in as a fighter and then I pop a shout that is like a demo shout. It slows everybody in an area, or it, you know, gives the fuck is it? Shaken, like the minus Fizmit in an area. Fighters do way more sustained damage. Oh god, yeah. Tank damage in groups is really not that good. I just want to put that out there. Like, tank AoE damage is actually quite laughable. We essentially go in and have like 2 AoE options and then go from there. We have really good, you know, just stay on you and put damage into you, which facilitates a lot more damage going out. But like, our damage is really not that crazy, especially in large scale, because we have nothing that goes around us. Intimora is the only thing that's a full AoE, and that ticks for like fucking 12. So it's not even damage though. Mage has to engage in melee range for our main combo, but our only movement abilities are trinket. Yup. That's one thing that I've always actually said about mage. Do you want to know also what I think about mage that could be improved substantially? That is one of the biggest things. Like, you're mentioning separating good from great mages. You can always tell if you're fighting a very good or very bad tank when you're playing as a mage, because very good tanks with the grapple changes where you can like roadhog somebody and I can throw a grap and then turn and then place you where I want you. Against every class other than mage, I will want to grapple you and then I'll want to pull you in and turn you so your back is to my back line. So that way they're hitting you in the back. You can't turn and deal with them as quickly. And then if you try to front roll into my wall, you're going to roll directly into my wall. If I'm fighting a mage, I want to keep you facing my backline so that way I can have you blink forward into my backline even further. Then you blink into my backline and then I wall you after you blink and you're stuck in my backline behind a wall with no CC break. Or I just tomahawk you in the back once you blink. You're fucked. You need omnidirectional blink on a mage so fucking badly as an augment. And I see that as a tank player. I think if mage had an omnidirectional blink augment where it's like your blink ability, and then you have like your blink, like personally, I don't think blink should be the CC break, because blink also has a long enough cast time to where I can audio cue on your cast time and then I can still trip it. Like it audio cues and then the CC break hits and then the cast time starts and I can trip you out of that. Just straight up. I asked Nin. Nin, do you enjoy when I trip you out of your blinks? Just let me blink in the direction I'm looking. I don't think direction you're looking. I think it should be a directional input. So it's not like a camera flip. I think it should be like WASDA input on your blink. So you like WASDA and then you do that. I despise. Do you not like getting out of trips after you blink? The coolest thing for me is when you get that little puff of smoke. It's nice. It's nice. There's that little puff. And then when that puff happens and I see you laying there, it's beautiful. My terrorism will be unchecked. Will you even be able to terror over there? Will they be able to keep up with your terrorism? Bro, I'm gonna have to start the fucking ATF. It's the Anti-Tim Federation. Fucking hell. Jesus Christ. Tango's just like me. God fucking damn it. All right, well, I'm sure I'm gonna have a lot of new players coming in wondering why there are people running rampant through PvP areas. Then I'm gonna have to go through an entire another week of just going, well, if the area turns into a PvP area and you stay there and people PvP you, maybe you shouldn't be there. And then people will go, you know what, Dusty, you're right. Dude, that's literally, I spent the first 2 weeks of the fucking server last phase just explaining to people, like, if the entire area around you says you're now opted into PvP and somebody kills you in that PvP area, maybe the PvP people aren't the one at fault and maybe it's your fault for staying in that area. If I'm walking through a city and I walk down a very sus street and there are a lot of fine gentlemen that look like they want to snatch my chains, and I stay there and get my chain snatched, that's on me for not getting out of there. If you get your chain snatched because you hung out long enough to get your chain snatched and you continued walking down that street when it wasn't a friendly area, that's on you. The streets ran you, the wolves ate you. That's just my take on it. I think you get plenty of notification time. I feel like it's quite obvious when the whole fucking area turns purple. That's on you for not bringing a bigger stick and taking their chains first. You gotta spin the block before the block spins you, brother. Absolutely. Absolutely. This isn't just Dark Alley. Oh no, you will get your shit got. Absolutely. What if 13% of the population commits 50% of the PvP? Well, then people know who to look out for. If there's a serial killer on the loose and there's a description of the serial killer, then you know who to avoid. I might be too rooted in logic here, but like, I, as someone who has also kicked the shit out of a few unsuspecting players that got very upset about it, well, it's not my primary form of gameplay. I've absolutely found hands in lawless areas and the people were not happy about it. As you walked into a boxing ring and got your lights punched out and then acted confused, you got hit. Like, you're just standing there and you see this giant, like, fight coming towards you, and then you just start looking at the fucking fight. And then the fight eventually catches up to you, and then you get involved in the fight, and then you're mad that you're involved in the fight. Yes, that is legitimately the mentality, dog. It's crazy. People will stand in front of the train on the tracks and be mad when it hits them. I don't get it. Is Ashes pretty skill-based PvP? Depends on who you ask. It's very like macro-based PvP in the current state of affairs. I mean, the 1v1 tourney that we have here that you're watching, like, most of the rounds ended in, you know, death rolls. Granted, that was because it was a 3-minute time limit and TTK is high. Gear is a very, 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 very large factor. But there is also the fact of the matter where if you put 2 people in the same gear and you put 1 bad player and 1 good player, then the good player is going to 100-0 the bad player in the exact same gear. So, like, it's skill-based if the situations are even, but gear and progression. Tim, thanks for the thought, Doc. But gear is such a substantial factor that even if you're a good player with bad gear, you can get beat by a bad player with the best gear, right? That's the biggest thing. Like, everything multiplies by the gear itself. If you're a great player with great gear, then nobody's touching you. If you are a bad player with great gear, then great players are going to shit on you, but you'll beat good players in bad gear. And if you're a bad player in bad gear, then probably just don't get too involved and go hit trees for a little bit, because it's not that hard to get gear. So that's a big thing. But you're of your own free will standing in front of a train. Yeah, you're making like a train documentary, but you decide to get first-person POVs. Yes, exactly. No, that's the biggest thing. Yep. And then you're like, oh, they didn't let me film my train documentary here. And it's like, well, maybe you shouldn't film your train documentary by standing in front of the train on the tracks. Well, they didn't let me level here. Maybe you shouldn't level in the literal fucking PvP battleground that told you it was going to turn into a PvP battleground. Blasphemous. Blasphemous. Absolutely crazy. Absolutely craziness. But yeah, like, I don't know. I think there's still plenty of skill left in the PvP system. I think on an individual level right now, people feel as though there's not a ton in 1v1s, but I can absolutely confirm that if you put a very bad player with good gear on any class, I'll beat them right now with enough time. That's the big predicate, with enough time. But you put me with greens and someone else. Actually, I feel like I could beat a dog shit player with plus 20 Legos if I was in greens. I feel like I pull that off. Well, tell me where I can and can't level. I mean, you can stay if you want to, but people want an evolving world, but when that evolving and changing world gets in the way of their leveling, it's not fair. When that evolution doesn't directly benefit them, it's no bueno. No, I feel that. The living world comes with consequences. And like, bro, a living world is very much a sandbox, and in a world where there aren't direct police to stop people from doing shit, people are going to do some heinous shit. I can guarantee if there weren't police that stop us all from robbing banks, you guys wouldn't be here watching my fucking stream right now. You'd be going and making a withdrawal. Like, if you're not going to get in trouble for robbing a bank, you're going to rob a fucking bank. If you're not going to get in trouble for asserting your dominance in an area and holding that down, and that's now your area that you get all of the benefit from, you're going to do that. Welcome to a goddamn world that the player makes their own destiny and the players police their own actions. So, is a bad player in Lego 20s picking their weapon trees? Because if so, they're dead. Oh God. I mean, that's the thing too. Like part of Ash's skill, so to say, also comes in how you're selecting your gear and how you are building your character for different scenarios. How you are, I mean, right now, I'm gonna be real. Ward, Inner Fire is all you need to know. Other than that, it's not a big deal at all. Ward, Inner Fire, and Wound is your big three, and then you at least have a baseline sense of how to play. So it's not like it's that deep, but I do feel like that depth goes up dramatically as we get, 26 to 50 ranks and abilities, stuff like that. Even if we get like, weaponry ranks and shit like that, specialization there. It's going to be so much better. So it's exactly what I'm hoping for. As long as a person with worse gear can beat someone with better, that's a good place to me. There's definitely an opportunity for it. You know what I mean? And there are absolutely a lot of tiers and variants to the progression of different gearing sets where, gray, green, and blue gear is going to be substantially outdone by epic and legendary gear. But in most instances, with Ashes having the kind of like the social bubbles that it does, if you're a guild that's a green, gray, blue guild or a gray, green, blue guild, you're probably not going to be fighting against epic legendary guilds very much unless you're one of the guilds that likes to punch way up. And Ashes, to a certain extent, has these, I don't know, these little social bubbles where you'll see certain guilds and certain like tiers of content kind of shape up and interact with each other. And they don't typically go too far out of that tier of content. Obviously, there are outliers that do like punch down and kill crafters and do stuff like that. Shout out to him. But like a lot of the content is going to be focused within that direct tier of like, I interact with you, you're my competition, so our beef is with each other. Now, of course, there will be outliers. There will be social interactions where a very casual guild pisses off a very competitive guild and then, gets run over. That's definitely going to happen more times than people are prepared for. But that's also the social world that we're in. So there's also the element of in macro, right? In large scale PvP, one guild can have up to 200 people and you can have multiple guilds all declare wars on people at the same time. There's no limit to that. So in terms of like an alliance or a multi-guild system, you could very easily have a full-ass Zerg at your disposal at any time. Now, a Zerg is very strong for many fucking reasons, but also a Zerg can get picked apart piece by piece by piece by a more well-organized enemy on the other side. Maybe they have worse gear. Maybe the enemy is 10 to 15 to 20% less power scaled than the guild they're fighting against. But if you are playing better, especially with more players added in, the outplay potential goes up. There will eventually be like more small scale combat that's oriented to. We're waiting on that. I'm gonna be honest. I am waiting with open fucking arms for arenas. I want 3s, I want 5s, I want 8s. I want them in excess. I want to be able to pump them all day. I will love that so much. Just replayable PvP. It'll make me so fucking happy. Be able to test different builds, be able to run different numbers, be able to see different playstyles. So, can confirm when I get the Gucci Glicky, I am robbing the bank. Jesus fucking Christ. I mean, I don't understand how some people's expectations are genuinely like so far off of what the world's going to be. I don't think the amount of players that are immediately thinking that they are going to get ganked by a random player the second they step out of a town is realistic whatsoever. Too many people think that that's going to happen. They think they're going to live in constant fear where they've got to shutter the windows, lock the doors. Like, they've got to do all that, right? I don't think that's the case. But I also think it's a case of if you put yourself in harm's way and you put yourself in the place to find the combat, put yourself in the place to find the strife, you will find the strife. You could absolutely get the action if you are about that action. So, that's kind of my take on it all. Happened this phase with the Lego X, it'll happen again. What happened with you in a Lego X? Blotto. Did you corrupt and lose a Lego X? Why did I not hear about this? Nin corrupted last phase and lost in our Logan. You're corrupting this phase and losing a Lego X. Wait, did you actually? Jesus fucking Christ. I went to Oaken PvP zone. And you pillaged or you corrupted? We talk about a lot, Blotto. We talk about a lot. You need to keep in mind, I would need so much like data storage to remember every conversation with everybody. It's not that I'm an idiot. It's just that I have so much conversations on a fucking daily, dog. I don't remember who's doing what. Shit, I call you and Sewer each other's names half the time. So went into debt to get that. I for sure did not corrupt. Okay, good. Good. The corruption stories are fucking horrifying. Like, absolutely, absolutely terrifying. I've never been a huge, like, open world jump a motherfucker in the first place. Like, even in V-Rising, which is literally open world PvP enabled all the time, I got yelled at a lot because I'd run up to somebody and I would say, hey, yo, how's your grind? And then Carlo would tell me to kill people. And I wouldn't want to kill them because they weren't doing anything wrong. I had no reason to kill them. I had no quarrel with these lads. So Steezy still owes me 5 gold. Never forget. Never forget. Also, never forget when I lost all of my gold last phase trying to buy skin strippers that I thought were good deals, and they were flesh rippers. Went to buy a level 20 sword, bought level 10 swords. Got scammed. Never pay that debt. The people I owe do not know this, but I'm going to roll that over and pay up. Nah, don't do that. Don't do that. Keep the money for yourself. That was a banger. That was not a fucking banger. Bro, I thought I was getting such a good deal because there was this big craze when it was item level 23 crafting, right? Because Skin Stripper was the named mob material and then it was an item level 23, so it had 2 material inputs. Super easy to craft at heroic. Like, you got one of those bad boys and you were set. I look at the player market and I see multiple listed for super cheap, dog. I thought I was getting such a come up. No come up was had. None on that fine day. Absolutely fucking none. I was very sad. All right, I'm filling up my water real quick because I am absolutely pounding water on this fine day. NFL time. The fuck is today? Monday? Oh, Monday Night Football. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Who's playing right now? I haven't watched sports ball in so goddamn long in any like meaningful way. I used to be so involved with the sports balls, but I don't know, it's just an investment now. I stream too much and I'm too neutral. All right, I'll be right back. 1 sec, boys. Good day, lads. So, who got their content creator program email? Curiosity. I know a few people got theirs in chat already. I'm very curious. I want to do some research. Everything. Ooh. I don't watch sports ball anymore, man. I heard that they had a lot of applications for the CC program though. So it'll be interesting. But yeah, I don't watch sports ball anymore. Anyways. Do I want to hop on right now and do a couple leveling loops? The Esvan thing was in his vid, which is just lifted from the stream. Oh yeah, so did he say he's definitely coming over with his people? I never actually got a chance to watch the full video because that has been so busy like planning for the 11th and stuff. Very, very, very busy planning, but it'll be interesting because between like I read the comments, see word. Yeah, between like him, between Pirate Software, somebody said Lyric might come over, Summit might come over as well. So that'll be interesting. I don't know if Summit will come over. He said he might check it out. So that's always up in the air with some, but you know, we'll see. He said in the video, roll through right now. I mean, I could always pull up and watch it. Like, it's not like I got much going on. But yeah. So, wait, where's Stregma? Where are my Stregma and my Zop? Because I think they got their emails already. I have questions for people that got their emails. Because now curiosity has sparked for me. Because emails went out to a lot of people today for the CC program. So I'm wondering, like, who's got theirs, who's hasn't yet. And I want to see, like, if anyone got into the actual content creator program. Because, spoiler alert, I did not. So that's interesting. They must have very large content creators that are getting into, like, the actual content creator program. And they said that they had the CC program, and then they had the Bardic College, which is for like smaller content creators and stuff. So the actual content creator program, I am not in. So they must have that reserved for like huge content creators, like huge. So it'll be interesting to see who gets into that. I'm wondering if anybody else has like that got their email is into like the actual program. But hold on. Oh yeah, Puck. Where tweet? What tweet? Steven tweet? Ashes. Oh wait, Puck just got his email. They sent out another one. On Steven's Twitter? Yeah, Steven's Twitter. Hold on, I'll pull it up. Yeah. So I think they just sent out like another round of emails. Never heard of Twitter. Does he post on MySpace? Oh, you stop it. You stop it. X is a dumb name. X is a dumb fucking name. So Steven tweeted and said, last week we announced that Ashes of Creation will be entering Steam Early Access on December 11th. It's a milestone, years in the making, and an opportunity to bring a wider audience into the world we've been building and to carry that momentum with us as we push towards beta next year. It comes at a time when the climate for Western game studios has been anything but gentle. Of watch projects I was personally excited for, some built on beloved IPs, with veteran leaders and large publishers close their doors in the MMORPG space. And yet, despite the challenges, the demand for meaningful, ambitious online worlds remains as strong as ever. Esau, thank you for the follow. Much love. The landscape is shifting. The rise of AI-assisted development, globalized talent markets, and a funding environment increasingly geared toward leaner teams and tighter scopes has left many in our genre asking whether the golden age of MMOs is behind us. I don't believe that for a moment. Not only do I think the best days for MMOs aren't over, I believe the next era of the genre is just beginning, shaped by teams willing to take risks, innovate boldly, and resist the pressure to dilute vision in the name of convenience or market data. We've chosen a player-first approach since day one, open development, real feedback, and a willingness to iterate in the open. It's slower, harder, and far more vulnerable, but we believe it can create better games. I'm endlessly grateful to our team, our community, and every person who believed in this vision. None of this happens without you. See you on the 11th. So, we're tremendous. Am I done for getting hyped for this game? No, I mean, I played New World from launch up until last December. I came over to Ashes from New World because New World was no longer hitting for me after 7,000 hours. And Ashes still has a long way to go. I think that if you played New World from early on in New World, Ashes actually has a lot of similarities in like where it's at right now and where it wants to be to what New World went through, which is one thing for me as a content creator where it's like, you know, it's cool to think about. So I don't have it yet, kind of waiting on Steam release. Yeah. Steam release is going to be a good time to hop in if you're expecting something that's going to get better over time. That's my biggest thing. The expectation with it is essentially that it will get much, much better as it continues. We are in development and, you know, it's going to get better. The thing with New World is that, you know, if you played New World for any amount of time, you, as a community member, probably felt like it had the bones. It just didn't have enough time to actually build on top of the bones and get everything else in place. And like New World had those opportunities to, you know, solidify itself, but it needed more time. And it went through too many directional shifts too late in development to actually have the time for any human being team to make that work. The New World devs had a near impossible task of taking an open world survival game and turning that into a full-fledged socially driven MMO in no time. And I love the New World dev team for what they were able to do and what they were able to actually accomplish. But fuck, they had it so hard, man. I want a dev team that's committed. I mean, Ashes is a very passion-driven dev team. I'll be completely honest. Like, Ashes is most definitely a matter of, you know, people that believe in the title that get hired to Intrepid because they believe in the title. And like, from that standpoint, it's kind of inspiring to be a part of. Now, at any point, anything could change. But is it a private team, privately funded? So, as far as I know, now I haven't dug into their entire funding. Some people have this conspiracy theory that because of tax stuff, they're outside investors. That's something that's conspiracy side. Anyways, Intrepid is started by this dude, Steven Sharif. He's a lifelong MMO player that really just wanted to build an MMO and a vision of classic MMOs. He was a huge Arcade player, really like socially driven MMOs. So he started Intrepid, and they're California-based NA dev. So they actually are in San Diego. So either way, from there, expanded the team. They started with 12 employees, and they're up over 250 employees now. They have scaled up exponentially. It is primarily funded by Steven. Steven has invested, last figures that we heard from him, over $55 million of his own money and will be investing upwards of $110 million estimated by the launch of the game. And that's all pre-launch. So basically it's funded by Steven and by pack sales and stuff. But doing the math on pack sales, like they are a California-based developer and their salaries alone would require an exponential amount of packs to be sold. So it is a, as far as we know, very privately funded by Steven as a large majority of it. But I'm not like a lawyer to look into where everything's coming from. I'm just a yapper that tries to do the research that I can. So as far as I'm aware, the funding is coming primarily from Steven, but what are your thoughts on what are your thoughts on PAX Day? I didn't play much, if I'm being honest. I can't really give much feedback on something I didn't play a lot. Well, I was in a phase, like, I'm such a one game Andy, and when I want to say PAX was when I was still in New World, and so people were talking to me about PAX, and I was just like, I'm gonna stay over here. Playing PAX as I watch this. Awesome. What brought you to PAX? 11K in Exiles is crazy, by the way, Judas. Yeah, I mean, like, New World hooked me, and I've always been, like, a one-game Andy for a while. And so I tend to, like, play something and, you know, do everything that I can with it. So did they say anything about linking our Intrepid account to Steam or Steam keys? They're working on entitlements. So their goal is to have the Intrepid account linkable to Steam. They said in the meantime, make your Ashes account with the same link, with the same email that you're using for your Steam account. So yeah, they're working on the entitlement system there. Pock, what up, dude? I gotta check that. Are you serious about your Discord response? Yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else to it. I don't believe. I didn't get contacted for anything, but but yes, yeah, no, I did not get into the content creator program. What games are you playing right now? I just play Ashes, man. I'm a full-time Ashes content creator. So I just sit over here and I chill and I hang out and I yap about the potential glory that Ashes will be. I help run a community over here and just chill. You didn't get into the content creator program? No. They deferred me to the Bardic College, which is for like the smaller content creators. What? No, I mean, it's fine. They probably just have like the big content creator program set aside for like larger content creators or something. Or maybe it's something where something with the content doesn't line up. It's okay though. It's all good. I'm not too worried about it, man. Like, I make content regardless. So I don't mind. It is what it is. I go live regardless, and I stream for my community, and I don't stream for anybody other than that. But yeah, I mean, I was kind of surprised, but it's okay. It's honestly like, I'm just going to keep making my content regardless. I make content that I believe in, and I make content that that I'm proud of making. So some much smaller people got it. I'm not sure what it is specifically looking for though. I'm just not very brand friendly, if I'm being completely honest. Like, I swear a lot. Like, I'm not the most presentable. It's probably that, if I'm being completely real. So I mean, that's the thing. Like, I was in the Amazon content creator program. They didn't want to work with me because I ran my mouth too much. I got accepted. Like, I get accepted into most content creator programs. It's just I'm not the most marketable. So I completely understand that side of things. Like, I'm not a very family-friendly streamer in most regards. So they probably just want people that are like super presentable in some regard. But, you know, it is what it is. Could be for me as well. I cuss all the time. Yeah, I mean, who knows? Who knows? It could genuinely be anything, but I'm not gonna let it get me too down, man. It is what it is. They'll bring in the content creators that they want to work with to the program that they want them in. So you didn't get into the content creator program? Nope. Does it say that in the original email? Yeah, they'll send you an email, and mine says, hello, glorious creator. Thank you for applying for the Intrepid Studios content creator program. After careful consideration, we currently have chosen you to join our Bardic College. This program is still in the works and is not launched yet, but we wanted to inform you and let you know that this will be coming at a future date. We appreciate your interest in joining the program and are excited to work alongside you with your content at a future date. So they don't want to work with me and my content at this date, which is okay. That's fine. It's not the largest deal. It's okay. I keep streaming. Oh, seriously, it's not a big deal. It's genuinely like, you guys are more upset about it than me. It's perfectly okay. Like, would it have been cool to get in? Yeah, awesome. Like, I was mostly excited about the prospect of like community giveaways over anything else, because that was something that was listed as a benefit for it. So I was really pumped to be able to like give away keys and shit, but I mean, I'll still figure out some stuff to try to make that happen. So it's a big deal considering you stream the game way more than anyone else. It's okay, man. It's their decision. And like, I'm not behind the decision-making stuff. Whether I stream more or not, if they don't think my content is where they want it to be at, then like, it's okay. It's not a big thing. So it's better not tied to the program. You got more freedom in your streaming content creation. Yeah, I mean, I totally get it. Like, while it is cool to be a part of like, a content creator program, because that does bring benefits to the content creator, abilities to work with the developer on certain things like events, like, and again, like I said, community giveaways where potentially you can give away keys and access and stuff like that, get Twitch drops. Like, those are cool things that are typically reserved to like content creators. So like, that's cool. That would have been awesome, but so top Ashes content. I mean, I don't even mind. Like, I don't look too far into being like top Ashes content creator or anything, man. That's all relative because there aren't a ton of people here. That could change at a moment's notice. You know what I mean? So I don't read too far into that. Like, it could very well just be that whoever was reviewing the applications doesn't like that I swear a lot or that I talk about smoking on stream, and maybe they're like, oh, Dusty, if you could be more family friendly, we'd get. I don't know the details. Nobody reached out to me about it. Maybe it's just because I'm a stoner that swears a lot and that's not marketable, right? Maybe that's not like the face that they want. And at the end of the day, that's up to them. I'm not gonna let it get me down. I'm not gonna let it bother me too much. Like, at the end of the day, you guys are the reason why I'm here. Intrepid's making the game, of course, but like you guys are the reason why I can stream 7 days a week and why I can be here so much. That's not Intrepid funding that. That's you guys funding that. So at the end of the day, whether Intrepid wants me in their content creator program or anything like that, it is what it is. It kind of sounds like the Bardic College is the upper echelon and they're probably still working on the specifics of it. Do you think they switched it? Because previously they said up and down that the Bardic College was for smaller content creators to learn and then work with like the larger content creators and basically get coached up. And then the content creator program was a big one. Do you think they switched it? How funny would that be? Oh no. Wait, that would be so fucked. I got one of the creator emails, so I have to assume it is. But you've been here longer than I have, haven't you? Like, you made Ash's content since before I did. Maybe it's like one of those things. Interesting. After you test the game with PTR, do you think server-wise, Ashes is ready for Steam launch? Yeah. I mean, well, yes and no. Like, I think there are so many things with Ashes that are still yet to come that will improve it. And the state of it will absolutely improve, you know, as it goes past December, right? December is a huge update, but it's far from the last update. So in terms of is it ready? I think it's more ready now than it was when I and many other players hopped in. Chat, you guys that have been here for even longer than I have, you think it's better on December 11th for new players than it was when we hopped in? Because I think it's a yes, personally. But I also think December 11th of 2026, Ashes will be better than December 11th of 2025. At least I damn well hope. So I think it is both ready, but will never be ready from a realistic sense. I think you will have people that are picking it up on Steam that come in that are absolutely enamored with the world. They immediately hop in and they get immersed and they're like, oh shit, I love the community sense. I love the living feel of it. I love the fact that, you know, I am out and about and I see so many other players that are all interacting. I like that I can be a citizen of a settlement and help build those things. I think that's huge. They should at least add content up to level 10. That's been the emphasis of the PTR. Have you played PTR? They are literally redoing the first time user experiences and improving those like mad. Yeah, it's really good now, actually. If you haven't played the PTR, on top of like the Harbinger update, right, that we're getting, they're also working on the Anvils and the Riverlands first time user experiences to make both of them better for everybody, which is, I think, a huge point. I agree with you. They should work on that initial hook and that initial retention of players to at least usher them into the mid game in a meaningful way. You build from the bottom up, not the middle out, which I really like that they are going, oh, this is not good enough for the first time users. Let's make it better right now. Let's get this onboarding in a good spot because I think that's a very, very, very good start. And that's also what New World couldn't do for the first like 3 years. It was huge. I haven't tried after I upgraded my PC this weekend. I'll try PTR. Dude, I'm so excited for you to try it if you haven't tried it. If you're excited for like 1 to 10 content specifically, I'm not going to spoil too much. I really don't want to spoil too much, but definitely make a character in both of the starting areas. If you were familiar with them before, especially the Riverlands, you'll notice that it's changed up. I'm going to give you one small spoiler. Don't do Sweat of Your Brow because it's going to get taken out. You cut that out of your muscle memory. Just for small perspective and a small glimpse in. Sweat of Your Brow is getting removed. They're going to be redistributing a lot of things. Also, I guess I'll give you another small spoiler because I'm not the best at keeping secrets. Basically, they added in a new Destiny system. And with the Destiny system, that's like some guided objectives where you can complete those and you can get a glint and an XP reward. And then once you complete a certain amount of destinies from the category, then you get a big reward for it. I didn't even know they were cutting that. Hold on. I have the patchies. Hiya! Let's see. They said the word deprecated. Where is it? Items, destinies, crate, sport fishing, settlements, miscellaneous, quests. Where the fuck is it? Where's the word deprecated? Was it in this set of patches or was it in the last set of patches? Artisans, reduce fuel, crafting costs, recipes, improve presence for learned recipes. This one, fixed a bug, some jewelry recipes. Where the fuck was it? But it wasn't real? Oh god. Wait, did we make it up? Hold on. Can I like find? Wait, where the hell is it? No, it's definitely here. Because I asked what deprecated meant. Nah, that shit's definitely here somewhere. Oh, wait, here it is. Oh, fuck, we're good. The processing and crafting stations have been removed from Lionhold and Samia's Hope since the Sweat of Your Brow quest is being deprecated. And apparently deprecated means retired. So it's going to be dead. So no more sweat. They will be taking out those bad boys, which I also don't think they took them out, if I'm remembering correctly. The Vanish always makes me laugh. It's so good. Destiny's great to guide. Oh my god, and the rewards from Destiny's. Keep in mind, I've leveled multiple times. I am working the 8-piece first steps Destiny into our leveling loop because it gives you a weapon crate for completing. It's so fucking good. And it's like an item level 6 or an item level 9 weapon. It's really good. Yeah, all of those are still in the game. Who said PTR update tomorrow? Who said PTR update tomorrow? Meps confirmed they plan to remove them and add a new set of quests for tools. Is that tomorrow? Tell me that's tomorrow. Because I'd come. Not sure. Okay, word. We need first time user experience to be like settled in where they say, hey, this is what it'll be for the 11th. Please give us your thoughts. So that way we can just lock Godchi in the room and say, come out with the best questing loop for us in a week. And then we get level fucking 27 off of the first 20 minutes of questing. Like once Captain Godchi can cook, Captain Godchi's alter ego, Chef Godchi, comes out. I think the upstairs neighbors just threw their kid off the floor or something. I don't know, man. Either way, I think once the changes are all solidified, once those bad boys are in, we just start cooking. So did they say what's in the PTR update for tomorrow? Just out of curiosity? Or did they not? Because, oh, this is actually a fun fight. This is against Spy. Nah? Okay, fucking awesome. Just the fact that there is a PTR update for tomorrow. 2-hour downtime. Starting at 11. Oh, and I'll pull it up. Un momento. Hiya. My face unlock doesn't recognize me if I have my microphone in front of my face and my headphones on. Did they remove quest for ring in the start? In the anvils? I'm not quite certain. Hold on, there's a ping. Glorious PTR testers. There are 2. If you were testing over the weekend, we want your feedback regarding time to kill. Take the survey. Glorious PTR testers. Tuesday, November 25th, 2025 at noon EST. The PTR will be coming down for an update and a wipe. Get flicked. This downtime is expected to be up to 2 hours long. Yeah, better not go longer. 2 p.m. EST is a Dusty shift. They fucking know it. That's right, Roshan. So, should be up by 2 tomorrow. If it's not, they got hell to pay. I can't show my fucking screen anyways. What am I going to get upset about? I can't even fucking stream it. I'm just going to sit here and RP. You don't even know if I'm playing the game or not. Body spawn? Yeah, I don't know if they removed that one or not. Chat, who's been testing? Where's Scaper? Scaper's been testing the anvils like fucking mad, I'm pretty sure. If you find Scaper, you will find the answers that you're looking for. I've been focusing pretty much on the Riverlands on my side, like borderline exclusively, because it's the god spot, if I'm being honest. It is so good. And with the new first time user experiences out there as well. Oh, we're so set. Yo, Diablo, what up, dude? I haven't played this game yet, but I'm looking at maybe giving it a shot when early access starts. I'm gonna be real. I think it's fun. I think the largest thing that I always try to explain to new players is that it's very community. I just had a fucking stroke. Community based, very community based. You will have a substantially better experience coming in as a part of a community instead of coming in. By the way, for anybody that was wondering about that character sheet input, Because I had a couple people say, oh, Dusty, I saw you bring up your character sheet. You fucking fumble your keys. No. Watch here, geriatric man. When I'm in my combo, you'll see me go down and switch on my great axe instead of my sword and board. So I need more damage. Switch great axe on. And then when I bring up my character sheet, I'm looking to just make sure that the great axe went on nice and smooth. Now, of course, I can also see that from the melee, but melee is hard as fuck to see when you're actually playing. I'm gonna be completely honest. I don't look at my weapons. I look at this motherfucking rogue around me. So it's easier for me to bring that up and then look at the weapon slot real quick and verify that that's on than it is for me to try to stop looking at where this fucking rogue is going because he's moving like a goddamn maniac and then play there. So, yo, Pacini, what up, dude? Are you having problems with stuttering in PTR too? Yeah, it's a super high prio for them. So they're trying to get that all sorted out. I confirmed with Intrepid, aka Planendorf, was in my chat, and I made him answer for the entire company, that it is a very, very, very high prio because that shit sucks. That's the worst part of the PTR build right now, if I'm being completely honest. If they get the stuttering fixed, then we're so up tremendous. If they don't get the stuttering fixed, I will want to punch my monitor with another week of testing. I'm such a game feel fiend to the point where, like, if the game feels bad, I don't want to fucking play it. It's rough out there. But yeah, nah, Diablo. So in terms of giving it a shot when early access starts, it's going to be $42.50. That $42.50 gets you in for the remainder of development, no matter how long it goes, right? So from that standpoint, it's going to be a lot of MMO players in a living world. It's got some systems. It's not got all of its systems. Questing exists. Settlement growth, town leveling exists. The gathering, refining, crafting exists. PvP exists. Caravans exist. Crates exist. Like, there's a lot that exists, but there is still a lot that is missing. So go into it with the mentality that things will continue to get better and things will continue to improve over time, right? So one thing that I always try to say with prospective Ashes players or even current Ashes players is, if you are here, do not get too attached to the things that you like and don't get too upset about the things that you don't like, because everything is always changing. It's always going to change. And no matter how much you like, dislike, or hate anything in between, it's going to change. I actually can't play PTR right now. My head has been banging because of it. Yo, like, low key, between the PTR stutters and like this, you guys are going to call me Unk for this, but like, I look at my chat monitor so much, which is like slightly to the left, that the back of my neck has been fucking killing me for like a week, dude. I'm actually Unk status. I might have to like book a massage or something. I'm fucking down bad, bro. Between the stuttering absolutely infuriating me, and then me looking over to the left and being reminded that age comes for everybody. You're getting old, you're getting banned. Losing to chat? I'm not losing to chat. Dusty getting old like me? I'm not getting old. I haven't been doing neck stretches. The thing is, you know, neck motherfuckers don't know this, but I got a lot of neck. So I gotta do like neck stretches. I gotta do some like neck ups throughout the day. Like, I gotta keep my shit limber or it will get sore. Like, this is a lot of neck in one place. So I gotta be very careful. The tendons are already all stressed. Like, there's a lot of neck per body here. I'm convinced I was supposed to be 400 pounds. Because think about it. If I was built like taking up this entire camera frame all at once, then my neck would actually be relatively normal size. I'm built to be a big back, but my metabolism was switched out with some short person on spawn where they're just cooked. Where's Dusty Bald? You guys didn't hit the goal for it. Nin could not start an uprising. No, Nin is powerless. Nin wants to have power, but Nin has no power. Dusty getting old like me. I'll never be old like you, Pock. It's a new level of old. Pock, how does it feel to be an adult learner going back to college? I'll be right there with you, buddy. Sit in front row. We'll be taking notes. Don't worry, I know a thing or two about admissions. I was hoping to teach that shit. It's okay. It's okay. We take all the notes. What are the odds they just like changed it? And like the Bardic College, because like Sinflow was saying, it could have been like switcherooed too. But who knows? Because they were very communicative. That like the Bardic College was for the smaller content creators. So what would your thing be? Too old? Like maybe they want like younger content creators and maybe you're like too old? No, I mean, honestly, I wouldn't even be too bent out of shape about it if I'm being completely real. Because like I was saying, I got accepted to the Amazon Games content creator program. Didn't do anything with them through it, but I also got accepted into like the fucking Funcom content creator program and like other ones like that. But also, I'm not one of the large content creators where they reach out to me once I'm in. It's more like I would have to sign up for all the events and like put the input in. Because like in terms of a small directory, I may be like a quote unquote larger content creator. But in terms of a normal size directory, I'm a small boy. Do either of you have any YouTube, TikTok, Shorts, or YouTube presence? I mean, YouTube, I multi-stream and have all my VODs. TikTok, I have one of the most viral Ashes of Creation posts that have ever been out, in terms of short form content, like disregarding pirate software shit. But TikTok, I have like a fucking, I don't even know what it's at right now, but I have a banger of a TikTok video, engagement wise. So like, I'm not a huge like off live stream creator. That's a big thing. What up, Ron? How are you, my boy? But I don't know. I still have a theory. But we'll hear out on it. Because I'm curious. That's why I wanted to see like what like Zop and Streg heard back. Whether they were like the Bardic College or the content creator program. Because people have got both emails. People have got content creator program emails and people have got Bardic College emails. But people that are getting the content creator program emails, like there are a couple of people that were like, I'm not really consistent. So I'm in content creator program. Yeah, so Pock and I are Bardic College. It's kind of odd getting Bardic College while also getting an interview. Okay, well, a lot of people have got interviews in all fairness. A lot of people have got interviews. Interviews aren't like a hard thing to get. You just kind of ask. Like, you can just reach out to a community person and get an interview. And then you're good. Ron, what you getting up to, my boy? I'm missing Ron's roasted chicken right now. I can smell it like I'm back home. Soon, buddy. Oh, it's gonna be so beautiful. Just a couple more weeks without it. It's like, what, 17 days now, chat, till the 11th? I can't wait. Getting the ovens ready for December 11th. Fuck yes, buddy. There's gonna be a lot of people looking for some chicken out there. There are gonna be a lot of people that are very hungry that need to be fed. We're gonna be cooking. Dude, I hope they bring in something cool for the chefs out there in between now and then, too. I really, really, really hope they bring a little bit more in for y'all. And I hope your largest competition is not vendors. That'd be nice. Oh, Freeholds? Freeholds with increased functionality would be so good. No vendors. Yo, Ron, you need to, on December 11th, like on the new servers, if vendors are a thing, you need to start an anti-clanker movement where you are encouraging people to not partake in vendors. So that way they support the organic player base of Ashes of Creation. Yes, the anti-clanker movement. Dude, it's going to be so good. You just need to start the anti-clanker movement where you're like, why would you buy from a clanker with infinite stock when you can buy handmade, human-made goods? The price of your RAM wouldn't go up if you weren't supporting these fucking clankers. Brother, I got your marketing right here. We're so up. I'm not even going to charge a percentage. I just want to see Ron's roasted chicken grow to what I believe it could fucking be. This isn't even Shark Tank. This is just a round table, baby. This is a meeting of the fucking minds. What's the Tic Tac about? It's from back in the day, when it was phase 2. I was in the desert and there were beetles that were not functioning properly. Like the AI was making them non-responsive. By the way, phase 2 problems, mobs literally didn't fucking hit back. Better now. So I get a system message that's asking me, because I was talking about the Beatles on stream, I get a system message that was asking me to go over and hit the Beatles so they could debug the mob AI. And I'm like, oh, fuck yeah. Absolutely. So I go over and smacking stuff, and I'd been farming shardlings. I was doing shardling farm like crazy. And I was like, yo, can I get some more of those shardlings? And then I got shardling swamped. Yes, that was the one. That was the one. The Ash's ticky-tacky presence is not very large at all, I will say. Now, mayhaps Steven hits a mean like Gritty or a Dougie or some bullshit like that, and then we're up. But Mob AI was so borked, totally forgot how bad it was. Hold on. Wait until you remember that the easiest way to level was going... while standing on a fucking pillar somewhere. Like, this was unironically, you would just stand on a pillar, a bunch of mobs on the ground down there, and then you would just cleave those shits, dog. Literally just turbo cleave. I'm gonna fucking hurt myself. I actually have, like, a fucking axe in my hands. I don't know why I'm such a visual demonstrator, but I literally have a goddamn axe in my hands right now. This shit, by the way, this, like, that's like actual metal. There's also a sword inside the handle part for anyone that was curious. It's like a pull-out sword, and then I can dual wield. So anyways, I got chased by a bear from Carf to do it. Yeah. And then when the mobs were actually working properly, you had half of the time you'd kill something, and you'd get no XP from it. And you'd have to disband your group, remake your group upon logging out and logging back in. I have to burp. Your fault. Bro, I'm about to /add band term unk. Exclamation AI. How do I ban a term on Twitch? AI, please. /ban username. No. To ban a term globally, enable mod tools, go to settings, moderation, block terms, and add the word. This blocks it from appearing in chat. All right, dope. By tomorrow's stream, anybody that says unk is going to be fucking permanent. I'm also banning 30. Every variant of 30 is going to be cooked. Yeah. Enjoy it while you fucking got it. Enjoy it while you got it. That shit's getting cooked. I swear to fucking God. Listen. I'm not even 30 yet. I still have a lot of time before I'm 30. I'm literally not even 30 this year. In the MMO scene, 30 is basically like pre-prime. 30 is literally pre-prime. 30 is like Cooper Flag in the NBA right now in the MMO scene. 6 months until 30. That's a goddamn lie. It's 7 months. Anyways, I still feel limber. I can touch my toes. I could literally touch my toes right now. Next stream title for me, Unk's welcome. I'm not showing up then. You're not getting my fucking lurk. No, I'm not showing up. I'm not going to that fucking stream, Pock. I'm 37. Am I considered old? In Fortnite, you're essentially ashes on the ground. In MMOs, probably like in your prime. Like, I think 37 in MMOs is like Cleveland LeBron. It's like Kobe directly after the number change type shit. It's right there. Like, because 37 is the prime age where if you had a kid right around 18 to 20, then your kid is going to college and your kids are gone, but you're still young enough with the empty house to have some form of reaction time left to where you can actually salvage some form of gaming career off of it. Now, you'll never be a professional at that age. I mean, maybe if you're trying to play something fucking completely irrelevant, but like, it's simply past your prime in that essence. But in MMOs, there are truly no pros There are just people who are allowed to play the game in a competitive aspect because other genres exist that are actually competitive. That's my take. So if you fucked up and had a kid at college, yeah, exactly. Or like my buddy Ty, he had a kid when he was 15. So like he would be a perfect candidate for MMOs if he didn't have another kid later in life. So now he's got many kids. Actually, I think he just has 2. So anyways, it's all about the timing. I was a skateboarder and snowboarder. In that sense, I'm deaf old in that world. Are you though? Has skateboarding had a huge intake of like new people? Because I feel like skateboarding has kind of like fallen off. Oh, it's been popular? Good. Kids are going outside again. Now, do you think skateboarding would be more popular if you could do like an iRacing setup, but a skateboard racing setup? Or not like a skateboard racing, but like an ice skating setup? Where it's like a skateboard on like one of those Omnis that fucking Marty uses, where you just skateboard all around. Doink, what up, dude? Oh God, what was the tweet? It wasn't something that should have inspired as much panic as the community felt from it, but it was something that inspired enough panic to make me, a sane human being, laugh my ass off. So keep in mind, full perspective. The original time frame for phase 3 was 1+ year. So it's minimum 1 year, but also longer than a year. And so the phrase that he put in, that everybody also fast forward this to the corrupted areas. The phrase that he put in that really rubbed people's nuts was carry that momentum with us as we push toward beta next year. So a lot of people were immediately like, wait, that means beta next year. Well, first of all, that was the original timetable, so it's not too crazy for him to be saying that, even if he is saying that. But also, this could just mean as we push toward beta over the course of the next year and work towards beta, which is also a perfectly fucking reasonable thing to say. Now, in terms of the original time frame, that would still line up. Like that would make sense because phase 3 started a few months ago. 1+ year by the end of next year would be a year-end change if the original time frame were to hold true. Food for thought. However, in the event the original time frame does not hold up and they go longer, that still makes sense because they're saying they're just working towards beta. I think as long as the scope hasn't changed and the goal hasn't changed to proceed with a fully finished, fully polished product before beta, then we're good. His mistake was posting that on the internet. Especially with the Ashes scene, bro. We have so many like, I don't know, so many MacGyver at home type people, so many like Reddit sleuths. And like some people go into like fun conspiracy theories. And then some people go into these like really off the deep end conspiracy theories. Ash's community has certain trigger words. Yeah, he said the B word, New World and Unreal Engine. Okay. I might have been slightly unhinged with New World going to Unreal Engine, but also what was the coincidence in like the conversion to all C++, them advertising that, them talking about how things were going to be Unreal, and then they drop a video where a developer had Unreal Engine open in the background on the PC they were working on. Like, man, I thought I was onto something, dog. Some of my predictions have been so bad. You thought New World was going to Unreal? So there was basically a time where like New World originally had its code in 2 different languages, and it converted all of its code over to C++. And then there were talks around like Azoth Engine being absolute dog shit, which it was. It fucking was, right? And I, as an optimist, was kind of thinking that they were going to potentially look at bringing New World over to Unreal instead of their dog shit engine so they had more capabilities with it. But it ended up not lining up. Who would have fucking thought? Who would have fucking thought? Be careful for those 5G waves. You hear they're working on 6G in China? Yeah, that shit about to go crazy, bro. It's about to be the squirrels next. First the frogs, now the squirrels. My fucking God. It's going to be crazy out here. You really aren't unk. That doesn't make me unk. there was a lot of supportive evidence at the time. I actually dropped the video on it on YouTube because like my YouTube is basically for like funny conspiracy videos and gaming, and then like actual guide content and serious stuff. Like my YouTube is so fucking funny to look at because I'll have like an actual video that I take seriously get like 5 to 10,000 views, right in that range, and then I'll have like a shitposty video. Like my last video on YouTube, bro, it was a clip down from a previous stream. The thumbnail is legitimately me with a fucking wizard hat on talking about how I saw New World getting absolutely cooked, and I got 138 views. I also dropped it at a bad time when people were sensitive as fuck about New World. But yeah. If you want more views on YouTube, mention Asmongold. No, I don't want those views. I don't care about views. If I cared about views, I wouldn't be streaming Ashes. If I cared about views, I would make an entirely different type of content. Like, obviously, I need enough viewers so that way I can, you know, pay my bills and eat. But it's also like, I am not someone who chases viewership. I am someone who very much prioritizes the quality over the quantity, right? And what I mean by that is big fucking whales. No, I'm kidding. I like chill vibes. I like it when my community on any given day has nobody getting timed out, nobody getting banned. I mean, unless a channel point redeems, of course. And it's just, you know, it's one of those vibey days where new people come in, they hang out, they drop follows, we get some new friends along the way, people asking questions, prospective Ashes players coming in, and like, that's what I shoot for. And I've built that up over a lot of time. So the Asmongold effect is real. There's someone with only 500 subs, and after Asmongold reviews it a day later, she now 60k subs. Oh yeah, I mean, if you post something and it gets 1 million views, then you can basically move a mountain with it. Absolutely. Now, the thing about it is it's the same prospect as getting rated on Twitch by a very large streamer and then thinking it's going to, you know, facilitate your career. That alone will not be enough. Even if there is an Asmongold react to a video, and then the rest of the content that comes out after that is bad, it's unagreeable, it is not vibing with that community that, you know, came over and checked you out in the first place, or you're inconsistent, or a plethora of other things happen, then you're not actually going to notice any gain from that. And then that's where you'll see the, you know, 100k plus sub YouTubes getting like, you know, my level of views on videos because they just don't have that conversion from their sub base because so many people just sub to every channel that gets mentioned and then not actually watch anything from those channels. So there's also the, you know, the element of I, instead of streaming in small directory, go to really large directory and then hope that somewhere along the line, some super huge streamer raids me. And then my content is so good in that moment that I take all their viewers and I'm the super huge streamer now. That's not going to happen. Like, if Asmongold reacts to your video on YouTube, people are still going to watch Asmongold's videos first. And if you get another Asmongold react, then people will see your name again, and then they'll be like, oh, maybe I watched this person's video. But, like, one Asmongold react is not going to be enough to facilitate somebody's entire career. And also, I wouldn't want the attention that came with an Asmongold react in 99% of scenarios, dog. There's a certain spurginess to that community. And there are some kindred spirits and some kind hearts everywhere in the world, I think. But they're much fewer and further between in certain areas. And I think Asmongold's community is one of those areas. Looping Dusty so I can sleep at night. Yo, the ASMR Dusty would go crazy. We do like what's it fucking called? Not an OnlyFans, but the other one. Not a Fansly. What's the one? Oh, Patreon that streamers will use where they're like, oh, I'm dropping my exclusive videos over on Patreon so you guys can see them first, subbed for the guide content and stuff like that. I can just like breathe into my microphone for an hour on Patreon and you guys can pay an extra $100 a month. And then that can be your sleeping content. I could be your fan. UE5 just needs a little more time to cook. I mean, UE5 is what Ashes is built on. UE5 has had its own issues with like memory leaks with some interactions with drivers and Windows updates that are causing some stuttering and some staggering, not staggering, but like some stuttering and some, you know, just general gameplay issues along the way. But I don't know, in my opinion, Ashes runs really smooth most of the time. I think the largest issue with game feel right now is just the stuttering on the PTR, but that's a super high priority for them that they want to get ironed out. Other than that, like time to input registration, the actual like key feel of Ashes, the movement feel, I've actually really always liked that side of it a lot. It's felt very fluid to me. It's always felt super responsive. And along the way, it feels like a lot of the movement abilities, a lot of the displacement abilities, a lot of, I don't know, just general inputs feels super smooth. Now, again, that's also my perspective coming to an Unreal Engine 5 game after previously playing a game that was made in the Azoth engine, which is essentially driving a Lamborghini after driving a vehicle that somebody put together themselves that's running off of that gas that's made from plastic. So, I mean, my expectations may be lower after coming off of New World's Ventures, if we want to call them that. If we'd like to. But I think Ashes runs quite well. I have a lot of fun with it. And I think it'll just get better too. They've talked a lot about how like optimization in the long term is 1,000% going to continue to be a priority, and we are nowhere near the top of it. And like I run 144 FPS most of the time when I'm on my normal settings. When I push up to cinematic for you fucks, I'll drop down a little bit. But for the most part, my game always runs really, really, really smooth. Has anybody, chat, curious, has anybody not been stuttering on the PTR? Like, is anybody exempt from this? Has anybody's PTR client been running well? Because no, here. I'd be willing to say not the greatest, not the best, no bueno, less than ideal. Which I'm assuming it's pretty solid. Hasn't been too bad the last few days. It got better, I will agree, but ran away from the central area and it's better, but still stuttery. Right, getting better, still stuttery. Now, do we have Windows updates? You know what I don't, you know what I don't mention very often? For all AMD builds, the game is super smooth and optimized. Literally never had a single crash. I actually don't crash that much either. I'll be completely honest. Some people say they run into crashing issues, but I stream every single day, right? Every single day. Usually for 8 to 10 hours, sometimes more than 10 hours a day. I don't crash much. I never have. AMD here, I've not had one crash since the start of P2. Not one? Damn. That's really solid. I mean, I've had crashes. I 1,000% have. I've had UE issues. I've had random crashes. But like, mine have never been bad. It's always very sporadic and random to the point where it happens. I'm just like, oh, weird. But mine has been as well, but only did low-level content. Right. I wonder if it's something tied to like dynamic gridding, maybe? Is my curiosity. It just takes me a few crashes to get out of starting areas. That's so weird. Yeah, maybe that's because of like more server worker. I mean, if it's existed for a while, it's not gonna be more server workers or anything. That's so strange. Maybe something like NPC related with like friendly NPCs, but I would assume mobs would be the same thing as a friendly NPC population would be. But yeah, no, I feel that motto. I also do not crash much at all. I think the worst that we go through, at least on my end, memory leaks when those exist. Memory leaks can be an absolute bitch. The stutter right now is up there with probably like the worst of the game feel related bugs that I've encountered. So just been this PTR build for me. Other than that, maybe 2 to 3 crashes since P2. Yeah, something's wacky with the PTR build. I don't know what it is, but Winstead actually kills my PC. Really? Winstead? Like the town? Bro, what up, goat? Another crash in 2.5, and after an update, after 3.0 launch, updated my BIOS, and it's been good since. Interesting. 9800 XD and 7800 XT. Interesting. Yeah, I have a 7800 XD and a 4080 Super. Maybe it's that X3D tech. Yo, Chassis, what up, dude? Do you think it's worth trying the game on Steam when it comes out. I think, yes, personally, at the price point. I think it's important to set your expectations properly before trying, though. And not every player will necessarily want to try right on the 11th. So Ashes on the 11th is getting a large update. It still has a lot more updates before it becomes all of what Ashes of Creation wants to be before it fully launches. So you're getting into development. Along the way, there will be decisions that are made that you may or may not agree with development in the future. There will be more systems to come online. Existing systems will change, could improve, could get nuked, could change entirely. So if you're looking to get into Ashes at a state where systems exist, but not every system exists, and even the systems that do exist could get changed, and your feedback can help change those systems, then it can be really fun. I have played about 3,000 hours of Ashes myself, and I still have a blast to this day. I'm very excited for the 11th because on the 11th, we have the new servers opening up, of course. That is going to lead to a ton of content and a ton of people coming in. I will have a lot more people in my community than I've had before that are playing the game, that understand what they're doing, as is our goal every single phase. And it just keeps on progressing and keeps on getting better. And I, for one, am excited for that. At the end of the day, it's a very socially driven MMO. And if you have a community to play with, that is a fun community to play with, exclamation guild, then my friends, it can go a long way. It can go a very long way. Towns don't fuck with me. Brother is not allowed to craft whatsoever. What, like, is it just towns? Or like what? That's mission hard. Blotto, just join. Just join cats. I know we're already aligned, but like just make like cats with hard hats. It would just be so much more swaggy. Is the guild mandatory or can you manage solo? Mandatory for everybody in chat. If you're here, you now have to join my guild and also tier 3 sub. No choices. No options. You can solo. You can solo, but everything is way harder solo. In terms of endgame content, obviously like world bosses off the table. Elite mob grinding in dungeons. That's going to be a bit more limited, but you can always like find pickup groups, like random groups along the way. So that can be a huge help. But I think with the guild, the largest benefit is even if you are a solo player, say you want to go the route of just like gathering and, you know, selling your gatherables and then leveling a little bit when you have the time to do so and making yourself some money, right? That could be something where if you're a solo gatherer, having a network of people to actually sell your goods to instead of trying to sell them to randoms could result in you being able to sell something more consistently. If you end up needing something, you have a community of people that you can then go to get what you need. You have the crafters at your disposal. You have people to help you with group content if you do want it. So like a guild is not mandatory, but Ashes is a very socially driven MMO. So everything will be a little bit harder. Everything will be a little bit slower for you. But in theory, you could level from start to finish completely solo. And you could also econ your way up completely solo and make enough money to buy the best gear in the game from people completely solo. Would it be easy or fast? Fuck no. Could you do it? Yep. Abso-goddamn-lutely. How much time you got? That's the biggest thing. How much time do you have and how committed are you? Welcome to the Salty Spittoon, dog. How tough are you? From where did the name Cats with Abs came from? Back in the New World days, New World had a big problem with servers that got opened up on launch because they had 2,000 player capacity servers and they had a peak of almost 1 million concurrent players. You do the math, that's like 500,000 servers needed. So basically, we had a guild on a server called Metnal. It's mental, but with the T and the N switched. So basically, our guild was Metnal Institute. Super quirky, super punny. Only problem is, Metnal died super fast. Now, the story of why Metnal died is because we had a group of literal fucking neo-Nazis come over to the server. Very known, by the way. They're called the Enclave. I don't know if they're still active, but they were very known in WoW as like a super racist group of people that did really fucked up, abhorrent shit in games. And so they were very well known. They came over to our server and brought their group of weird fucks over with them, and our entire server killed itself. We were literally the first server that Amazon Games ever merged into another server, because as soon as they were over, we learned who they actually were and figured out like what was going on, and everybody on the server just started denying content to them. We changed all of our guild names to Enjoy Your Dead Server Enclave and things like that, basically just letting them know that nobody was playing the game against them. And the entire server came together to deny content, and we pushed the Nazis off the game, and they announced they were going to other games. So that was a fucking W for the New World community as a whole and for our community. But basically, when Mental was merged in and the whole like Enclave drama had sorted, we were now left in a spot where we no longer had a name that was a super quirky pun based on our server. Mental was dead. Mental Institute seemed kind of out of place and just like a mean typo. So then we had a community vote. We took a lot of names from the community and we put the most voted for names up to a top 2 vote. So out of all the names, the top 2 voted for names were Stray Cats, because we were, you know, just some strays looking for a home. Our server had just been abolished. Or Dudes with Abs. Dudes with Abs, obviously representative of us being dudes that have abs. At least somewhere in the guild, there are going to be some dudes with abs. Inevitably, we probably have a dude with abs in chat right now. So with that, we had the community vote between the two. Those were our top 2 choices. Only problem is the vote split right down the fucking middle. Directly down the middle. And us as Democratic leaders said, we must come together to solve this in a mutually beneficial way. So therein lied our options. We could either revote, we could make an executive decision, or we could combine the two. So we had the options of Cats with Abs or Stray Dudes. And as a result, Cats with Abs was born. Now, Stray Dudes does stay in the chamber for a later date. Should we ever have to rebrand, should Cats with Abs ever burn down, we do have another IP all lined up. It's trademarked. We've got our own cologne lines. It's in Hollister. You can find us there if there are any Hollisters open still. But, you know, you can get us at most major retailers. I got abs? All right, yeah, we're set. So yeah, Cats with Abs was essentially a democratic decision and a guild vote that started way back in New World. And ever since then, it kind of carried over. So my friends eventually stopped playing New World. And when my friends stopped playing New World for a while, I fell out of like, you know, wanting to run a company and be involved. So I just kind of joined companies, ward, and kept to myself and wasn't a really like, you know, outward community lead or anything. Only for people to realize that I really liked VOD reviewing and helping other people learn the game and stuff, especially as my stream got larger. I would take in people's VODs and I would just review their VOD on stream, no matter how good or bad they were. I'd give them the same feedback I'd give my other competitive players. And so over time, a lot of people were like, Dusty, why don't you run a community? Why don't you run a guild? Why don't you make a guild? And I was like, I don't want to fucking run a guild. And they were like, Dusty, make a guild. I didn't want to fucking make a guild. Eventually, I made a fucking guild. Only problem is, we did it way too late. The scene was already so established, server transfers ran rampant everywhere, so you could never have a server that competitive players didn't eventually just fly into. And so we made Cats with Abs as its final iteration on New World with the intent to, one last hurrah, get some people who had never played Wars that wanted to play Wars into Wars. It was the most gatekept scene in New World, not just by the community, but also by design. It was an entire territory on the line, which your guild was making money for owning a territory. So taxes went directly to the guilds. So with that being said, you lose your territory, you lose your money. You don't have money, you can't pay your players out weekly. And if you can't pay your players out weekly, then other guilds will take your players. So basically, what always ended up happening was server transfers come in, fly-ins come in, and people just join the guilds that are getting shit on that recruit the better players. And then it becomes an inorganic, let's just recruit a bunch of players that have hundreds to thousands of wars and, you know, bring them in. So it was a very bad spot to try to get new players involved with the war scene. And it was just kind of like too little too late with New World. So we made the last iteration of Cats in New World for the Eternum launch, which was back in October. October of last year. So when that happened, it was really popular. It was a fucking hit. We had a lot of new players that were really interested. We had a lot of established players that wanted to come back as mentors because the content was actually fun and people felt rewarded. We had our whole server coming out on chess runs every single night. So we had hundreds of people that were out on the chess runs all together. And it was a really good thing. But we specifically picked that server because it was a new player server. We slotted primarily new players in our wars without the care of winning or losing. We put those new players in with an established shot caller, so they had somebody to go off of that they could just listen to, right? And over time, people started to realize, like, the wars had a lot of not so great players in. And when people that are decent at video games but aren't actually great at video games hear that they're bad players in a PvP mode, they want to farm the bad players in the PvP mode, and they never want to fight the other good players in the PvP mode. Okay players want to punch down, good and great players want to punch up. So a lot of the okay players started coming into the server and trickling in because they wanted to punch down. Then you had more of the guilds that were filling out with the okay players, so then it started to move up the ladder of more okay players coming in and more good players coming in because the content was getting to that higher level. Only problem is it became harder and harder to get new players into that content because the rate at which the skill ceiling was evolving was not enough to get people meaningful reps and reviews and reps and reviews. It was get somebody a rep, they get absolutely shit farmed because you're fighting against 50 established players, and then you're like, okay, well, just try to die less next time. So it became very hard. Fast forward to me leaving New World, and in New World I was in 8 different companies, 8 different guilds, 8 different servers. It was a lot. And over here, when I came over, very much considered just, playing it out the way that it would play out. In New World, I pretty much could walk into wherever I wanted to and be like, hey, I'd like to play, and people would let me play. I considered doing the same thing over here. I considered just waiting it out and seeing which guilds would want me once I actually learned how to play the game and going from there. And then I had a few friends that were like, Dusty, let's get cats going over here. And so we did. And I figured if it fucking fails, then it fails, and I'll just join another guild. And if it doesn't fail, then I'll have something to look forward to for every point in Ashes for the future. And every second that I spend in this directory, in this game, building this community, is something that is going to be a well-rewarded and well-spent minute because it's giving more people an opportunity to play the game in ways that they may have never thought that it was, playable for them. So that's a big thing with cats. Always trying to get that top end content out to anybody that wants to be a part of it. Whether you want to support it, whether you want to learn the PvP, no matter what you want to do, that's the big thing with us. We don't necessarily care about being the best of the best of the best, but we want to take people who have the goal of being the best, but also helping others come up along the way. And as a result, that will naturally lead to us being able to compete with and against the best of the best. That's the spot that we're in now. We're going to take losses along the way, and when we take losses, we review and we get better and we get more players involved. And if somebody's new, we're not going to be like, you can't show up to the content. We're going to invite them to the content and encourage them to the content to actually get them to improve at a more rapid rate. So it's a little bit different of a take. There are not a lot of communities that have that outward mentality that we have, where it's like, we want to be on that upper echelon, but we're also going to take you, Mr. Casual Player, and give you a role in our community so you can also be a part of it. It's hard to balance the two. It's very difficult to manage the expectations of players when they're like, oh, what is competitive expectation versus what is casual? And it makes every person in leadership have about 20x extra work, right? But I think in the long term, it's the best approach that we can take as a community. And there have been times where leadership has pushed back and they're like, Dusty, we might need to hone in a little bit. And I'm like, nope, we stay the course. Every player has a role here. We have our clear defined goals and what we're working towards, but every player has a home. And that's what Cats is about. So that's a quick rundown on Cats. I say quick, that was like fucking 10 minutes. But it's been a thing that started up with friends, and then those friends left the game that it started up in, brought it back to try to get some new friends into the content, and it's always been about that from the fucking start. And that's always what it's going to be about. So win, lose, rain, shine, Cats will be here, Cats will be improving, Cats will be helping other people improve along the way, and we're not fucking leaving, man. We're not taking breaks. We're not calling it quits. We're not going to other games. Like, we're here for the good, the bad, the indifferent, every update along the way. It's gonna be us. So whether people leave, come, stay, something tells me by the time launch rolls around, this community is going to be in a really good spot, lads. And those who buy in right now, you shall see the rewards of it. I very much promise y'all that. So, random question. Who actually crafted on the PTR tonight? Or I should say today. Did anybody actually log into the PTR and craft a single item? I would love to know. Because as soon as they said that it was going to be a crafting emphasis, I thought to myself, I wonder if they have processed mats, and they did not. Nah, y'all didn't do it, huh? Crafted someone daggers? Nice. Nice, that's huge. Did they have the refined materials, or did you have to refine the mats? They have process belts? Oh, wait. It increases the speed of it? That's huge. So you just have to get like the actual gold, and then you can get the packs. That's huge. Crafted a lot of stuff today. What do you craft, Colt? Take me through. I'm interested. And did you find any notable changes with recipes? Boat, scribing, etc. Ayo. What for scribing? You get some enchanting scrolls and shit? Because new enchanting scroll recipes lead me to believe that enchanting might be more readily available, eh? War decks. For what? What you doing with those? I feel like those don't need to be crafted right now. Journeyman war decks? 500 kills, right? 500 kills, 24-hour period. Bingo! Wait, 24-hour period? What is the forfeit period? Wait. Don't know if you're familiar with TNL, but there's a big problem that if you're not in a hardcore guild, you get shit on. Is there the same problem in Ashes where you can be gated from content by major guilds? Oh, God, yeah. So, Ashes is all open world, and I'm going to give it to you straight. Ashes is all open world, therefore, everything that is a valuable resource will be competed for. Now, as Ashes world continues to develop, the intent and the goal is that the world is so massive and there is not fast travel in the world. So, essentially, not every big guild can be everywhere at once. So, in practice, as the world continues to develop, you will have multiple options where you can go to avoid those things that are super contested. But yes, the most incentivized things, the most worthwhile mob grinds, the best recipes, the best gathering areas, those will be contested, absolutely. But it's not a matter of like, you're not going to be gated out of being able to mob grind entirely by major guilds. You might just be gated out of being able to take a random group over to Carfin, which is one of the 2 open world dungeons right now. And from there, you show up to Carfin, you see there's an entire 40-person raid farming, the floor that you want to farm. You might have to be like, all right, well, I guess we leave. That is kind of like the most hit or miss part, honestly, of the open world interactions. What's actually the end game? I mean, so it's a very sandboxy MMO. So like your end game is what you make it. Right now, a lot of the on rails end game loops are not there yet. So it's a lot of like, there will be PvP arenas. PvP arenas are not in yet. There are 2 end game dungeons right now. There are going to be way more. There's no instance content. There will be some instance content. The instance content isn't going to be like the best, best in slot generator or anything like that. So basically within the end game, you can spend your time however you want to. You can spend your time trying to find PvP in the world wherever you want, but a lot of people say that right now, PvP, there's not a lot of incentivization to do it. I can declare a war on your guild, but unless I'm pissed off at your guild, there's not really much of a reason to actually do that. So from there, I can declare a settlement siege. Settlement sieges to basically like 2 groups attack. Well, one group attacks a settlement, one group defends a settlement. If a settlement or a town loses that, then long term, the settlement will be destroyed. But that incentivization isn't there yet because the settlement death isn't in yet. With Guild Wars, there will eventually be incentivizations for that once in. The incentivizations are not in, but the guild wars are. Guild castles will lead to guild castle sieges once a month for the 5 guilds that own the 5 castles. Those guild castles are not in quite yet. Once guild castles are in, those will also have weekly maintenance routes where you have to get caravans out. So essentially right now, you have the makings of the endgame loops, but it's not on rails. It's not like holding your hand saying this is what you do, but it's saying if you want to be a gatherer, refiner, crafter, you can do that. If you want to econ and be a merchant and play the market, you can do that whether you're in a guild or solo. If you want to find PvP, you can go to a lawless area or these new Harbinger areas that force flag everybody up for PvP, and you can find PvP there. If you want to declare a war on another guild just to beat the shit out of them or prove a point, you can. If you want to just roam around and look at different world events and journey about, you can do that and you can play it casually. Like, Ashes is very non-linear and it's very player decision-making oriented, where it's like your endgame and your dailies and your gameplay loop, it is what you want it to be. It's how you want to spend your time. I am someone who loves PvP. I enjoy PvP so fucking heavily. Now, even to PvP, you have to spend so much of your time PvEing. You've got to gather a shitload of materials to be able to actually refine those materials and craft your completed items with those materials. You've got to be able to get the recipes for your crafters from mob grinding to actually craft the items that you need made in the first place. And then you take all of those items and you finally get to PvP with them, and you're typically PvPing over objectives that you'd be fighting for in the first place. So, be 4 different ways to vote for mayor. Yep. There'll be so much that just adds more replayable gameplay loops. But yeah, as of right now, it's just like the player decision making, man. Like, what role do you want to play in the living world? Do you want to be a citizen of a settlement where you're one of the builders, where you go out and you're like, every day, I check requisition agent to see what buy orders we need, and I check the commission board to see what commissions need to be completed, and my gameplay loop forms around that. I help settlements put buildings up. Those buildings enable gathering, refining, and crafting for the entire server, not just me, not just that town. Then from there, I check commissions. Commissions add in like buffs that people can actually get. Was wondering if I could just chill in Traveling Crafter? Yes, absolutely. You can. The thing with crafting is you have to keep in mind to be able to profit off of crafting in a lot of scenarios, especially in the end game, it's going to be revolving around getting certain recipes. So with loot tables in Ashes, you have a chance to get the completed item drop, right? So like a bow, like a long sight bow, for example, or killing a mob that can drop the long sight bow. You could also get the recipe for the long sight bow to be able to craft that bow if you wanted to. That recipe you would give to a carpenter who has their carpentry leveled, and then they would be able to make that bow. And once they can make that bow, you would then gather materials that were needed for that bow. And with those gathered materials, you'd be looking for higher rarity materials. Then you would want your crafter to have crafting quality gear that impacts the outcome of crafted goods. You combine your quality of your materials and your crafter quality, and bada boom, bada bing, you've got your completed item in whatever rarity you're looking at. So crafters make bank. Crafters also make the best shit. Sounds confusing? It is a little bit. But once you're in, it makes a lot more sense. Like, to simplify it a little bit, everything that can drop from a mob is also craftable, okay? So if it drops from a mob, it's probably going to be very low rarity. If it's craftable, you can control the rarity of it. You just have to get higher rarity trees and rocks and stuff like that to make it. So you have, different rarities, higher rarity, better output. So I can mob grind and I can find a bow from a mob in the low rarity, or I can find that recipe from the same mob, kill mobs until I get the recipe, give that to a proper crafter, and then they learn the recipe. They can produce as many of that bow as they want to. You just have to gather the materials in the open world. So then you take the materials over and then you make your bow in that controlled rarity. Epic materials, epic bow. So that's like a slower pace breakdown. There is some complexity to it, but keep in mind, all of Ashes is confusing. All of Ashes has a layer of depth to it where it's like, even if you're a crafter, you can Just level your crafting as you self-source materials for it and work your way up. But you'll always be like, damn, what's going on with this guy that's spamming this specific craft in global chat for a 50 gold crafting fee? What do you mean 50 gold? That's more than I made this entire time. He's making that off one craft. Will the game teach that, or I'll have to wiki? The first-time user experiences are meant to ease players in, but the depth is, honestly, it's not even covered on the wiki. Like, the depth of Ashes is unreal. And a lot of it is like community pass-through content. There are resources like Ashes of Creation wiki is good for systems and like a rundown of what to expect with systems. Ashes Codex has some good materials like a crafting calculator that can help break down material inputs versus item outputs. But a lot of it is also like, how do I get the best crafting quality on a crafter? How do I level my crafting in the most efficient way? What gatherables do I target first, and like what starting area do I go to? All of those decisions are going to be more of like the community-based knowledge. How do you feel about the idea of recipes having limited uses, like 10 to 50 crafts per recipe? That way recipes never become completely redundant in endgame. That could be pretty cool. I also think in a world where if we extrapolate more and we have like, a very large world. Also, 100, thank you for the hydrate. Of course, dude, I'm always happy to explain. I'm here literally 8+ hours a day. So I think as we extrapolate into like the larger world, right? There will be such a plethora of recipes that people will want. And over time, you'll naturally be able to go to those areas, farm them, buy extras, whatever it may be, right? But what if they also added in some form of like a recipe recycling, where it's like, you can take X amount of recipes and you can basically sacrifice those recipes, shred them, whatever, for a chance to... Fupo, no oh no's. What the oh no's for? Is it all Dusty? Are you going to sneeze? What happened? Dusty's still here? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Fubo. I'm sorry. Also, Fubo, friend, it's nice to see you. People have questions, and we'd like to pass along our questions. So, this is all public information, so you may be able to clarify. Don't me. Don't me. It's fine. It's nothing bad. It's nothing bad, I promise. When is the launch date of Ashes of Creation? I'm kidding. So, is it supposed to be Content Creator Program Big One and then Bardic College Small One? Or is it supposed to be Bardic College Big One and then Content Creator Program Small One? Because emails went out. And, oh, hi, GP. Fubo has all the answers. I don't. Well, you weren't typing. I figured I'd harass whoever was the first one to type. Because people have been getting their emails. This is something that I can't address. Okay, word. It was public info. God damn. Okay, because it was acknowledged in a dev stream before where they said the Bardic College would be the small one. And then the Content Creator Program would be the big one. But then emails went out and everybody got confused. Because it... Anyways. If you can't address it, that's fine. Hey, yo, GP. What about you, gang? I know I got a couple of you red names in here. Where's Z? Z. I'm gonna just call on every one of you guys. Someone knows something. You know more about it than I do. Okay, that's valid. Well, they don't really elaborate in the email. They're basically like, you got into this or this. The program's more information will come in the future. So like, nobody's really sure. Have you read the email on stream? Yeah, I didn't show the email on stream, but I articulated it. I figure everything's just visual. Yeah, so I can read it right now, just to absolve you. So mine says, oh, no, want to make comment if something had changed. You want to talk to Adam about that? Okay, yeah, because there were a few people that were confused. Because I got my email, and it says, hello, glorious creator. Thank you for applying to the Intrepid Studios Content Creator Program. After careful consideration, we currently have chosen you to join our Bardic College. This program is still in the works and hasn't launched yet, but we wanted to inform you and let you know that this will be coming at a future date. We sincerely appreciate your interest in joining the program and are excited to work alongside you with your content at a future date. With gratitude, Intrepid. And then Pock also got the Bardic College one. And then there were people that had applied that were like, yo, Dusty, I'm way more inconsistent than you. And like, have been basically like more on the post content when it's available that were like, oh, I got Content Creator Program. So there was a theory that they got switched and that the Bardic College was a different one, or maybe Ashes just hates my content. I told people not to get riled up. Chat was more riled up than I was. I just want to put that out there. I was completely understanding that maybe my content's just dog shit. That's what I said to chat. But somebody had the theory that they may have been switched in the email notifications, or that the Bardic College got like, someone said it could have got moved up. So everyone's kind of confused on that, because the content creator program, as it was said in the dev stream, was, I thought Bardic College is a big one. The way they described it in the dev stream was that the content creator program was a big one, and the Bardic College was for the smaller content creators that were like not ready for the CC program yet, unless it switched up. Talk to the CMs. I don't know what's going on with that. Okay, word. I just figured I'd talk to the other community people. I just checked my email. Which one are you in? Are you in the content creator program? Or are you in the Bardic College one? Or did you not get an email yet? Creator program. Okay, yeah. So that's what I thought. I thought the creator program was always the large one. Like as they yapped about in the dev stream. I could be wrong. I could be entirely wrong. But yeah, we've seen people getting creator program ones as well as Bardic College ones. Pock and I both got Bardic College. Stregan Zop are creator program. Whetstone is creator program. Your creator program. Sinflow's creator program. I think Bardic is big leagues. I thought Bardic College is a more so premier one. Weird. Why did I think it was backwards? Why did I think it was reversed? Because even the phrasing of the email is like, after careful consideration, we've currently chosen you to join our Bardic College. And then it says, we're excited to work alongside you with your content at a future date. Because it says, we sincerely appreciate your interest in joining the program at the end. I'm with Dusty where they said the Bard was small. Yeah, Bardic College has a special name though, so it seems more special. Sound logic. I'll fuck with it. That's how I interpret it from their streams. Which dev stream did they introduce the Bardic College? Wait, why don't we just wiki this? Hold on. I'll wiki check it. Bardic College. I'm sure Wiki has it. Wiki has fucking everything. I could wiki DustyWhy farting and it'd be there. All right. Hiya. Official content creator program. Let's see. The content creator program is meant for those who make a podcast, fan site, video channel, or live stream channel. Criticism is allowed, especially with constructive reasoning. You're goddamn right it is. From the team's perspective, it is the primary focus of the official content creator program is to help provide information about the project's vastness of creation to the general public and encourage constructive feedback and engagement from their audiences on the game's development. Intrepid is looking for consistent and quality-filled content. See, that's where I'm fucked. Follower count is not factored. Invites to the content creator program will be sent out on November 24th, 2025. These must be responded to by December 1st, 2025. Intrepid Studios creator program is going to launch. So on November 20th, we're going to be closing this phase of applications. So please get your application in very quickly if you haven't already. We do plan to reopen these at the end of January, probably January 30th, but don't hold me to that. Just want to get all things onboarded smooth, getting things going before we open up another can of worms. We've had over 6,000 people apply. On November 24th, we'll be sending out the invites and denial emails. Let's see. The first phase of the content creator program applications will close on November 20th. To apply for content creator, you must have already made content. Existing content does not have to be Ashes related. Written content counts. May apply for content creator regardless of which region you're in. Content creator program applications will be responded to at the email tied to the Intrepid account. All applications will receive a response. Creators that are close to meeting the criteria for the program may be invited to participate in the upcoming Bardic College program, which will aim to assist aspiring creators. This was previously referred to as boot camp. Invites to this program will be sent out at a future date. So Bardic College is supposed to be the small one, and the creator program is supposed to be the large one. That makes no sense to me. So that's why somebody thinks they got flipped. Not that I'm like worried about it. Not that I'm worried about it. But are you leading the Bardic College then? Because you're probably the number one creator right now, and I feel confident saying that. I don't even think it's that deep. Like, I don't think it's something like that. I am by no means a massive content creator, and with 6,000 content creators applying, you have to realize there are probably people much larger than me in terms of like Ashes, or in terms of like overall clout that could come in and just blast me off the face of like the directory, right? So I'm not looking at it too much like that. But what I was curious about was like, there were people that were like, I haven't dropped content in a while that were in the content creator program. So the theory that they may have like switched the two is also an intriguing theory to me. But I also don't want to go in with the assumption that anybody should be in one program or the other, because as I said when I got the Bardic College notification, I was like, well, I'm just a stoner that swears a lot, so maybe they don't want that. Who else did you say was in Bardic? Pockets. So Pockets is in Bardic. I'm in Bardic. And then Zop, Strag, and like everybody else is in content creator program. I actually haven't heard of anybody other than me and Pock that are in the Bardic College yet. Funny enough, I think Pock and I are the only two that have got Bardic College notifications. Which is kind of fucked. I haven't heard of anybody else getting a Bardic one other than me and Pock. Sounds like a flip then. Pock casually crafted a weapon in real life. And a goblin mask. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't want to make any assumptions. But it sounds like it might have got flippy-floppied. Or they just don't like me and Pock. Man, fuck those guys. So, you know, it could be anything. It could be anything. But yeah, Bardic College is supposed to be the small one. And as of right now, it's literally me and Pock. I don't know if Main Quest heard back. Number one question for the interview for Steven. No, I wouldn't bring it up. I wouldn't bring it up. At the end of the day, like I said, even if I am in the smaller one, like, I'm not that big of a content creator. I don't mind. I make content the same regardless. I'm not going to be like, oh, phooey, I guess I'm going to play Where Winds Meet now. Like, I'm still going to make Ash's content. Even if they denied me, I'd make Ash's content. Like, if they were like, Dusty, you got to smoke less and swear less, I'd be like, fuck it. Not doing it. And then I would just make content regardless. If they like my content, they don't like my content. Or if they like my content, they like it. If they don't like it, they don't like it. I'm not too worried about that. So, like, I don't mind. I press start streaming. If people show up, I'm set. I'm set. So, more chair streams. I know. I'm sorry. I've been here a little much lately, haven't I? It's a goddamn shame. It's a goddamn shame. I'm so sorry. I'll try to AFK more. But yeah, I don't know, man. I think Arcane Adam, Discord. Oh. I didn't mean to make a fuss. That wasn't me. Oh, okay, word. I didn't mean to make a fuss. I'm just saying. Other people were more upset than I was. I was just saying I'd work harder. I appreciate you. Thank you. I'm just saying I was fine. I was fine. I was still gonna press start streaming. I was still going live tomorrow. Everything was fine. I still had a smile on my face the whole goddamn day. Refill that coffee and empty that bladder. I can't drink coffee this late. I would get heartburn. Getting shot out back in the alley. What would you do if my stream just disconnected instantly? I just like look at my phone and I'm like, oh. And then I just end stream. Processing no longer requires fuel? Brother, do you not read my hand-typed free-range organic patch notes? Processing stations no longer require fuel. Yeah, organic non-GMO hand-typed patch notes. Recipes for apprentice and journeyman tools have been modified so they can be crafted with ingredients from any biome. Where did you put your OG notes? Well, I have all of the OG notes. Yeah, I'm cataloged. Yeah, I keep the OG notes like crazy. So these are hand typed. We're good. These are great. I worked hard for this. I transcribed this. Word for word, bar for bar, letter for letter, period for period. I want you to know. I do everything I can for you guys. Well, so did I. No, these are the only notes you need. These are the best notes. What are your thoughts on them adding to Steam? I think it's way too premature to bring it to Steam. I don't think the Steam community is going to lay into them. With the amount of changes that have come into the first time user experience and everything there, I actually don't think that it's going to be nearly as bad as a lot of people think. Now, with that being said, I do fully recognize, like, I'm probably one of the most neutral Ashes content creators there is, in a sense of, like, things are good, but also things are bad. Personally, I think a lot of people that are freaking out about, like, the Steam community is going to ravage them. I don't think it's going to be as bad as people think, if I'm being completely honest. Like, I really don't think it's going to be that bad. I think in terms of Steam, the very core thing to remember for the people that are freaking out about, like, this is going to ruin Ashes, any single person that was going to buy through Steam could have just heard about the game from a different source and done !Ashes in my chat and then gone over to the Ashes website and bought the game there instead. It is not Steam exclusive. It was actually available before Steam in a worse form and was also public in a worse form. So, in my opinion, I think it going to Steam is going to Steam in a better stance than every single playtester that is still here to this day and is still actually checking the game out. So I just want to be able to download it through Steam. Yeah, I mean, they're working on the entitlement, so that'll be nice. But, oh, are you saying, like, because the launcher download's slow as shit? With all the dooming, people who actually play the game will probably be surprised? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think there are two possible ways that you can exist as an MMO at this point in time. You can either be the MMO that everybody thinks is going to be absolute dog shit, and then you can pleasantly surprise people, or you can be the MMO where everybody thinks you are going to be the god of all MMOs, the resurgence of the MMO directory, and you are going to fix every single problem that MMOs have ever had. Well, do you want to know what happens when people think that you're going to fix every single problem that MMOs have ever had? This. This is what happens when you cannot deliver upon ungodly high expectations. When everybody doubts you, you just stay in your lane and you keep pumping out what you believe in. And as long as you're able to shut that out, you ball. Do you realize how many people questioned along the way of me getting my stream to this point why I was spending so much time streaming? I lost friends over streaming. I had family members that would question me spending so much time streaming. My brother called me a recluse at one point because he didn't understand, like, what I was chasing with streaming. Not the one that comes in, my older one. Like, there's a lot that you have to kind of, like, shut out along the way. Whether it's developing a game that has negative perceptions, whether it is chasing anything in life, right? And I think if it's something that you believe in and you have passion behind that, then you have a very good chance to blow away those negative expectations. And you have a chance to kind of, like, persevere through those things and deliver something that's actually pleasantly surprising to people. Now, with that being said, not every single person is going to come in and immediately love Ashes. For every person like me who loves Ashes, there are going to be two people that are way less passionate. And out of those two people that are way less passionate, one of them probably isn't going to like the game at all. That's gaming. Ashes could be fully finished, fully polished, fully launched, fully out, and there would still be people who came in and didn't like it. That's just the state of gaming. If it hits, it hits. If it doesn't hit for everybody, it'll still hit for some people. And not every game has to have a million concurrent players, you know what I mean? Need to catch up and see all what's been fixed? Oh, dude, if you haven't played since the summer, check out the private test realm. If you already have your access, right? And you didn't refund or anything? If you still have your access, the new launch is on December 11th. That's the wipe. I would check out the PTR in between December 2nd and December 10th. That's going to be like the last look at the build before it goes live. Brother, from first-time user experience changes and streamlining to them being cognizant of, you know, new player drop rates. They've added a destiny system for new levelers. So in terms of, when's the last look? December 2nd through December 10th. For the PTR. And then from there, it goes to Destiny system. Haha. Intrepid is either really impressed or really pissed off about how much info I was able to sneak out during the lifted ND or the lifted fucking NDA time. Like, we were cooking. I got so much information out of this time. Thank you guys for being convinced by Steven to keep that down a little bit longer. Dude, I got like every system out except sport fishing and the new boats. And Steven teleported me here. You can't yell at me for it. So this is the Destiny system. Now, don't mind the background. The background has since been replaced. Picture this, but more like stars and stuff. Very celestial themed. So basically with the Destiny system, this is light guidance and linearization through different steps of the game. So first steps, you'll notice it has 8 different objectives. These are anything from once you've acquired a mount, summon it. Summon your mount. Eat a ration. Reach level 5, complete quests, kill enemies, sell glint, stuff like that. crafting, gathering, processing, and adventuring. Each one of these tabs has different goals and different objectives that you can complete along the way. You get a glint payout and an XP payout, and these will keep getting, tweaked and changed along the way. With that being said, the first steps, you'll notice up here in the top right corner, there's this claim. This is 2, 4, 6, and 8 threshold rewards. So with this, at the 8th threshold reward, you actually get a weapon. So with the weapon, you can now scale some power. This is like an eye level 9 weapon. It's a very good weapon. Here you get glint, you get a health pack, you get a piece of armor, a chest piece, and then you get a weapon. Then for adventuring, you get glint, and then shoulders, and then bracers, and then jewelry? If I remember correctly? Right off the top of my head? I don't know though. With the gathering, if you get all 8 of the gathering ones, you get a gathering chest, like a gathering tool chest. So, why is there Kitty yelling at Steven about yelling at me? Steven, if we're going down to 55 minutes, can you add 5 more minutes so I can spam blah? Jesus fucking Christ. The grief that Steven must endure teaches you through rewards? Yes, exactly. And what we could theorize with this is that we have different tiers, right? So this is novice. Initiate is above novice. Initiate is your... Wait. No, initiate's the same as novice. Initiate's the grade with novice. So they fucked that up. Then you have apprentice and adept. Apprentice and adept will come after that. I was like, wait a second, that doesn't make sense. Apprentice and adept will come after this. Presumably either apprentice or adept. Because initiate's the same novice thing. That's the grade that's associated with novice. My brain farted there. So presumably we'd have apprentice and adept coming after that, then journeyman, and then master, and then grandmaster down the road. Now, the thing to note with this is every tier along the way, you may be getting weapons, armor pieces, jewelry. The crafting one gives you a crafting recipe. So I'm not quite sure what to expect in the entirety of it, but this is a huge step. Not to mention the first time user experience in both the Anvils and the Riverlands being far superior to what it used to be. We're up tremendous. Truly up tremendous. Freehold deed? Oh, dude, if freeholds get added for the 11th, like, we gotta realize, we have not even broken into the cozy audience yet. Do you guys understand how strong the cozy decorate a house with plushies audience in MMOs actually is? That's 100,000 concurrent players right there if a housing design is good. If people can decorate their shit, oh God. Oh yes. The cozy AOC YouTuber I really enjoy. Man, those are two things that don't describe me as an Ashes content creator at all. Cozy and YouTuber, huh? I have never been quicker to know that somebody was not talking about me. I like cozy. I very much like cozy. Got a friend that's all about that? Oh God, yeah. No, there'll be people that'll do their transmogs. There'll be people that'll, granted, transmogs are a little more limited here than like a full, armor piece by armor piece transmog. But like, you'll have your RPers, you'll have your housing people. I mean, shit, New World had transmog and housing contests. I actually ran transmog contests. Those things got fucking lit. They got very lit. Housing contests got absolutely crazy because New World also had housing chase items. If you put a housing chase item in a loot table somewhere, you would be surprised how quickly PvE housing players would chase off your fucking PvPers from a mob grind. I've never seen people square up more than a PvE motherfucker wanting a goddamn telescope. It is kind of crazy. WoW has extremely stepped up their housing game lately, so Intrepid shouldn't put out something too rough. I heard WoW, the time to penis was like 15 minutes. So most housing players I know have the best gear. Yeah, because housing chase items are fucking absurdly expensive. It's like the art industry. Like, brother, I swear to God, like, you'll have a fucking, like, New World, it was a goldfish in a porcelain bowl that had a super low drop rate, so only a few of them existed on a server. That shit was ungodly expensive. And then New World added it as a paid battle pass reward. Because they added a monthly battle pass. And then every housing player wanted to actually kill them. If you betray the housing players will actually want to murder you. That's a big thing you got to keep in mind there. they may be cozy on the outside, but they are fucking vicious on the inside. Because a lot of the cozy players are also tied to the VTuber community, and the VTuber community is fucking insane. They will actually call out hits on motherfuckers, bro. They will DDoS a motherfucker. Like, they will... Oh, my God. They added it to the battle pass. Goldfish? Yeah, also telescopes. Kieran's sitting on top of the throne of hell vibe. Oh, God. Oh, God. Wild shit also had hella problems, like strictly costing IRL money. Reminds me of when there was a big like craze around like Web3 cryptocurrency MMOs. I had cryptocurrency MMOs that reached out to me for like sponsored segments where they were like, yeah, basically people buy like our crypto coin and like they basically use that crypto coin to buy housing plots in the game. And they can then buy NFTs to decorate their housing plots in the game. And they can sell those NFTs to other players. And I was like, no, I'm not getting involved. I'm not doing that. I don't like the IRL money stuff. Yeah, you guys can see my sub count. I don't make enough money to like IRL money stuff. I'm gonna be completely real. I remember that game. Unfortunately, that was like fucking 20 games during the Web3 era. Cosmetic quakes in fear when a cozy gamer decides it's time for violence. Oh, bro, if you want your points of interest populated, yeah, you just put housing items in those bitches. That is the cheat code. Like, you don't need mob grind incentivization for anybody other than a 0.0000001% housing item drop, and then you will have people perma their camping because once that housing item drops, people will actually pay you a Buick Regal for it. It is unreal. Unreal, bro. Brian Daddy drops a grill, I'm there. Dude, that's what I was saying. It's just that especially with non-instance player housing units, like somebody that has the corner lot of the house will absolutely want to flex that they have enough wealth to have a statue of Steven pissing on like another game's logo on their front lawn. If there is a chase item, they will want to have it. Brother, Carla got baited by a chase item IRL and now I have a giant fucking Labubu in my stream room. Chase items fucking work. They work. Pop Marts are lit as fuck. You want Carvin lit, you just add a fucking Labubu to it, I guess. I don't understand. But goddamn, the psychology is crazy. Motherfuckers can't resist that shit. So yeah, Labubu housing item when? Cause like low key. Wait a minute. Yeah, you thinking about a Labubu housing item too? He called you a recluse. Wait, Emu, how far behind are you? Someone tell Emu to fast forward. I think Emu got caught in a rewind part of stream. Emu's like minutes back. People have been getting randomly rewound today. You're like 30 minutes back. No, I'm here. I'm just shook. Oh yeah, no, my oldest brother, because like a lot of normal events, like my oldest brother is the one that has 2 kids, right? So like he used to game a lot and then stopped gaming because it was very bad for him. And then basically like, you know, he's very successful now. I'm the degen of the bunch, right? I went to multiple colleges, you know, had a weird journey with things, right? So essentially, he's the one that's like, why don't you do something real with your life instead of gaming type shit? Much more than my parents are. My parents are like, yo, if you can pay your bills, chase your dreams. Because we grew up poor as fuck. My entire family grew up poor as shit. My brothers and I, first generation college students. My mom waited tables. My dad drove a big truck over the road. So like, for me and my family, you know, my oldest brother is super successful. He does very well. He kind of like looks at things a little bit differently than a lot of us do. So, you know, I'm not the most present at family events because I stream so much. Like holidays and stuff, I always go up. But if it's like you know, my nephew has a soccer game or something, sometimes a lot of that lines up for stream stuff. It's like, oh, we're going to go do this today. Well, sorry, I've got to stream. Like, I don't like taking time off stream. I obsess over stream. Now, I still try to make it and be present for things. But yeah, my mom tells me everything. My mom's a fucking rat. So at one point, my oldest brother was talking to my mom and was like, why is Dusty being such a fucking recluse lately? And my mom told me about it, and I was like, well, maybe it's because I don't like going and watching his fucking kids do random shit. Maybe I just want to hang out and stream. So yeah. I mean, dude, I stream a lot. In all fairness, I stream a lot. I have for years now been putting in like 60 to 80 hour weeks regularly.
Hope you are
Yo,
well,
Tuesday.
Dusty.
What up, dude? I hope you're well. I'm very, very well. I appreciate you. And thank you for the 8 months, my friend. I am just spreading the good word of the Phoenix and trying to help, move things along in any way that I can. Also, agree that house cosmetics will have the PV ears going crazy. Oh, God, yeah. Absolutely. I used to sell telescopes on New World for 50K gold. Yeah. The PV ears will go crazy, dog. You want people out and about? How's it cosmetics, bro? It's a cheat code. I swear to God. It's like dropping bags of crack on Skid Row. I got kids and completely agree with you. I don't understand. Yeah, I mean, shit. It is what it is. You know what I mean? Like, I totally understand the concept of like, yo, we want Uncle Dusty over at shit, right? But your brother hates you. Nah, like my brothers and I are very close. My oldest brother is also just like, he's very much like, you're smart, do something that will make you a lot of money and will not be you begging people for money on the internet. So that's his take on it, right? Which I get that. Dude makes 400,000 a year, right around there. Like, fuck me. Like, dude makes more money in a year than I make in 10. Like, just straight up. So he's got it figured out. However, he thinks I'm like wasting my life. So, I respect it, to each their own. I have fun with what I do. And, he does very well for himself and his family. They don't have to worry about shit, but he's also flying across the country doing a bunch of shit because he's a high up in a medical company. So like, he went to college, got his master's degree, and then just moved his way up the company like crazy, did really well. And now travels out to the Midwest and stuff and does shit out there and chills, makes ungodly bank. And his family never has to worry. So it's not necessarily like he doesn't like me or anything. Like, he loves me. I love my brother. It's just, are you happy? Oh God, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. He has more gray hair than I do. But he's also very much like, because he was the one out of me and my other two brothers that played WoW the most. Like, he was the most hooked to where like him and his current wife, they were like high school sweethearts and all that stuff. So basically like they almost broke up multiple times because he was such a degen on WoW that he would ignore all of his responsibilities and everything and like almost failed out of school and like shit like that because of WoW. So he just clearly doesn't. Yeah, exactly. It's a different thing, man. I mean, and when he's that successful, like I have my college degree, he's like, why don't you just go use your degree so you don't have to rely on people just giving you money? And I'm like, well, I kind of like, what I do. You know what I mean? I very much enjoy hanging out with the people that I hang out with. And it's not like I'm out here begging people for money. It's just like I do this for fun anyways. And now people give me enough money to pay bills. So it's just kind of one of those things where it's evolved. And yeah, I think not a lot of people understand it type thing. I think that's the biggest thing. Deep down he misses it. Oh, probably. Talking about the impact of WoW in our younger years. Yeah, dude. I mean, WoW was such a core part of my life. It really was. It was fun. But yeah, I mean, I think that's a big thing with it. Like, sometimes people just won't see the full vision. And shit, whether it's something that you're pursuing in your personal life, whether it is Intrepid trying to put out an MMO that a lot of people don't see the vision of. Bro, very simply put, if you believe in something, you just keep doing it. You just keep pushing through it. And then if you believe in it enough and you get lucky enough, it happens to, just work out. I always say there is a non-zero chance Ashes could not make it to launch. It could happen. I hope it doesn't happen. I hope Ashes has many, many successful years. But if it doesn't make it to launch, I'm going to be here doing what I enjoy until the day it goes out, man. And I think that's what matters. Do shit you enjoy. Trust that everything else will line up. And hope it all falls into place, man. Because at the end of the day, we only here for a little bit. Might as well do what makes you happy. And speaking of that, I got to go make some food so I can make me happy and so I can get back tomorrow. Because we got a big PTR update tomorrow. I don't know what the fuck it is, but MEP said update. So we'll be checking that out. I'm going to try to sneak over to the store because I need to get a box of stuffing because I have an idea for some food tonight. Boys, do we have anybody else streaming tonight that I can actually raid? Because I've been quiet as a motherfucker lately.
It's been quiet as helly up in this bitch. Hold on. Oh, we'll raid Burnt Peanut because Twitch has him at the top of my recommended. Because Burnt Peanut's always at the top of my recommended now. I don't even watch Burnt Peanut that much.
There is nobody else streaming Ashes at 10:39 p.m. when the servers aren't up. What a surprise. What a surprise. Who would have thought?
All right, hold on. Is there anybody that I want to raid? Who's live? Let me look at my following list.
Classic Dusty always going strong. Hey, I just like being over here, man, and I'm thankful that people show up. That's a big thing. Couple more days when Alpha 2's back. Oh, God, dude. These nights where nobody else is in the directory and I just get to chill and hang out. Oh, I'm going to miss these shits. Because let me tell you, when Pirate Software's here, when S-Fan's here, if Lyric comes over, if Summit comes over, all the other content creators that come over, bro, I'm just a small content creator in the grand scheme of it all. It might be cool that I'm full-time and it's such a small community, but like, bro, I'm a small content creator. I am not going to be like the big Ashes guy for long. I promise you that. I promise you that. Like, at the end of the day, I'm going to still be here doing my thing. I don't care whether I'm big, small, or indifferent, and I'm just thankful as fuck that people show up. But shit, boys, I'm about to need everybody out here showing support so we don't get fucking buried. But I will catch you guys tomorrow. I don't think I was that quiet. I thought there would be 1 to 2. You actually meant 0? Yes. 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 I am the front line. I am the mid line. I am the back line. When others are not here, I will be here. When there is not content to show, I will take you on an 8.5-hour journey without even... You want to see my gaming PC screen right now? Hold on. This is what my desktop has looked like all day. I have not launched Ashes today. I have taken you on a journey over the course of 8.5 hours now of looking at Steven's tweet, looking at some bits of a VOD, and talking about systems, boys. And I will continue to do so every fucking day until there is so much content that I don't have time to talk about anything other than what I'm currently doing. And I appreciate you guys being here in the meantime. Genuinely means the world. I'm going to get some grub. I'll be back tomorrow. And we'll ball out yet again. We'll have some good conversations and hopefully a fatty update. No Lizzo. Boys, I will catch y'all tomorrow. I love you guys. I appreciate y'all. Thank you for being here today and every day.